The man snapped that they didn't need anyone soft-hearted who showed sympathy for weapons, and the young man let out a quiet chuckle before slipping away in silence. He's fully aware that dragons have become woven into modern life. Now humanity can't even picture living without them. He went on to say that around 100 years ago, people finally cracked how to breed dragons, and then used them for everything, from hauling people around to smashing enemies in war. He even broke down the dragon sizes: small, medium, and large. And get this, the tiniest ones are already 2 or 3 times bigger than a person. He said medium dragons are basically the size of a house and haul heavy loads for miles. Then he leaned in and added that big dragons are the army's main fighters, and each one gets its own name. He told us only a handful of people can truly command dragons, and those legends call themselves dragon knights or knight riders. Then he leaned in and said that one day, this elite crew joined forces and forged their own union, the Guild. Siller called in his trusted partner, the majestic dragon Vritra, and the young man leaned in to explain it. Dragons aren't just built to soar, they swear loyalty to their master and endure anything, so they can cross enormous distances. The boy told his mom that among run-of-the-mill dragons, there are standout breeds like Nidhogg, fiercely loyal, full of life, and that's exactly why they're dragged into war. Then he proudly pointed up at his beautiful mom, gliding through the sky like she owned the clouds, and he couldn't stop gushing at what he'd just witnessed. He told his mom, in no uncertain words, that when he grew up, he'd become a real dragon knight. And Salir knew that owning a brave dragon and soaring through the clouds on its back was the dream every true boy lived for. Of course, punching up at a creature this powerful is pure prestige, and it pays like crazy, too. But then the silence snapped with a sudden cry, and the guy's instincts kicked in as he froze, scanning for a voice he'd never heard before. Turns out it was an agitated man, screaming at his rebellious dragon to stop stalling and take off. Right now, Salir spotted a Terk's dragon, tiny and perfect for land travel, smooth all over with no rough spots, and figured it was probably rented, because the creature kept grumbling at him like it hated every second of it. The man kept grumbling, furious at how the dragons refused to budge, while the poor beast only whined softly, like it was trying to come up with some excuse for its baffled owner. Salir asked politely if he could step in to help fix the whole mess, and they nodded and let him in. The owner welcomed the dear guest and apologized for the trouble that popped up, but the young man stayed cool and made it clear he wasn't a client. The young man said it with total confidence. He jabbed his finger straight at the beast and declared that the dragon's right hind limb was injured. The owner urged it to try to move, but the poor thing could barely budge, and when he finally saw it was hopeless, he had no choice but to tear up the leash and end it. While the guy stood right there, watching in heartbreaking silence, the landlord strode up to the assistant and asked straight out, "So, are you renting me a dragon?" Then he added that he'd helped him out today, but the young man shot back that the owner had to take better care of the animal, so he moved in on the sick dragon. He thanked them in heartfelt words, but the other guy only murmured that he hoped he'd recover fast. Then, back at the guild, he told the owner that today's baby looked crushed and was way more moody than usual. He told the man to cut his tired dragon some slack, and the guy smirked like he was above it, saying the whole idea was nonsense because nobody had ever seen a dragon act sad before. Salir snapped his words out, insisting the other person had zero clue about dragons, because these beasts could feel emotions and experiences just like humans do. Rage flared in the man's voice as he scoffed, demanding why he should ever spare ordinary cattle, and he even snapped that the other guy must be out of his mind. Then the young man hit back with a violent reaction, because from childhood, he'd understood the language of dragons and felt a deep bond with them. He admitted he couldn't talk to normal animals. Still, dragons were different, so that's why he chose to become a dragon knight. Salir si paso años estudiando dragons, memorizando cada rasgo y un día por fin aprendió a dominarlos. Pero antes de montarlos, siempre pedía permiso. La gente giraba que quel tipo los guiaba solo con la mente. Y con el tiempo, lo invitaron a la Lindworm Guild, la de los Caballeros Dragón de Rango S. He went on to explain that guilds rise or fall by how many dragons they have, and how good their riders are, because the top spot is S rank, and to claw your way there, you've got to knock out 3 brutal quests with another guild, or finish 2 of those same hard ones solo. The young man said Lindworm had chosen the second path, but her knights kept dragging dragons into battles they never wanted, and that idea crushed everything the man believed about the world. It didn't even take a month. He got tossed out in disgrace, branded useless ballast, and blamed for always dodging work, and honestly, he felt pure joy in every heartbeat, swearing he'd never join a guild again. Everything fit perfectly until that one nagging feeling started clawing at him. Even so, he still had to eat, and once he slipped out of the guild, the young man got shoved into working as a free dragon knight. In the city hall, freedom-loving knights like Salyer step up and grab quests. He knew exactly how this place worked. Agency gigs for knights with no guild and no dragon didn't even get a look in. Yet right at the city hall, anyone could grab an assignment. Yes, even the folks who rented a dragon. Then he spotted a killer offer and inched right toward it. It said they needed someone brave enough to raise a newborn dragon, so the young man jumped at the chance, met a guy named Patrick Forge, and Patrick welcomed him like an old friend, sharing his excitement. While the young man introduced himself, and Patrick thanked him for stepping up to help. Patrick said most folks backed out the second they heard what it really involved, and Salyer shrugged it off. Because raising dragons wasn't just any job, it was special stuff, and the man nodded in agreement. Then the young man leaned in and demanded, "So what kind of pupil do you want to show me?" And when they revealed the dragon was being saved as a birthday present for the child, the whole young hero practically couldn't believe it. He told them he'd heard from merchant buddies that right after a baby is born, you're supposed to bring in a dragon, and he swore it was smart. Because once that bond forms, the dragon and the child latch on tight, and that dragon becomes a stone-solid protector for the baby. After Patrick finally got the dragon, he kept calling in specialists. Yet the beast flat-out ignored every command, and that weirded him out big time, so he chased a new plan. He rushed to attract knights, hoping they'd make it listen, and when he asked to see the pet, the customer told him to follow right along. Turns out it was a Teresque dragon, one the owner hunted down on purpose, because this compact breed acclimates to people fast, and Salyer swears these dragons are meant to haul passengers. The client snapped that the dragon wouldn't listen to a single instructor and demanded something be done. So the guy inched up quietly and sat down right beside the beast. He spoke to the tiny dragon with real kindness, introducing himself, and before the words even settled, she snapped back that she only wanted to meet her little sister. He kept his voice soft, offering to explain, and quietly pressed for who she meant, and why it mattered so much. The dragon shot him a stunned look, because nobody ever managed to understand her. Then she demanded how he pulled it off, even though she couldn't quite trust that story herself. She pleaded to set up a meeting with her precious younger sister, because they'd been inseparable since birth. Yet the seller snatched her away and kept only her. Salyer leaned in and told the little girl the owner wanted her to be friends with his child, and then he asked, "Will the dragon agree?" She declared with iron resolve that she'd grant every single wish of her owner, anything at all, if it meant she could bring her sister back. Soon the merchant came back and leaned in, asking the young man, "So, did you finally reach an understanding with your ward?" The kid managed to finally connect with the little dragon, but first he grilled it. Who sold it, and was there another one left? Because the real kicker was this. The customer had to rush out right now and buy back his pet sister, and that was the whole nightmare. The client was blown away by the performer's knack for understanding dragon speech, yet the performer stayed icy calm and pressed him to rush the younger sister here, right now. Time dragged on while the little hero fidgeted, wings fluttering non-stop, desperate for the meeting to start. because she just wanted to be by her beloved little sister again. That happy little girl burst up in excitement, barely registering her long-awaited sister right beside her, and she sprinted straight toward her, while the young man rushed to the landlord, begging to have her released from that restraining collar. Two dragons burst into joy and slammed into each other like, "We're alive!" Rejoicing in life and freedom after that brutal separation, hearts racing as they realized they made it, and they were finally together again. They basically given up on ever seeing each other again. Then suddenly they're face to face, bursting into happy tears, clinging to one another like nothing else matters, while the man just stares, completely stunned at how two little kids can unleash that kind of raw, heart-tugging reunion. They acted almost human, remembering exactly how the guild treated little ones, fuming at the slayer's heavy-handed cruelty and their cold, thoughtless disregard. The young man watched the customer instantly get just how tight the bond was between the babies, and respect hit him hard for her honest feelings. Then the man shot in right away, ready to hash out the payment terms for the services, and the dragons beamed as they warmly thanked their savior for getting one of them back. They swore they'd grant any wish he asked. Then he shook his head and demanded just one thing: befriend the merchant's son, no matter what. The dragons vowed to guard that bond forever, as long as they stayed together. The young man grinned, leaned in, and told the little ones to do their best, gently patting both their heads, right as the cub's eyes sparkled back at him. The client watched, smiled in total relief, and thanked the assistant like crazy, saying this solution blew past every expectation. He couldn't believe how effortless his request turned out because the trainers had been butting heads with the dragon, yet somehow it all clicked, and he called the performer an incredible person. Then he warned, "Whatever you do, don't separate the babies, or once they grow up, they'll quit listening to every command." He stared at the playful sisters and realized, with a sharp jolt of relief, that getting booted from that elite guild just in time was the best thing that ever happened. He never once regretted his past, because he could actually hear dragons speak and feel their emotions. So he stood tall, swore to protect them, and showed everyone how real friendship and love can change everything. He's chasing the cash, yeah, but he won't drop the real mission. He sees two strangers eye the ad for a big reward for pet care, and then they act like they're too good to help, so disappointment hits him hard. The young man spotted a legit client with a tempting offer, took a deep breath, and charged forward like it was now or never. The maid pressed the mistress for answers, asking why she kept writing those letters if they didn't seem to matter, only for the mistress to snap back that it was a nightmare, because no matter how many notes she sent, it would still take forever before a single dragon knight finally showed up and agreed to take the job. Standing by the window, the young woman stared out into the distance, praying the brave knight would finally show up to pull them out of the disaster closing in, fear squeezing her chest, but a fragile hope still burning deep inside. Even though the young man thought he had the road figured out, the truth hit way harder, because there, towering in front of him, rose a breathtaking, luxurious mansion. They told him, "Deliver this letter and you'll get top-tier dragon ammo as your reward." But the catch hit hard. Without his own dragon, an unemployed knight could barely use a single arrow. That customer didn't just give any name. She declared it was Katarina Marielle. She scoffed that he was too young and pressed him hard. Could he really handle it, and did he even know how to deal with dragons? The young man swallowed, hesitated, then finally insisted, "Yes." Katarina leaned in and asked how he got along with dragons. Sawyer didn't sugarcoat it. He said it all came down to the dragon's personality, then paused and admitted the mansion's owner matched that same vibe, just like he'd pictured from the start. The hostess nodded at the guest's view, even though she knew she'd mailed that exact same invitation to other applicants too. And for the young man, that letter felt downright life-changing. She feared one lonely letter would get stuck and waste precious time. So she wrote a bunch of messages at once and fired them off on different routes, betting everything on multiple paths. The young man couldn't shake the feeling that Marielle's family was royalty, sitting on huge lands, while Mariel herself looked richer than Mr. Patrick, at least way more than someone he'd just successfully served with a recent order, and now his curiosity was bursting so hard he was about to ask one question. Right now, he decided to pry open that letter, because knowing what was inside would let him make sure this crucial message actually reached the right address fast. And apparently it means everything to the lady. With the contents in hand, the executor could guard the confidential info and keep it safe. The woman shot him a suspicious look that practically screamed, "I don't trust you." She tossed her doubts aside, nodded at the young man's logic, and admitted the letter wasn't just any note. It was a reply to the passionate love letter from the legendary Baron Bouquet. The young man figured the only way they stayed connected was through letters, and Katerina pushed the point. Communication between the two families was brutally hard. Then she demanded that the letter be sent to Lebo and pressed the performer. How long will it take to get it there? Cillier realized a trip to Lebo was looming, quickly gauged the distance, sketched a rough route in his head, and braced himself for whatever wild surprises the road had in store. He promised the lady he'd deliver the letter in just one day, and her eyebrows shot up, because the others swore it would take 3. Still, she drilled into him that the message had to arrive on time, no excuses. Then Katerina finally let the young hero in on it. She leaned in and warned him, no joke, to make sure he could prove the assignment was completed, letter perfect. And she promised she'd hand him the reward herself when she got back. Once he realized how deadly serious she was, the guy squared his shoulders and geared up to hit the road. Since he didn't have a pet of his own, he went and hired a dragon. No joke. And he absolutely never saw it coming that this job would drag him straight into something this messy and full of love. This isn't just about the Mariel family. Bouquet's powerful name is tangled up in it too, since their interests run right alongside the customer's. After deciding to do it the right way, he marched to a special place where you can rent a dragon for a while. And there, a sharp-tongued guy met him, ready to hammer out the rental deal. He sized up the visitor with curiosity and asked, calm but sharp, what kind of dragon they wanted, and Cillier quickly cut in, wondering if any wyverns were hiding among the creatures. The client made it crystal clear, no cargo at all, so the passenger's weight didn't matter a bit, and flight speed was the only thing that counted. Once the employee got the word, he gestured toward 3 stunning individuals, then waved them on like, "Come with me." That young man picked his companion by himself, because every knight plays by its own rules when he deals with dragons, and some folks would rather guard their special techniques from everyone else. The young man figured the shop owner had seen plenty of strange visitors, people who wanted to keep every word they traded with dragons locked tight behind a secret. One of the dragons barked in furious outrage, yelling that a stranger had just shown up, and everyone needed to rush over and see what was going on. Everyone stared at the uninvited guy, and the room instantly agreed he was way funnier and clumsier than the last visitors. The boy fumed, insisting he wasn't stupid for a second, and the dragon, shocked, shrugged that there was nothing anyone could do if he really looked like that, then tiptoed in with a cautious, "Do you understand me?" The young man quickly nodded that he understood their words, and the dragons happily rolled in, chatted up a storm, and asked if he'd been raised by one of them. Then, realizing they were dealing with something rare, they grilled him nonstop about why he'd come and what this mysterious stranger was really after. Cillier begged one of the wyverns to help him with an urgent delivery. His letter had to fly fast. He demanded to know who could hit the highest speed in the air, and one wyvern puffed her chest and swore speed was her territory, while the other leaned in, grinning with curiosity and asking what was inside that letter. She leaned in and asked, "Is it a love letter?" And they shot back, "Yeah, it is." The dragon demanded the full story about that letter's relationship, who wrote what, and whether the guy texted the girl or the girl texted the guy. But the client stayed cool and calmly said, "The message was sent by the girl to the boy." The pet leaned in and told the young man, because that letter was written by the girl for the boy, She's got to come for him. Her eyes blazed with excitement as she practically begged to jump in and finish that huge mission. Then the guy was stunned, because that was apparently the only reason they picked her. Another dragon snapped at her sister, grumbling that humans meant nothing to her, then turned to the crowd and bragged that everyone knew she was the fastest of their kind. The young man couldn't believe how she suddenly tore through her letter deliveries, and after a moment of thought, he hurried off to secure the lease on that very dragon, praying he'd still make the trip in time. The shopkeeper told him to pick the middle dragon since it was the speediest, but the young man refused. He grabbed the right one, convinced it was the perfect partner for the mission, and the owner stared in shock at how wild that choice was. The dragon practically fizzed with excitement at the girl's scent, begging her to let him show the letter right away. He couldn't wait to stare at the author's elegant handwriting. Salier swore she was unstoppable. Those wyverns were lightning fast despite their tiny frames. She streaked to Lebo on the shortest route, delivering him before he could even blink, because she had the letter clamped in her teeth. So they hit Lebo in half a day, and the moment the address on the letter got the news about Katerina, he lit up with joy. He even praised the messenger for his speed and sent him on his way. The young man quickly understood the truth. Each side ran their own world, and they barely ever lined up with the rules people swear by. He hurried back, slid the envelope into the wyvern's claws, and watched her whisk it away and return it in the very same half-day. Then he made it safely to Lady Katarina and told her he'd run the whole trip in half the usual time. The delighted lady clapped in amazement and crowned him a one-of-a-kind courier. With pure delight in her chest, the lady gushed over the young courier, thanking him from the heart. And right then, she asked his name, praising him as both talented and lightning-fast. That respected lady spoke solemnly, promising she'd remember the messenger's name and call him again the moment she needed him. The executor nodded, satisfied he'd checked off yet another task, and strode out of the mansion with that warm feeling, duty fulfilled. He rushed to the dragon market to scout the creatures up for sale, and yeah, the prices were brutal, but a pet dragon wasn't just a waste of money. If he could win one over and earn its trust, then they could tackle any job thrown their way. Once the idea hit, the young man started digging through every option he could find. As Salier scanned the lineup of candidates, his eyes locked onto a belayer so cheap it screamed something was off. The seller greeted the guy, and the young man couldn't stop staring at something totally different. So what was wrong with it? And why was it priced dirt cheap? The tag barely beat the rent of another dragon, and the ad itself looked like it had been dragged through the mud. The man started to squirm, insisting she had no physical flaws, like that was the whole truth. Yet seller felt whiplash, because compared to other ballers, she really was on another level, and the mismatch between the seller's claims and the real price was shocking, since the ads looked far more mouthwatering than what he was charging. The merchant snapped back that, no matter how he explained it, the dragon was insanely lazy, and that stunned the buyer wide open. The man kept saying she always ignored commands, and the merchant warned the buyer to slow down and think. Yet curiosity chewed him up, so the young man pushed closer to the mysterious Ballora to test the seller's words for himself. They showed up at a fair packed with mind-blowing creatures, and the seller leaned in to tell the kid, "Don't you rush, think it through. You've got time." The young man realized ballers were the cargo haulers of choice, sure. They crawled slow, but their thick, trained muscles let them grind out long hauls without breaking. Ballors are herbivorous dragons, so every one of them is practically born to munch on fresh green lawns, way easier to keep fed, happy, and cared for. The young man spoke to his pet in a gentle, respectful tone, then begged forgiveness for the trouble he might cause just by being there. He laid out every scrap he'd learned from the merchant to the dragon girl, then carefully pressed her for why she kept refusing the tasks they'd assigned, trying to understand her feelings and win her over with trust. But she just wouldn't answer. He fixated on one burning question, why this dragon beauty refused to talk at all, and the answer hit him fast. Nobody would understand a thing anyway. The young man caught something odd. This dragon was downright calm, even by dragon rules. So the boy jumped in with a wild idea. Rebuild communication from the ground up, starting over with zero of the old misunderstandings. She lit up and asked, "So you really get my language?" He shrugged and said she'd probably only just clocked it. Cillier snapped that it didn't matter how he understood it. What mattered was that this power let them talk. And then she demanded, straight up, that he tell her the truth about what was really going on. The dragoness yawned and murmured, "I just want to sleep." She told the buyer she had to sleep at least 12 hours a day, or her body straight up couldn't run. She'd be too out of commission to function or finish her assignments, and the buyer had never heard anything like it. So it honestly felt weird as hell. They say dragons are so insanely strong that 2 hours of sleep is all they need to recharge. And some species can even move while they're still dead asleep. He knew dragon came in all kinds of personalities and needs, so once he understood exactly what his new partner was like, he struck a deal. 12 hours a day for her to finally rest in peace, and in return, she'd help him out. The dragoness stared at the young man like he'd burned her trust, snapped that he was lying. Then he slammed back, dead sure he wasn't, because if he hadn't agreed to his new friend's terms, he would have ditched him long ago and picked someone else from the dragon lineup. The little animal pressed him again, demanding to know if he'd really let her sleep that much, and he didn't hesitate, giving her a clear yes. Right away, he laid down one crucial rule. She had to be diligent, handle every assignment with care, and take responsibility seriously. After thinking it through, she finally got how dead serious the young owner was, and she chose to trust him, giving her consent. The salesman pressed the guy, warning him the store didn't do refunds. But he didn't budge. He doubled down, swearing his choice was rock solid, and said dragon knights had their own special way of handling creatures like that. With the payment settled, he bolted out of there, new pet in tow and a whole world ahead of him. The young man leaned into his new friend and demanded permission to name the dragon, because once he did, everything would get easier, and talking would finally feel smooth and comfortable. Your friend nodded in agreement, sounding genuinely shocked. Dragons usually don't get real names, they're just tagged with numbers. Then the owner shrugged and said, "Since I can understand my companion, why waste time calling him by some number?" The owner picked the name he liked most, Louise. The moment the offer landed, the pet froze in deep thought, weighing every bit of the new name's worth. That name looked weird and totally foreign to her. She'd never had a real name of her own before. Even with this whole bizarre situation, she still smiled like her own name was the best thing in the world. The young man's heart leapt when his winged friend actually loved the new name, and as he snapped around to Louise, he declared, "We're here. This is my home." She couldn't stop fretting over one huge practical thing: where on earth she'd sleep. Celia grinned and calmed the little animal by pointing to the garden beside the house, saying she could curl up there wherever she wanted. The young man tore into an apology to his companion, admitting that if he'd had time to plan for living together, he would have snapped up a place with a massive garden in a heartbeat, though he begged that this option would still match her dream. Turns out the garden size didn't matter one bit to the pet, because this place's real prize was the chance to snooze nonstop, and the owner chuckled, teasing his new buddy as a total sleep lover. Cellier said Louise was probably heading for a vacation now that night was creeping in, and they had nothing else left to do today. Then the dragon's head tilted in confusion, and she blurted out a question. The companion snapped that he meant it, and the new owner nodded, dead serious, telling her not to worry because he'd finally decided to take her one-of-a-kind features and preferences to heart. She said the guy was downright unusual, and the young man just nodded like, "Yeah, I hear that about me all the time." Louise demanded the master follow her, and he deadpanned that if she wanted to sound right, she should say master like that. The dragon promised she'd reveal it to him alone, and that sent real curiosity roaring through the owner, so he couldn't wait a second to see what she meant. After finally making up her mind, she spoke with real intensity and told her friend, "I'm ready. I'll show you my secret now." What he saw blew the boy's mind wide open. When his beloved pet summoned spears of light with insane power, He couldn't stop staring in pure awe, and one burning question hit him right away. Where did she learn to do that? Louise struggled to even explain where her power came from, because the truth was wild. The moment she was born, she could summon spears of light at will. The young man stared in shock, admitting he'd met plenty of her kind before, but none of them could pull off anything like that. And it hit him like a thunderclap. Regular Balors were nothing compared to his companion's magical mastery, because he'd never seen an ordinary dragon unleash power like that before. She added that this rare power didn't come cheap. It drained her so hard she felt wiped out, and even though her master had no clue where his friend got it, she knew one thing for sure. The moment that power was used, it burned an insane amount of energy and left her staggering with exhaustion. Louise insisted she wouldn't stand in her owner's way if they decided to use that gift, and the young man, swept off his feet by how thoughtful and dedicated his beautiful friend was, told her, with real warmth, to please not push herself too hard. With a heart full of gratitude, the young man thanked his beloved companion for sharing her gifts and caring for him, even while she was worn out herself. The very next morning kicked off with warm wishes, and as the owner neared the pet, he blurted that he'd go hunting for a job, then asked what his girlfriend was planning. She answered on the spot, telling him she'd rather spend the whole day chasing a sweet dream. He got her completely, said they'd figure out something after dinner, and told her she could sleep until then. At first the boy didn't know whether to trust her, but now he was sure. He even had a dragon, so the young man could finally take a cargo delivery job, and that's when someone shouted his name. Turns out it was Rose, the guild's secretary, who'd been waiting on his doorstep, and she had a special task lined up just for him. Then she leaned in with bright curiosity, asking if he'd be willing to hear the crucial info. The young man couldn't figure out why he'd been singled out, until Rose spoke a few simple words, and suddenly his worries vanished, because Mrs. Katarina had basically praised his talents for professionalism and even told him he was nailing the tasks. She kept talking, saying not every free night comes with the chance to get tasks like that, and the hero just shrugged, insisting he'd been busting his tail to live up to what his superiors expected. That's why the secretary picked him as the candidate. Once he grilled her about what was really going on, he realized they weren't dealing with rumors at all. They had to find a missing person. Salier was blown away that the Dragon Knight was tangled up in all this, and once the secretary confirmed it, he got hit with one big warning. The next mission was unlike anything before, and secrecy had to be absolute. Turns out the wild reason for this weird mission was brutal. The princess herself vanished. The young man was so stunned he blurted out the secretary's words again and again, totally lost in the shock. The princess disappeared. The girl snapped that she had no right to spill any more about the case, and the young hero clutched the truth like it mattered, because now he had one mission: track down the girl who was meant to become the future queen. That eager young guy pressed for the job's details. Then someone threw a straight-up question back. Did he know Mount Himuya was sitting just north of the city? Then it hit him like a thunderclap. This mountain was the stage for the most important mission of all. Rose sealed the truth with a confident nod. As the briefing rolled on, the secretary snapped that the convoy guarding the royal person vanished near the agreed spot, and the guild immediately suspected the princess's last trail was tied to Mount Himalaya. The moment he heard it, the young man pressed for answers again, demanding details about the disappearance. He figured it couldn't have been long since the incident, but she cut in and said, "No, this happened last night." And suddenly the whole thing felt way heavier. The guild had zero clue about what happened and brushed it off as irrelevant. So Rose marched up to the young man and asked if he'd be willing to scout the area near the mountain. Salier huddled in his thoughts, weighing every risk and reward like it could decide his fate. Once he accepted the offer, the hero tore off on his journey. Already on the road, Louise clocked the look on her companion's face, tense, nodded with a little fear. Cozen's stomach dropped when he learned the princess vanished without a trace, and the terrifying truth that she might already be dead. Pride surged through him, trust was in his hands, and he was ready to help, because he knew the weight of that responsibility. The dragon cut in, telling them their fears were way too early, then straight up asked if they were heading toward the mountain. When they answered yes, the guys locked in and tuned their sights on the mission. The young man pulled out a letter stamped with the princess's own handwriting, then respectfully passed it to his winged assistant and asked her to sniff out the letter's signature scent, so they could pin down exactly who sent the message. Louise confessed she wasn't exactly great at picking up on scents, but she swore she'd try. Then the owner just sat there, waiting patiently for her answer. As soon as he caught that faint scent leaking from the paper, he figured the letter's owner had to be noble, someone who'd traded in refined perfumes instead of plain air. That smell hit like a punch, and his friend instantly picked it up, because dragons don't just sniff, they hunt asterisk. The young man knew she had that razor-sharp nose, and sure, he'd never tried using it for anything real until now. So he snapped to attention and ordered her to start tracking the trail right now. Salier felt the truth hit him. There was basically no way to scale that climb by himself, and that's when he fully appreciated his loyal assistant, calling Louise a real treasure with a warm smile. But Louise, blushing hard, scoffed and quietly insisted she didn't think her talents were anything special at all. The pet slipped the question in. Since this was work, if she gave her all and proved helpful, wouldn't he have to reward her? The young man leaned in and asked what prize his winged buddy was hoping for, and Louise shot back that she wanted a mountain of straw. The dragon drifted in dreamy thoughts about how cozy it would feel to curl up and fall asleep in a soft nest of straw, and Salier, grinning, leaned in to ask if he truly was dreaming of a straw bed, then promised she'd buy all the straw he needed to make his faithful companion happy. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest with pure joy, and she started bouncing in the air like a kid who just found her favorite treasure, tail swishing in cheerful waves. The subordinate flashed a charming grin and swore she'd throw every last bit of herself into the work. He wore a clear, unmistakable frown, because the guild man's blunt command was still fresh in his mind, forbidding him to feel even an ounce of sympathy for ordinary house animals. Fuming at how cold and rude the guild members were, the young man felt his party grind to a sudden halt. Then he stared at Louise's rigid form and asked, in a careful voice, why everything stopped. With a sharp gesture toward the way they were heading, the dragon snapped, quick and clear, "Look down." The pet yelped that a princess was down there, and the owner's stomach dropped, because the carriage was stuck there too, and they feared she'd fallen. With the truth staring them in the face, that the big shot had ducked into the battered carriage, everyone realized they couldn't waste a second, so the travelers hurried downhill, racing to reach the crash scene. The moment the hero's eyes landed on that picture, tragedy and gloom slammed into his imagination like a gut punch. His eyes landed on the ornate family crest, and the truth hit like a hammer. This was the royal carriage, no doubt about it. The guards had zero chance, so the young man clenched his fists and begged fate to spare the princess's life. As he brushed the crew's outer skin, the young man felt it instantly, a brutal wall of power, guarding the inside from anything trying to get in. Realizing how tangled this was, the guy glanced at his winged partner and politely asked her to lift the protective barrier, because only she knew how to do it and had the power to pull it off. With a flick of her magical might, Louise smashed the defenses like it was nothing, her hooves landing with deadly precision, so her master could dive deeper into his investigation without getting stopped. With a huge grin on his face, Salier threw out a hearty thank you to his brave ally, thrilled she'd swooped in at the exact moment everything could have fallen apart. In the deep hush of the salon, a girl lay there asleep, calm as a dream. Then the hero blinked, looked closer, and exhaled in relief, because he'd found proof she was alive. Her breathing was steady, even, and measured. He checked the body and found zero serious damage, so he knew her life wasn't slipping away. Then the assistant finally said it plain. The barrier they installed was what kept that fragile passenger alive. With a sudden burst of resolve, the young man decided it was time to snap her back to reality and started working. Slow, deliberate moves meant to wake the noble girl trapped in her own circumstances. The princess jolted awake, totally lost, scrambling to figure out where she was. Then realization hit like a truck, and she burst into a gut-wrenching scream, pure panic exploding out of her. Trembling, the young lady snapped at the stranger, demanded his name, and blasted him for barging into her space, while the heroine froze in pure terror, yanked back by ugly memories of what happened before. Yet the shocked princess was calmly told, point blank, she wasn't dealing with some robber. The young man made it crystal clear. Only he'd been chosen for a special mission, to hunt down the missing person. The whole thing shattered the princess's hopes, but she swallowed the pain and forced herself to move on, because after everything, even the guy looked stunned by how calm she stayed. Once she finally understood what happened to her companions, dread hit hard. She realized the rest were probably gone for good. He told the girl to get out of the crew so he could check her for injuries, but she was stuck on one terrifying thought, where the soldiers even ended up. He got why she panicked, yet he shoved that fear aside and demanded one thing: get her to safety right now, and they'd handle the soldiers' fate afterward. After she slipped out of the carriage, the lady's eyes snapped onto the dragon by accident. Right then, the owner shoved Louise forward and ordered her to carry 2 passengers. She said yes, but only if she got her straw reward. The young man jumped in at once, even promising to fork over the straw needed. Cillier invited the princess to climb onto Louise's back, insisting the Balor were legendary for staying calm and dependable, so there was nothing to fear. Then, just to be safe, he made sure to ask if she truly felt confident and comfortable. Perched on the dragon's wide back, the princess leaned in and quietly demanded, "What about my savior? Are you really a dragon knight?" The young man nodded and declared it was him, all of it, right down to the title. The girl demanded her protector's guild name, and the young man shocked her by admitting he belonged to nothing. No faction, no label at all. That left the princess reeling, because she'd never encountered a master this gifted, and his lone wolf status felt totally impossible. The noble woman caught that Louise trusted her master with her whole heart, and she slipped her the juicy rumor that only the most respectable knights were the ones who'd won the dragon's favor. While the princess couldn't help but admire how that battle-scarred warrior chose to stay far from any official organization. Yeah, that young man had damn good reasons to keep his distance from those big groups. When he finally burst into the guild building, the secretary just froze, eyes wide in shock, because she couldn't believe how fast he crushed that whole job. When the royal figure showed up, Rose snapped into action and told the girl to stay put. She needed to run and call the guild leaders. The princess didn't want to owe anyone either, so she stepped forward to thank her savior and made sure Rose knew exactly how she'd repay the help. Celia refused the extra reward, but the princess pressed a handkerchief into his hands, embroidered with the family crest, so she could thank him properly, and if he ever needed help, he could flash it to the guards and get into the castle. The princess vowed she'd back the boy in every way she could, and the young man's gratitude hit his heart so hard it felt like a storm. The noble's farewell wrapped up quick and warm, and once the wild days behind them were finally settled, the young friends sprinted toward their destination, grinning at the reward they'd honestly earned. After pocketing a hefty 1,000 lire, the man couldn't stop grinning, proud, thrilled, and totally basking in the success of his work. The assistant moved right up to the owner and wouldn't let go, hammering the promise to buy the straw into him, because this reward was meant for her, and only her. The young man reminded her that they'd promised straw, not hay, and begged her to just let that mistake slide, then kept moving, while the boy stared ahead, lost in his own thoughts, because 1,000 lire meant she could live free for a whole month without hunting for a thing. Then he let slip that you could get something way better than plain hay and straw, something Louise couldn't believe, because in her eyes it had to be impossible. But the young man just smiled and promised her a soft feather bed, perfect for a truly cozy rest. The guy ditched the long speech and decided a quick visual show was the only way to make it click. After they took off on their journey, the friends finally stumbled into a Dragon Care specialty store packed with everything: comfy beds, luxurious accessories, the whole dream setup. The store was packed with fun toys, but Louise barely glanced at the entertainment. Wanting to shake things up on their trip, the guys decided to drop by and visit him. Bursting into the room, the company collided head-on with Louis, the knight who used to serve in the boys' old guild. Before anyone else could even breathe, Louis shoved the silence aside and asked, with sharp curiosity, whether his old comrade had been blindsided by their surprise reunion. From the former colleague's reaction, the old acquaintance figured the guy must have been kicked out of the guild, until Salyer stepped in loud and clear, saying he left on his own, no expulsion at all. He looked at his old comrade and felt his heart break, so he stepped in, offered his help, and promised to plead his case to the right people, praying he'd get his rank back and fight his way home to the crew again. He flashed an open smile, couldn't believe how his old acquaintance suddenly started acting, then blurted, "When did you get into charity? That's not something you see every day," and made it crystal clear he wasn't planning to go back to the guild. Louis warned his old colleague that he'd have to ditch the whole "dragons have feelings" talk, because saying something that's soft and sentimental just didn't fit. The comrade told him there was still a way, if Salyer finally stopped feeding his delusions and let the young man go back. He even admitted he hated losing someone so promising. But Salyer wouldn't budge for a second, slamming the door on any more talk. Right in the middle of the talk, the young man snapped that he'd never bend his beliefs, and the other guy shot back, annoyed, calling it fanaticism, and insisting it proved he'd lost his common sense. Louis was convinced this lonely kid would never make it, but the young guy snapped back that hard work could change everything. The older friend just shook his head and called him a fool for wasting time, and then, right in the middle of it all, Louis jumped in. She watched the whole dispute like it was a show, then snapped, "Why all this noise, and where's the featherbed you promised?" The owner rushed to calm the dragon's fury, saying the traveler who arrived didn't approve of someone sleeping 12 hours straight, and that revelation hit her like a punch. He was furious at what that stranger said, so he snapped on the spot, unleashing a torrent of harsh words at the uninvited guest. And when the guy stared back completely lost, it was obvious he had no clue why his winged pet was suddenly going ballistic. The guy who got attacked stared up at the young man, begging him again and again to stop the winged defender's rampage, and the young man just shrugged it off, saying he'd done nothing to spark it, that his imagination must have gone wild and now he's thinking of calling in an attack. Louis got a disapproving sock for his trouble, but he still admitted his memory hadn't betrayed him, because the kid had always blown hot and cold, and Louis was dying to figure out what kind of magic was driving that wild behavior. Salyer calmly admitted the truth. He'd always held dragons in deep respect, backing his four-legged friend's interests with real devotion. Louis shut the young man down, calling it all pure nonsense, and Louise leaned in hard, studying her opponent like she could crack the real reason behind the fight. Then the owner stepped in, saying their beliefs just didn't line up, and told his subordinate to let it go instead of taking it to heart. He said, no matter what anyone thinks, if they're still a team, the comrade absolutely deserves a full 12 hours of sleep, because the master himself swore that promise with his own hand, and he feels locked in to keep it. The merchant lit up as soon as they arrived, zeroing in on the pet, then leaning in to ask what they were hunting for, until he heard they wanted a comfy feather bed for the little lady, and he eagerly offered to show them around the shop right away. When Louise spotted the gorgeous feather bed, she couldn't believe something like that was real, and joy exploded in her chest. Overwhelmed with pure joy, she zipped onto the soft mattress, shut her eyes tight, and breathed out that she was finally sinking into the kind of deep, refreshing sleep she'd been craving. Salyer murmurò una excusa medias nervioso, por sentia que no podia controller lo que hasha su mascota. El trabajador solo sonrió para calmarlo while le dijo que todo era normal, Que en la exposición los visitantes podían probar cualquier producto que les mostraran. With a sigh of relief, the young man finally relaxed, because she'd nailed the perfect choice. And right then the dragon roared out its demand, calling the owner over to hammer out the next steps for buying that prized item. That earlier, confirmed version was dead on, and it turned out the thing everyone was craving wasn't some mystery at all. It was a glorious slime pillow. He knew people usually use pillows like this to sleep, and this model was famous for its bouncy, slime-like elasticity. Basically, the top pick for real quality rest. Then a dragon burst out in joyful screams and shot pure excitement straight through the roof. The owner had to wonder if this was truly his thing, and Louise wasted no time. She swore she wanted soft cushions, not hay at all. Cillier then laid out the price, and the merchant snapped back, 1,200 lira. The price felt brutal to the young man, but the pure joy of his beloved pet meant more than any cash. So when the girl shook with excitement and asked, trembling, if he was really sure, he met her gaze and nodded hard, like he was saying, money doesn't matter when it comes to the happiness of someone you truly care about. For him, the only thing that mattered was the comfort of his beloved friend. Louise could barely contain her happiness. Then Cillier stepped up to the seller and declared he wanted to buy something, and he made it clear this kind of purchase was downright rare. The merchant confessed he'd heard of folks who could actually talk to dragons, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the young man in front of him was one of them. Then he admitted, straight from the heart, that she felt like family, like a treasured close relative he'd protect no matter what. He said goodbye with real warmth, urging his new acquaintances to swing by the store more often, and as he kept chatting with his companion, he admitted he couldn't stop smiling. He never once thought she'd find that pillow so irresistible. He panicked at the thought of burdening his beloved girl, so he tiptoed around the question and asked if it was too heavy to carry. Then, sensing his worry, she paused and told him to say what was on his mind. She couldn't shake the thought. Was he truly happy with that buy? It was already too late to bring it up, but 1,200 lire ended up costing way more than the reward they'd earned for rescuing the princess. Louise drooped her wings in worry, convinced she'd acted selfishly. But Cillier soothed her with a gentle reminder that he'd made a promise and planned to keep it. Then he grinned and laughed, playful and carefree, soaking up the fun they shared. Because his friend had his back, that young man raked in a massive sum. And now she absolutely deserves a reward for saving him with her priceless help. The pet genuinely thanked its owner for all the kindness and care. And just a few days later, everything exploded into new events. Cillier burst with joy over the job that was finally done and leaned in, asking his beloved dragon if anything at all had gone wrong. She was basically running on fumes, and the pet's owner realized it too late. Guilt hit hard for pushing her past her limits, but the reward didn't wait, so they had to scramble and play it smart. Cillier reminded Louise she could sleep in as long as she wanted, then asked if she'd make it home on her own, and with a heavy heart, she nodded. The young man swore he'd catch up, but Louise didn't buy it until he hit her with a serious promise. He slapped a proud grin on his face and praised his companion for crushing it that day. Then he braced for a smooth, boring trip, praying nothing nasty would pop up, while the young man sank into a quick, uneasy thought. Only he could understand the dragon's language, so he nodded it on, letting the beast disappear on a long journey by itself. The owner's gut twisted with a dull, uneasy dread, and the young man clung to that idea, trying to silence the fear with one thought. Nothing bad was coming. Cillier realized he could handle dragons even by himself, and he figured, maybe it was time to grab another one. The rumble of wheels yanked the traveler's focus. There, a cart crawled by with a massive dragon hauling it, wings snapping in the sunlight as another dragon waited inside. A starving baby clung to the bars of its cage, staring down passers-by with eyes full of hunger, crying out those pitiful sounds like it was screaming for food. As soon as he stepped into the dragon shop, the salesman grinned and told him, "I sold you a Ballora just recently." The guy nodded right away and shot back, "Yeah, exactly." Salius le grazio a los mercaderes por el dragón que había comprado antes, y el vendedor casi se ofendió. Decía que el agradecimiento era para él, porque al final era el comprador quien merecía la gloria. Then he asked how his winged pet was doing, and the young man brightened up, saying the dragon felt absolutely amazing. The young man leaned in, told him to calm down, and insisted. No, he wasn't bringing that dragon back. Things were going fine and they were working together smoothly, but the truth of his visit was something else. He'd come to snag a new pet. The merchant lit up for real when he heard the customer was giving his store another chance, and Salier kept the story going, admitting he just splurged on a huge, insanely expensive purchase, and now the bills were crushing him financially. He'd set his sights on snagging a dragon from them in the same price range, but the seller had to cut him down fast. There weren't any similar options in the shop at that moment. The young man rushed straight to the trading shop in person, heart racing, because honestly, what did he think he'd get by showing up? The young man said he wasn't rushing at all and told them to get in touch if they found another dragon like it. But the man just shrugged and said their client had dropped something. Seeing that scene, the merchant went completely still, stunned, baffled, and unsure what to do next, while the other guy scrambled to find the right words to ask. "What's wrong?" The merchant's eyes lit up the moment he saw the royal coat of arms painted on the scarf. Then Cillier chimed in, saying he'd saved the princess, and the future queen had showered him with a luxurious silk scarf. The worker turned to him. The seller dangled an offer in front of the buyer, and if the young man wanted it, the employee promised he'd slash the price. Then the kid pressed for answers, asking just how real his confidence was and how seriously he meant his decision. Once he clocked the employee's real plan, he sized up the situation in seconds and ran the numbers in his head. Because that deal was loaded with benefits. That guy is itching to meet someone who's right by the princess, so he hooks that customer up with a special service. The young man couldn't stop smiling as he snatched up the generous offer, then hurried straight with the seller to inspect the dazzling dragons laid out for everyone to see. He couldn't stop staring at Surush, the dragon type, and immediately peppered the seller with eager questions. Were there any of these beasts among the animals for sale? Sourushes are tiny dragons with 4 stomachs. 3 of them are just stash spots, crammed with stored stuff they never even use the right way. The more Suresh gulped down, the bigger they ballooned, bodies inflating like giant, twisted balloons into wild shapes and sizes. And when he spotted one of them, he immediately introduced himself. The dragon clocked her conversation partner as just a regular person, snapped at him, and called him a fool. Salier immediately clocked that little Suresh flatout refused to talk to anyone, and that made him laser focus on why such a kid would clamp up so stubbornly around conversation. And deep down, the beast swore this truth. No matter how she speaks, nobody will ever understand her. That sudden realization that she was actually understood hit her like lightning, surprised, curious, and desperate to know how. Then the young man leaned in and told her he could understand dragons' language ever since he was a kid. He figured he'd grab it and shot her a question. What would she say? She told him to just buy it, but then the guy pushed back, asking if she was really sure. Sirish snapped that to her. Every human being is way worse than any animal out there. Salier kicked off the talk, straight up asking the dragon what he thought. If he felt she was against the deal, he wouldn't buy her, but if she agreed, they'd walk out of here together. The girl couldn't help but press for the real reason behind his power. He admitted the real reason for his decision was the collaboration coming up with her, but he made it crystal clear. Her charm and beauty mattered more than anything. The dragon's cheeks flared with a sudden blush, and to cover her embarrassment, she snapped irritably at the incomprehensible man. Who even was he to say stuff like that? She laid down one non-negotiable rule that had to be followed no matter what. So the curious buyer shot back instantly, asking what kind of condition she meant. Her one demand was simple: keep her old name. Colette had earned that name ages before she ever hatched, still trapped inside the egg, and she made her new owner promise it. No shortcuts, no new nicknames, not a single change. He praised the name she picked like it was pure gold, said he'd keep it exactly as it was, then grinned and invited her to come home with him, while she fumed, trying to figure out how to blast her anger into words. Colette blared out that she'd go with them, but then she threw out one sharp warning: don't get carried away, because she wasn't feeling an ounce of sympathy for him. After getting permission to call her by her first name, Salyer lit up. His comrade picked the perfect name for her. It fit like a glove, spotlighting who she truly was and how striking she looked. So he leaned in and promised, "I'll count on you." Her owner smiled and invited her to head somewhere they'd keep coming back to for work. The young man strode up to Colette and demanded she go fetch a specific ore, and the dragon couldn't help but stare. She was stunning, plain and simple. Siller leaned down and told his young assistant, "Right ahead is Mount Milruth, towering and legendary for its wild, one-of-a-kind rock mix." And then he pointed out the real prize: rich deposits of Cabania, packed right here, a mineral with extraordinary properties that people hunt for because it's unbelievably beautiful. Because Cabanium's freakishly perfect in everything, selling it in the city's prince money, and the owner's betting that his companion can gobble enough of the stuff, stock it in her stomach, then deliver it straight into the city. The young man asked how she'd handle the job, and Colette grinned like it was nothing. She said she could handle it easily, while he admitted he really respected her drive and responsibility, and she brushed it off. It's pretty simple. Out of every dragon, only she could take on this job, and the young man couldn't help wondering if his buddy could pull it off solo, without his constant hovering. She flashed him a grin and swore she'd nail it perfectly, clean as a whistle, with no outside help at all. Colette leaned in and asked what it felt like to work on her own, without a mentor hovering over her. Then Celia snapped back that independence isn't as simple or easy as it looks at first. The master handed his subordinate a mission: scoop up precious ore with care, bring it straight to the city's trading shop. And the young man could only hope that this bold girl could pull it off on her own, using her true strength and skills. Colette couldn't believe it. This was the first time she had to act on her own, with no one watching over her. She tossed a rhetorical question into her logic. What if her pet ever starts slacking on his responsibilities? And worse, what if those doubts creep into his head at all? The young man didn't hold back. He said he trusted her completely and believed she could do anything. The dragon laughed and teased him, shouting, "Fool," like it couldn't believe how painfully obvious that faith was. The guy nodded warmly, fully certain his assistant was the real deal. Loyal, careful, and dependable, proven again and again. And he had no fear she'd handle the job with dignity. Colette nodded and promised her owner she'd back them up with whatever they needed. When Salyer pitched his idea to the store employees, their faces lit up with surprise, then confusion, until the owner stepped in, accepted the proposal, and decided to give cooperation a shot, praying it would actually work. Meanwhile, the subordinate swung into action, hauled the ore to the exact drop spot on her own, and nailed every promise she'd made to herself and every order the guy gave her. Once it was done, the guy solemnly escorted her straight to his house. He couldn't stop wondering if his new friend would be okay taking it easy in the garden, even if it wasn't exactly fancy. Anything was better than the cramped basement of the store, and she agreed it would feel way more comfortable. Then Colette leaned in and asked if he had any more dragons, and he pointed out Louise, who stared at this new guy with sharp curiosity, itching to know exactly who stood before her. Salyer bowed and apologized for the chaos her guest's sudden appearance caused, and the dragon snapped back that she'd already picked up a strange presence nearby. She just knew, somehow, who was standing right in front of her. The owner hurriedly bowed and apologized for the surprise visit, admitting he'd just gotten himself another dragon. Then his new friend popped into view before the old one, introduced herself with perfect formality, and somehow sparked her curiosity, right alongside a little nerves. Louise finally admitted she'd been acquired too, and together they agreed to be friends. Now they're gearing up to move in and make their new home theirs. Both pets squeezed into their assigned spot and grumbled a little at the cramped fit, but they didn't mind because it was still cozy and comfy for lounging. Then Colette teased her roommate, calling him a real sleepyhead and joking that she'd end up taking over his education. Salier knew they kept saying they were fine, but the truth was the place felt tight and cramped. So he looked at his people and made a serious promise to do better, plotting a move to roomier housing that could finally let the whole friendly crew live comfortably. While Colette kept poking Louise for sleeping in, the owner shot back that being a sleepyhead wasn't a problem at all. The dragon snapped that it meant the guy had taken her friend, knowing full well her weird little condition. Then Cyril shot back, "Yeah, and I even promised her 12 hours of sleep every single day." He also said, "If I couldn't speak to dragons, I'd never have found out she loves to sleep." And the same thing hit with Colette, so he never bothered giving her a new name either, because you could swear fate just shoved them together. The dragon perked up and admitted he'd only bought it because it was dirt cheap. And yeah, that was the whole truth. Then, out of nowhere, the company suddenly went silent and stopped. Colette locked eyes on something solid, then froze. When they questioned her, she snapped that she'd never lived anywhere and demanded they stop looking. The subordinate spun around and snapped that she was heading out to work. The guys shot her uneasy smiles, then wished her a safe trip to her face, and they both promised they'd see her again, really soon. Caught in a spiral of thoughts, she couldn't stop wondering if she'd been eyeing those mouth-watering cupcakes in the display. Then he suddenly praised Louise with real sincerity. But before anything else, he had to handle something urgent, so he told them to wait with his pet and promised he'd be back ASAP. Then he stormed off straight to the store. The moment he stepped in, a friendly salesman clocked him right away and lit up with a warm welcome. Salier practically grilled the merchant, asking if his dragon had shown up, and when he nodded yes, he revealed the exact thing she'd left behind. That guy slid up to Colette and asked her to bring her first earnings over. He said the sum wasn't huge, but he wanted to pay it off in installments. The young man also promised the dragon would keep showing up with money for the merchant, and the man finally got what was going on, but he couldn't believe it. How could anyone trust such a tough mission to his own dragon and still feel safe about it? And get this, the pet somehow finished everything all on its own, no supervision from its owner at all, so the owner practically burst with how insanely talented he was. Then the merchant chimed in, bragging that he wasn't just an amazing dragon knight. He was a great guy too, because the worker simply couldn't believe the kid would pull off the payment that fast. Most clients drag their feet for ages, and that messes everything up. Celia told him it was the absolute minimum she could ask for, thanking him for his kindness, and she even voiced her wish for a long-term deal with the merchant. Because the merchant treats the dragon so well, and that genuinely pulls at him. He said, loud and clear, that he doesn't look after animals for fun. He does it because they're a precious prize that can rake in serious money and rocket his reputation with customers. The man leaned in and asked the client, "Do you've got enough space for 2 dragons? I just bought a second one." The young man nodded and said there was still plenty of room for both, pretty much even, and admitted the salesman's judgment had been spot on. The worker leaned in and said, "In our city, there are a few rental spots built just for dragons. One barn holds 2, and the other can cram in several dozen." Then he summed it up. That's 2 places to stay total. The young man couldn't stop admiring how much the seller knew, and the seller even promised the client, "Don't worry, I'll handle it all myself." Then he leaned in and admitted there was just one tiny but. The guy was dying to know what "but" exactly meant, and the man calmly explained, because he already knew the guest would hit him with that question. And then it turned out the buildings were brand new, modern, and roomy, until this weird twist. For some reason, the dragon's flat-out refused to live there. That barn is absolutely enormous and wide open, so dragon knights practically dream of hauling their charges in there, hoping they'll finally get cozy, comfortable living. But for some reason, the dragons just wouldn't budge. They dug their heels in and refused to step inside. When the girls finally came up to the place, they traded shocked looks, because the new house actually looked pretty decent and downright inviting. The owner flat out told him that places like this almost never stay up for long, much less get bought. So he was stunned the price was so low. Salir said he wanted to hear what both pets thought about why the dragon hated this building. Maybe their instincts could sniff out the real secret. And then he pointed out his own house just up the way. The owner pointed them straight to a gigantic barn entrance and demanded they step inside. The young man, totally unaware that something felt off, leaned in and asked, curious, whether the dragons liked the room. But the moment he spoke, everything flipped. The animal stared back unhappy and jittery, clearly trapped in discomfort. His nerves hit right away when he heard his pets whining in open discontent, and the girls confirmed it, telling him both of them were clearly miserable being stuck in the new room. They swore they could smell something rotten pouring out of that spot, and the boy's face went tight, because only dragons can sense it. With a shaky voice, he asked what was causing the mess, and it turned out the stink was rising straight from the floor. He asked if that rotten smell was really crawling up from the ground, and before he could even process it, they snapped, "We're out right now." He kept pressing them, demanding answers about that foul odor, and the pets sank into gloomy silence, telling him the walls and even the air reeked of death itself, like the blood of countless dragons had been spilled here long ago, until the ground soaked in blood, suffering, and pain. The owner mumbled yes, dark as thunder, and admitted that something tragic and blood-soaked had likely happened here, so the stain lingers even years later. That's why dragons refuse to come anywhere near, sensing that lingering evil like it's still breathing. Then this young man shot straight for a wild idea. Swap out every bit of soil here, wipe the ground clean of the past's nasty remnants, and carve out a comfy home where dragons can finally live in peace. The owner ordered Colette to fetch fresh soil from the fields, and she nodded, saying she could haul it right in her belly without a sweat. Then the owner turned to Louise and told her to take a breather, because the brutal work of digging up the old earth was going to be handled by him. They slaved all day, swapping out the old soil and getting the ground just right for whoever would move in next. He wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeve and realized, way too late, that he'd been stuck on this all day. Salir asked his pets what they thought of their new home, and the dragons lit up, cozy, pleasant, clean air to breathe, and proof their work hadn't been for nothing. With a big happy grin, he said the last batch of soil pissed off the sensitive dragons, full of nasty negative energy. But because of all the hard work, the new earth is clean, and it finally gives them peace. So the owner decided, if that's how it goes, we're moving here. Louise lit up at the massive barn. It looked like a royal palace where she could sleep with zero rules. The guy then tipped his hat and said it all happened because of the girls' hard work, thanking them for everything. The owner poured out his heartfelt thanks, and he couldn't stop praising Colette. Her work and dedication had him deeply moved. To honor her loyalty and her relentless drive to build the perfect conditions for her friends, he set up a special surprise and presented it to her himself. Turns out it was a human dessert. Salir noticed her subordinates couldn't stop staring at sweets like this, so he went out of his way and ordered a huge, delicious cake just for her. And the pet was absolutely thrilled that the owner was paying her special attention. Louise blinked in shock. Colette actually had a soft spot for human food, and Louise called her out as eccentric. But Colette just shrugged and insisted she wasn't exactly thrilled by sweets, not some die-hard candy lover at all. She smiled and said their lives were hard enough, so why waste good food? Then she insisted this treat was meant for her, and she might as well enjoy every last bite herself. When Rose finally made it back to the guild, she beamed and thanked the young hero, praising him for saving her and celebrating the operation's success like a victory parade. Then, almost in a burst of curiosity, she asked if he'd snagged another dragon, and the answer hit with a clear, confident yes. The secretary couldn't believe it. 2 dragons in one haul, and she pressed Salir, asking if he was really happy where he was and if he'd joined the guild. But the kid just shrugged and said that ever since he became a vagabond, He's been trying one thing after another. Right after he left the Lindworm Guild, he finally clocked it. So many knights treated dragons like tools. Rose saw the boy hesitating to jump into any other organization, then smirked and pushed him to spill the whole situation first, teasing him with a project that sounded way too good to refuse. The girl lit up and told the young man, "Forge your own unique guild, one built on respect and real care for dragons." So both the writers and the people of the kingdom could look up to it and truly value it. The secretary leaned in and set it straight. The guild is officially recognized by the state, basically a professional union for dragon knights. Dragon knights, plus their dragons, are basically the kingdom's VIPs, so they get special privileges. And when the young man asked for an example, they told him the biggest one hits the tax department. Rose told everyone that forming a guild could slash their taxes, even cutting the tax bill tied to owning dragons. Then Salier blinked, admitting he'd never even imagined that kind of tax existed, and they shoved the whole detail to later, like it could wait. The girl kept spilling it, swearing that if the guild got stronger, the dragon's own powers would rise right alongside it. And the young man could barely take it in, stunned at what that meant for growth, power, and real influence. The secretary snapped that the bonus of strength was basically nothing, just 10% of the guild level. Then the young man's eyes went wide, begging for details, only for Rose to admit, straight-faced, that she wasn't even clear on how the whole benefit mechanism worked. She realized the power surge wasn't random at all. It came from an ancient deal between the supreme god Romancer and the Dragon King, and that pact beefed up every guild member's abilities. She didn't fully grasp how it worked, but knowing that agreement was the proof she needed, and it fueled her confidence that uniting together mattered. The boy gasped that this sounded way better than he'd imagined, then demanded to know how to set up a guild. So Rose snapped back that first they'd need a recognizable public figure, and she'd handle that part herself. Second, they'd need money for the registration, and that's where the real trouble would start. She crunched the numbers and realized forming a guild would cost a whopping 10,000 lyre. Money that would slam C. Lear straight into serious financial trouble. He slapped 10,000 Lear down on the table like he meant business, leaving the secretary totally stunned. And with a grin, he told me that the night before, through sheer luck, his loyal dragon, Colette, had spotted a stunning, priceless stone, and selling it had finally covered the fee. Celia couldn't forget. Just the other day, his assistant had hauled in a strange stone and shoved it into his hands as a gift. And now the thing had a weird, new color, nothing like the stones looked that morning when it first landed in her possession. The young man promised he'd check the stone tomorrow. Then it turned out to be pyrrolite, a rare mineral that shifts color and comes in 4 distinct shades. After hearing the mineral's full story and realizing its rare properties were the real deal, the jeweler snapped up the jewel with a killer offer, 10,000 lyre. And the owner's face lit up with genuine, happy shock. Rose counted the coins with laser focus, then grinned and declared that luck was definitely on the boy's side. So she leaned in and asked if he wanted to register right now, and he practically couldn't wait, saying he'd start the procedure immediately. After the papers were handed over, the secretary fired off a meticulous checklist. Your full name, your exact home address, the precise number of dragons, and a full, detailed rundown of every single breed. Picking the guild name was a make-or-break move for the whole crew, a way to prove they weren't like anyone else. Then the young man stared off, lost in thought, only for it to look like he'd already landed on a fresh, original name. As soon as the secretary handed over the finished papers, her eyes snapped to the official name stamped in huge letters, Dragonfast, the new guild. The young man picked the name Dragonfast, and in his mind it fit perfectly. Then the girl stood there, deadly serious, and declared that registration was over. The moment he pressed that official seal, a little girl suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Rose said these tiny magic creatures are called guild fairies, and they act like your personal ID, yours, right on the spot. Salier demanded what to do with the fairy, and they told him she'd just follow him on her own, so he could stop panicking. He also got the nagging reminder that the ferry couldn't be left to chance, so they handed him a special bag packed with everything he'd need. The secretary leaned in and said the instruments were built to read a dragon's mind with brutal accuracy, and that the guild only leveled up as fast as they used those tools at full power. The young man nodded, because he'd also heard Lindholm Guild was running the same kind of gear. Spying that worried look on his face, she leaned in and demanded to know what had shaken him so badly. Turns out Salyer was battling some serious inner turmoil over whether he even had to collar his dragons, and it weighed on him like a ton of bricks. So Rose softly told him to check out a dragon-specific store, where he could grab those collars and plenty of other accessories too. The pets practically froze when they heard the bombshell. Starting now, they'd have to rock all kinds of accessories. The owner declared he'd head to the dragon supply store for all the wild gear there, but he insisted they decide for themselves. Both dragons paused to think. Then Louise snatched a sleeping bag in an instant, and it completely stunned the young man. The shop owner grinned and told her straight up that a sleeping bag big enough for a dragon just doesn't exist, so calling it an accessory felt ridiculous. Then the girl shrugged and picked a blindfold instead. He figured he could get that accessory custom-made, but his subordinate's pick still threw him for a loop. He told her it would be a nightmare to peel off that bandage on her own, yet Louise never planned to do it. With no one arguing, the young man swung his attention to Colette and demanded what she'd pick. The pet finally tried to speak, but her voice shook, stumbling over every word, freezing up mid-sentence, and failing to explain why she chose it. Turns out she didn't want just anything. She was craving a cute little ribbon. The owner clocked Colette slipping back into full-on little girl mode, but if he said it out loud, she'd snap into tsundere mode instantly. So he secretly told his girlfriends, "We'll talk about picking out accessories tomorrow when we hit the store." After the dressmaker measured Louise's head, she snapped that she'd stitch a headband that fit perfectly, tailor-made just for her. The seamstress leaned in and asked if he was happy with the 100 lira price, and when he loved the deal, he told her to make a couple of extra copies. She nodded, promised she'd be done in a few days, and told him to wait for the finished order. Louise was practically glowing with joy. Salyer even remembered how he'd briefly dressed his pets in collars, and they wore them without the tiniest complaint, but he still didn't want them stuck in collars all the time. The dragon confessed she never figured a blindfold was truly necessary, and the young man shot back that if his friend wanted it, he had no reason to say no. Then the dragon poured out heartfelt thanks like it was the most important thing in the world. Suddenly, his guild card burst into a blazing glow, lighting up like it had a secret to unleash. The quest level jumped to 2 and the young man blurted, "Wait, what does that even mean? Can you really crank levels this fast?" The secretary sighed and said it normally took a full month because his guild was tiny, just 1 person and 2 dragons, and if they had more members, leveling would have been a lot faster. The girl double-checked, then nodded no mistakes. Salyer leaned in and asked if the level growth could be sped up. Rose said, "Yeah, some people rend dragons, turning them into temporary guild members. Then when your level climbs, you send them back." And even with all that, she looked genuinely thrilled for him. Fast Guild finally hit level 2, and Rose practically exploded with praise. "Congratulations." Fast Guild asked what changed with the upgrade, but the secretary snapped, "Hold on," claiming a super busy fairy was busy sketching something right now. "Bursel's map. She told me it's the key to pinpointing the guild's dragons, and when that glowing dot hovered near the town hall, it could only mean Louise was close. Honestly, talk about convenient." Rose zeroed in on where the second dragon was, and the guy told her it was up on Mount Nofer, so it wouldn't show up on the map. Then the secretary snapped in surprise because the young man had let the dragons roam on their own, and they can actually do that. The young man decided to prove, step by step, how to zoom in on the map to reveal Mount Milfer, because that was the whole point and it was awesome. The girl told him that once the guild level climbed, brand new, way more useful features would unlock, and she sent him off with good luck. Salyer's curiosity flared at that sudden level jump, but the girl just couldn't say why. Because she still didn't fully get how it worked, she hurried back home, and the owner greeted her with a warm congratulations. "So what's waiting for me?" she asked. The young man grinned and said he'd found something fascinating, then told her to hold on while he waited. He thrust the bag into her hands, then flashed the ribbon and told her the truth. Crafting a special accessory for Louise took forever, even though ribbons were everywhere. Colette lit up and gushed that the ribbon was lovely, and the owner nodded, saying it fit her perfectly. Yet even though she couldn't wait to tie it herself, that guy stepped in and fastened the decoration for her, nice and careful. As Salyer predicted, that ribbon looked amazing on her, and he couldn't help calling her cute. So the little pet batted at him with playful sass, saying it was obvious to everyone. Colette shot a grateful smile at the guy who backed up her words, and right then the guild card flared up again. Only this time, the level didn't budge. The young man said, "As the dragon's sympathy keeps blooming, the guild's experience grows right along with it." Staring at the map, the owner spotted it instantly. Colette was scrambling to get somewhere, even though it was already midday. Louise figured out her friend was itching to show off her hard-earned fruits the moment she could, and last night's constant puffing had freaked her out. She must have remembered how the owner praised her. Even that guy couldn't believe it. After just a little approval, the pet was grinning like she'd won. Because the dragon had just raked in a hefty pile of money, he burst into praise. Right then, the guild card flared to life alongside the ribbon, and the young man knew his hunch was spot on. Louise's sleep mask is crafted too, and she throws it on with pure delight. He hated their principles, but for this kind of job they were perfect. Because a guild with real wins builds trust fast, and now those guys have to push even harder to earn the reward. Meanwhile, Lewis fired back that it was straight up impossible. Salyer had only just formed a one-person guild, and Lewis couldn't help questioning whether that kind of setup even deserved a reward. After the Lindholm Guild snagged the award, word spread fast, and suddenly tons of seasoned candidates came begging to get in, including even B-rank Dragon Knights with more than 10 years of experience. The boy pointed out that the Dragon Knights earn ranks based on their wins, and that if they were B-rank, they had to be seriously famous. Louis even told him to have spent more time with them. But the truth is, the boy wanted nothing to do with going back. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a massive crowd and demanded to know what chaos had just unfolded. They rushed over to tell him a dragon had busted free, shaking like it was at the edge of collapse, and they warned him hunting it down was going to be brutal. Nobody had a clue where the escaped dragon had vanished to, and Salyer had never faced a runaway like this before. He wanted answers, but Louise looked like she was slipping straight into sleep. He marched straight to the mayor's office to report it. Then, out of nowhere, someone slammed into him. Turns out the monster was a dragon, eyes locked on the guy, begging for help like it might collapse any second. The dragon let out an excited roar, begging to break free because she couldn't stay there a second longer. Celia snapped to the danger of talking here, so she made the call. The dragon would tag along with him for the moment, and Louise would go too. It was Emma. Stunned, they even remembered her. Then the guy grinned and said he remembered every dragon he'd ever met, and when he looked at him, he instantly recognized him as Sume from the Lindworm Guild. This little dragon species is one of the smallest out there, but you'll find it in nearly every guild, because it fights like a monster, with rare combat skills built for non-stop, hands-on battles. The boy demanded to know why she was sprinting, and Emma snapped that she wasn't feeling right. She was begging for a break, but nobody even heard her. So she got shoved back into the grind, got hurt, and ended up failing, while the guildmaster cut in with rude, cold words. If she couldn't handle the task, then out she went, or get her working, because the unsuccessful dragon wasn't getting a free pass. Salyer told them the guild was always like that. Dragons can understand human speech, so people purposely lace it with insults just to make them swallow those words. And since the old acquaintance knew the kid was showing up at City Hall every single day, She just waited there with calm patience for him to finally arrive. As Emma begged, hard, for someone to leave her here, the young man couldn't stop wondering whether the Lindworm Guild would actually bargain if he did. Suddenly, a violent bang rattled the door and the dragon instantly knew her pursuers were here. The guy snapped her back to calm, promising that everything would be okay. Cyril begged him to trust him. No matter what went down, he was the only one who could look after the pet. Right then, Louis burst in. He figured their dragon had hidden here, and he backed it up with witnesses to prove it. Then the young man stood his ground and swore he'd fought to protect that poor creature. Right after, Louis pounded the table and demanded the fugitive be handed over at once, promising he'd deliver him straight to the guild. The new owner vowed to handle the dragon himself, and that declaration lit a fuse of outrage and bitterness in his old comrade. He also snapped back that he had zero right to hand over a pet that had already abandoned its owners, and he echoed the guildmaster's warning about forcing the dragon to work, which left his colleague reeling in pure, gut-deep shock. Salir couldn't stand the idea of the dragon crawling back to that brutal mentor, so he pushed Louis to tell the leaders that the young commander was willing to talk, while Louis just stared at the whole thing like it was some ridiculous game, and decided the smartest move was to ship the captive straight to the owners right away. He shoved his opponent back, burst through the door, and sprinted off to hunt the dragon. Louis roared at the top of his lungs that he was bringing the dragon back, then yelled for Emma to come to him. His outburst snapped him awake. She snapped to attention the second danger hit, realizing an intruder was inside and ready to put her beloved owner in danger. The girl snapped her special fusion technique on the spot, launched a crushing attack, and left the enemy blinking in shock. "What are you doing?" Solier made it clear it was only natural. Anyone would go after an intruder like that. The young man snapped his attention to the troublemaker and ordered him back to the guild master. Louis erupted, warning the kid would regret it. And before long, the master confirmed that the news had already made it to him. They told Dickie that this kid was about to take their dragon, and the other guy didn't hesitate. He swore the choice was locked in, and it crushed him to watch her get dragged into forced labor. The man said the boy hadn't budged an inch in his beliefs, and the young one shrugged like, "Say whatever you want." But the master didn't need that useless dragon anymore, not one that couldn't handle its job as a combat unit. But he made it clear, the dragon still belonged to Lindworm, and letting someone haul it off without lifting a finger would be an absolute disgrace. He leaned in, asking what ransom you'd even ask for a dragon, but the other guy shut him down fast. This wasn't about money, not at all. Dickie told him straight up, when you make a request, you'd better pick the right words and nail the right way to address them. The boy dropped his head to the floor before the master, swallowing his pride as he begged for permission. The man scoffed that he was strange, then shrugged and let him do whatever he wanted, while the owner went back to his pets. He couldn't stop wondering if Colette had come back, so Louise shot the young man a concerned question. "Are you all right?" No matter how bleak it looked, the negotiations finally worked, and Emma burst free, her long-awaited freedom in hand. The dragon erupted in a joyful cry, overwhelmed with pure gratitude and relief. The new master leaned in and asked what she planned to do next, and if she had a place to stay. Then, moved by her heartfelt gratitude and her choice to stay, he finally let the young man's decision speak for itself. From that moment on, he made a hard promise to protect her and take full charge of her safety. Out of nowhere, the three girlfriends sparked with a blinding glow, and the guy just stood there, completely stunned. A bizarre tug wouldn't leave him alone, like some unseen power was yanking him by the soul. The ring popped into existence in the young man's palm, and the girls gasped like they couldn't believe their eyes. A mysterious artifact burst out of the glowing light, and Cyril stared at his own hand in total fascination. He whipped around to the dragon and demanded what it was. The dragon answered, cold and certain. This was the secret treasure of dragons. The dragon kicked off the tail of this artifact, and it rumbled that long ago, the Lord of Dragons, helped by the King of Gods, brought it into the world, while Cyril leaned in and studied the ring. And the dragon went on that legends say the ring only shows up in the hands of someone dragons love, leaving Cyril stuck on the narrator's last line. Cyril couldn't stop wondering about him. He'd heard nothing about this guy except his name, so he leaned in and peppered the dragons with questions. The dragons barely had anything to say, only what they'd been saying all along, that when they ruled this world, he was the one wearing the crown. The dragons even claimed the king's voice could enchant any living thing, and somehow the king of the romance gods was his biggest, most devoted admirer. Cyril couldn't stop thinking about the legends, about the ancient days, about everything that came before. But the dragons clocked the artifact for the first time, and that shock hit hard, especially for the lone human standing among them. Cyril couldn't wrap his head around it. How could they spot the artifact if they'd never seen it? The dragons said it was pure instinct for them, like it lived in their bones, while the man just stared at the thing and figured it was nothing more than a plain old ring. Cyril figured that if all three dragons clocked him on instinct, then that ring had to be the real deal, pure treasure. Cyril thrust the artifact forward and held out his hand to the dragons. Then shock hit their faces as they demanded to know what it meant. Cyril shot back that since it was a dragon's treasure, it only made sense dragons kept it. Then he hesitated, wondering if Colette, say, might end up carrying it in her belly. Colette screeched in pure outrage that she'd never do it, because if she swallowed him, he'd just curse her. Cyril snapped to it. This wasn't that easy. The dragons laid out one reason after another why they couldn't grab the artifact, and when Cyril stared down at the ring, he finally understood its weight. So he nodded and insisted the ring stay with him. Cyril slid the ring onto his index finger and demanded to know what it did. Then the dragon leaned in, asking if the artifact had sparked any sensation in him yet. Cyril followed his gut and told himself nothing felt different, and that threw him for a loop. Cyril stared hard at the dragons and spotted extra scales perched above them, and the dragons shot him puzzled looks like they were begging for answers. Then it clicked in his mind, like he finally understood how the artifact worked. Rage surged through Colette, and she kept badgering him for every detail about what that man had seen. So Cyril finally decided to tell Colette the truth. Cyril shot the dragon a worried look and asked if she felt sick. Then Colette smiled and said she was completely fine, leaving Cyril stunned. Cyril told everyone the artifact was warning that Colette wasn't feeling right, and the dragons fell silent as they processed it. Then Cyril pointed out the new 2 indicators floating above the dragon's head, saying they likely showed both the physical and the mental state. Cyril told them Colette had been stuck working by herself, and yeah, she was wiped out, so he apologized for the whole mess. Colette then soothed the owner and insisted she was totally fine, but he praised her smarts and how well she worked, then snapped, "No more, don't get sick," and ordered her to rest for a full day. Cyril figured the artifact was meant to land in his hands, so he could spare the dragons from taking the full weight of it. Colette nodded with total authority, sealing the decision to rest tomorrow like it mattered more than anything. Cyril believed that artifact would stop dragons from recycling, and in his eyes, it was the perfect one for him. A few days later, Cyril sat at the table, mug in hand, taking sips when knock knock asterisk. The door ripped into the quiet. The hero's eyes widened because it was already night and he couldn't figure out who would dare come this late. Then the door swung open and the guest blurted out an apology right from the doorway for the interruption. A stranger glanced up and asked if Mr. Salyer was home. Larose stood right there, and Cyril confirmed it was him. Then the guest hurriedly apologized for showing up so late. The guest said he and Salyer weren't friends, introduced himself as Laurent Fleury, and blurted out that he had a request. Only Cyril couldn't believe it was meant for him. Laurent shrugged and said Madame Marielle had sent him. Salyer snapped with surprise when the guest brought up Marielle. His mind immediately raced to Madame Catherine and that love letter. Salyer leaned in and asked what the request was, and Laurent answered that one of the Dragon Knight guilds had been wiped out in a whole campaign. Cyril figured these campaigns are usually fought against monster hordes, because they're deadly. But if you win, the knight walks away drenched in riches and glory. Cyril figured the expeditions had perks, but they still came with losses, and he pressed the guest hard. So how bad did it get out there? Lawrence's voice broke as he told Cyril the whole first detachment was wiped out, every last man, and Cyril just stared in shock, because he hadn't heard news like that in 5 years. The guest reminded them that the guild's rules demand every adventurer writes up a will before the expedition, and Laurent immediately pushed to round up everyone for meeting after meeting. Cyril realized he might not be strong enough to step into a place that dangerous, so the guest shot back that it was no big deal, because that guild had built a second reinforced army, which was exactly why nobody was left to collect the wills. Lorna told them the mission was in the Danzig Valley, and that whoever finished the job would get 5,000 lyre. So Cyril snapped up the task, and Laurent practically couldn't thank them enough. But that still wasn't everything they were asking for. The guest told him that when Cyril sat down to write his will, he could toss out everything he found however he pleased, and our hero mulled it over for a second before replying, "Yeah, I've got it." A bit later, our heroes huddled up to plan the mission and tighten every loose end. Cyril grabbed the supplies and pored over the map. Then the dragoness pressed him about the Danzig Valley, and she laid it out straight. If you factor in the time Louise needs to sleep, the one-way trip eats up 3 whole days, right as the owner jumped in to finish her words. The dragoness wheeled toward her master and begged him to listen. So Cyril snapped his attention off the map, looked up fast, and asked what his friend had to say. The dragon grilled him about what he meant when he told her to dispose of things however she wanted, and Cyril froze, because she'd clearly overheard their talk yesterday. Cyril blinked in shock. Dragons really heard everything asterisk, and his stomach dropped as he realized they could probably hear every single move he made. He told them the battlefield was stacked like a mountain of treasure, and the dragons froze in shock since they had no clue. Cyril laid it out like it was everyday life. People march into battle in fancy armor and top gear, then strip it off the corpses and sell it for big money like that's normal. Colette just snorted, horrified, shocked anyone would do that, and the owner calmly agreed. Yeah. He went on to say he'd heard about this poor guy who got hit by the lingering magic from an item, and it nearly killed him. And every dragon just let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. The owner kept talking, saying dragons and their knights burn through ammo that costs way more than what regular warriors use. Then the dragons caught on that the customer's deal meant paying up with trophies ripped from the battlefield. And honestly, the owner hated that idea. Our heroes burst into the wild, chasing their dream through valleys, forests, and deep canyons. Then they crashed on the ground for one rough night and marched all day long. The heroes spilled into a vast valley, and Cyril blared, "We've made it. This is the Valley of Danzig." The dragons lit up at the breathtaking wilderness. They stumbled into a valley stacked with corpses, and Cyril started counting on the spot, shouting that there were 20 people and 30 dragons buried in the pile. Cyril let out a breath and grimaced at the sight. Piles of corpses, rivers of blood, and the dragons nodded right along with him. The owner turned to Colette and asked her to keep an eye out, since she could spot the enemy before anyone else. So Colette listened to her gut, checked her surroundings, and said everything felt normal, no hostility in the air, and Cyril practically lit up with relief. Cyril rattled the capsule chain in his hand and told everyone to scatter and hunt them down, because the customer insisted every single person needed those capsules, and his team nodded hard, ready to move. Colette realized this wasn't just unpleasant, it was draining, and it showed. The owner promised she could rest, but Colette swore she'd keep working too, because with nothing else to do, she couldn't just stop. Colette's dedication hit the owner right in the heart, so he thanked her. Then they jumped right back in together to finish the job. The heroes hauled in the capsules packed with wills, and Cyril scanned them and grinned. They've probably got everything. The owner nodded to Colette. Your time is here. She didn't hesitate, she snapped into action. She spun around and said, "That's it, let's go," because she wanted nothing to do with staying there a second longer. Cyril halted his comrades and snapped, "Hold up, there's still something to do. A request." The dragons blinked in shock, demanding to know what more they needed, but the owner hesitated before finally saying anything. Cyril raised the idea of burying these knights and dragons. Every dragon stared at their master and demanded, "Are you really going to bury these corpses?" Cyril nodded and said, "Leaving it like this is just too awful." Cyril scanned the valley of corpses and grimaced, saying the sight was too brutal. Then the dragon snapped with worry, and he told them not to look, but the dragon just shook its head. "That's not the point." The dragons wondered out loud if they should carve graves for their own, and the owner nodded right away. The dragoness snapped her head toward him and told him that man was downright weird, like she didn't already know it. Yet his hunger to bury the dragons was still the strangest part of all. Every dragon nodded in unison and swore the owner was downright strange. Cyril nodded, then begged him not to let anger loose, because he really didn't want to be stuck wasting time with someone like that. So the dragon cut off his apologies mid-sentence. The dragons grinned like crazy and murmured that the owner was downright strange. They said the owner was unbelievably kind, and he even got a proper thank you. Cyril stormed into the administrative building, and the administrator immediately apologized for dragging him in so suddenly. Cyril stared at the administrator's crushed, defeated face and snapped, "What happened?" Because it was weird for someone to actually write him a letter on purpose. The man finally blurted that Cyril's guild had already hit level 3, but to get there they needed at least 3 whole months of grind. Cyril finally got why they called him, and then, boom, he spotted a tiny fairy smiling right at him. The hero figured it had to be the guild fairy, yet the weird part was her non-stop giggling. He spun to the administrator and demanded why he looked so miserable. What went wrong? The administrator snapped back that nothing happened at all. This was just a guild with one knight, and somehow that single crew's productivity was so wild it even set historical records. Cyril looked totally baffled and told them this old record wasn't his story, until now. And when the administrator pressed him about why it worked, he paused, then admitted it all came down to one thing. He was just living by the principle hidden in the guild's name. Cyril kept pounding the guild principle into everyone's heads. Dragons come first. Then he basically cut it off there, saying he cared most about the dragons. Cyril shot back that once their guild hit level 3, they'd finally be able to use the utility room. Then he bolted outside and started scouting the place. He figured the guild's utility room was just another warehouse, until he saw the spell that slammed the door shut for everyone except the guild's knights and dragons, and his mind immediately sprinted to the idea of mixing it with COLLECTIBLES. Then he realized people were already whispering about how his guild was blowing up so fast. People stared at Cyril, some leaning in with curiosity, others eyeing him like a threat, and it made his stomach twist until he suddenly noticed something. A carriage sat right outside the house, and Cyril's eyes caught the girl stepping down. Before she could even catch her breath, she sprinted straight toward him. The hero's jaw dropped when a princess marched straight toward him. She practically skipped up to Cyril and told him, with a bright smile, that she'd heard everything about what he'd been doing, only for Cyril to stare in shock, because he had no clue what activities she meant. Then she leaned in and revealed the real reason she was impressed. She knew how he handled every task and how he blasted through to level 3 faster than anyone in history. With a bright, shaking grin, the princess blurted that Cyril and his guild were suddenly the knights' main obsession. Then Cyril stepped in and invited her inside. Cyril slid into the seat across from the princess, then leaned in and demanded to know what she'd brought today. The princess declared she wanted to ask the best knight for a tiny favor today. Cyril scoffed that she was praising him way too much, and she immediately erupted, screaming, "No, it's not." The princess leaned in and said she wanted Cyril to meet a dragon so special it practically buzzed with destiny. And Cyril had already said yes. Cyril figured that if the princess came to him face to face, it meant things were deadly serious, and he was convinced he could take on the dragon since he finally understood how they worked. Cyril demanded to know if he was really fit for the job, and the princess shot back that only Mr. Cyril would do. Then Cyril nodded, agreed, and swore he'd take the dragon, making the princess light up with joy. And right after that, Cyril asked her what breed the dragon was. The princess dropped the bombshell that the dragon was actually a baby phoenix, and Cyril's jaw hit the floor. Cyril blurted out, "Why am I getting a role this huge?" And the princess froze, then turned bright red, all nerves and embarrassment, while Cyril stood there completely baffled, staring at her crimson face like, "Wait, why are you reacting like this?" Cyril snapped, "No way, so you're telling me this dragon is the one they call the divine child?" And the princess answered, "Yes." The princess swallowed her nerves and admitted she just wanted to see Lord Salyr deal with that divine child. The princess told Salyr that her guild was still small, and she believed that could turn into a real boost for the future. Salyr immediately thanked the princess for caring enough to help. Cyril bowed and thanked the princess, his words ringing with sincere respect. The princess leaned in and told him she'd ridden a dragon before. The princess blinked in shock, because the dragon didn't even budge, and she felt relieved that Cyril and the dragon finally understood each other. Cyril then teased the princess, asking if it would have been smarter to ride in a carriage, and she waved it off, saying everything was perfect for her. The dragoness only added that the master should stay calmer. The dragoness leaned in and promised the master that if he wanted to wow the princess, she'd move even more carefully. And Cyril actually bought it. Cyril decided to press the princess for answers, and when he told her he'd been hunting for clues, she shot back that the phoenix line had vanished ages ago, and that there weren't any cubs left. The princess nodded to every word the hero said, and Cyril couldn't make sense of it, until she leaned in and revealed the truth. There was only one divine child left on Earth. The princess dropped a bombshell. Phoenixes don't have babies. They die, then rise again, reborn from their ashes. And Cyril just stood there, utterly stunned. The dragons barged into the conversation, bragging that they'd heard of phoenixes, and claiming they were superior to dragons because phoenixes were completely invulnerable while they lived. The princess didn't get dragons at all, but she marched up to Cyril and asked if phoenixes were awesome, and Cyril said yeah. She told him rebirth can take centuries and suggested he might have the power to help, and at last our hero finally realized what they needed. Then his mind spiraled. Would everything actually be okay? Cyril was completely stunned. He and the princess weren't even discussing live dragons. The heroes were still pounding down the road, 2 full days gone, and now those towering mountains loomed ahead like a brutal wall. At last, the heroes finally reached the place. Cyril stared at the palace and realized there was no way a carriage could ever make it there, and he couldn't hide how amazed he was. The guards cheered as they greeted the princess, and she flashed them a grateful smile, thanking them for every bit of their service. Without a second thought, the princess grabbed the guards' attention and demanded to see the divine child, right now, and the guards swore they could. Nothing had changed. With that, she yanked Cyril straight into the palace. Cyril told the deacons to hold up outside, and they nodded right away. Then the enormous, gorgeous gates swung open before the heroes. They stumbled into a gigantic hall, towering columns, stunning decor, and this eerie quiet that made Cyril's excitement spike, and he stared straight at the center, while the princess confirmed with full certainty that this divine child was exactly who they were looking for. The hero froze in awe and stared straight at the dragon skeleton. The princess told Cyril that the bones right ahead have been sitting there for hundreds of years, because everyone in her kingdom swears the phoenix will rise again, and that's why the guards never let anyone near it. Dead center in the hall, bones lay there completely still, like life had vanished for good. The princess leaned in and asked Cyril, "Do you get any of this?" And Cyril stared at the air, thinking hard. Cyril figured he'd better study the dragon's bones first, then locked in and pressed closer to the remains. Cyril stepped up, pressed his hand to the skull, but it gave him 0 answers. Then a creepy voice snapped out and called him a human child, like it knew exactly who he was. The voice kept talking, and then it hit. Those words were coming straight from his bones. It declared that, for the first time in decades, people had finally crossed into his home, and Cyril's surprise nearly knocked him off his feet. The dragon hissed that the girl reeked of royal blood, while the boy was nothing but a regular human. And when the beast started talking, the hero's jaw dropped in pure shock. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "Is the man talking to me right now?" At last, the phoenix sensed the man truly understood him. So the hero went quiet, like every word had just been swallowed. Cyril nodded with steel in his voice, saying he'd come to check on his condition and could even help people bring the dead back to life. Yet that legend still clings to the world, and the dragon was stunned. The boy blurted out in shock and wasted no time shouting for the princess. She spun around at once. She fired questions at Celia. What happened, and whether he'd figured anything out yet. Then the guy turned to the princess and straight up asked if she knew a way to bring the divine child back. She blinked in shock and blurted out, "No way, at least, that's what I know," while the dragon lurking behind her let out a mocking laugh. The divine child snapped that people forget fast, and that whether written records survive depends on the whims of whoever's in charge. Then the dragon demanded the human child come to him. He told the hero to just burn, right there. Cyril pressed him again, and the dragon snapped back that he'd been reborn from fire countless times. The hero figured those dragon bones had to be a protected state treasure, and lighting them up would bring the whole place crashing down. He grinned, brushing it off like it was nothing. Dragons don't lie, so of course he'd believe it. And then he whipped around to face the princess. He told the girl, "I'm going to try reviving him right now," and she blurted, "Is that really true?" He warned her it might crush her hopes, but he really hoped she wouldn't mind. The princess nodded, handed him the keys to everything, and he immediately bowed in gratitude. He struck a match and flames snapped to life. He hurled the match ahead, and the girl gasped and screamed his name, right as the flame burst to life, blazing over the dragon's bones and swallowing him in seconds. From the flames, something began to crawl out, and the boys froze in total shock as laughter roared from the fire. A blazing dragon burst onto the scene, laughing like it owned the sky, and told the hero it would thank that human child. The hero and the princess stared at the joyful dragon, jaws dropped, as he beamed and screamed that he'd been reborn. The dragon started to heal back up, and the hero let out a shocked groan. The dragon flashed a grin at the crowd, and the hero muttered that it was smaller than he'd imagined. So he pressed the princess again, demanding if it really was the child of God. Sitting on the ground, she trembled and repeated the same question, and when Cyril saw her shaking, he blurted out what was wrong. She swallowed hard and begged for forgiveness. The dragon barked out a laugh, bragging that it was all his fault. After 100 years, he couldn't hold back those powers anymore. The princess pressed him again, but her words jammed and stuttered. Cyril snapped in, saying the dragon simply couldn't reign in the power he'd stockpiled for a century, then teased him as a cheeky little rascal. The dragon let out another roaring laugh, then raked its clawed paw through the boy's hair like it owned the moment. The creature bragged that the hero was the very first one to ever dare call him naughty, and the princess's jaw dropped because she and Cyril were already hitting it off. The dragon demanded his name one more time, and Cyril nodded, "I'm Cyril." Then Cyril turned to it and asked, "What's your name, La Rose?" The dragon pressed him again about his name, then smirked and said, "I've got none." The hero fired back, "Is that even possible?" And the dragon burst into laughter, claiming he's the only son of God on earth, and that's why they call him that. He doesn't need a name to stand out. The hero shot back, saying this was a total hassle, then asked for permission to give him a name. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "So you're naming me?" The hero nodded, and that answer made the dragon burst into a weird laugh and shiver, while the hero just stood there, silent, watching. He couldn't hold it in. This dragon erupted into a huge, unashamed laugh, and the princess's scream ripped through the air as she yelled. "What was that?" He quickly apologized, admitting his booming voice triggered a landslide, and the hero pressed him again, demanding to know what happened. Then the hero reassured the girl that everything was okay and nothing had changed, only for her to stare back, shocked. Someone broke into frantic shouting, yelling, "Your Highness," and sprinted straight toward her, while the soldiers screamed that this place was a death trap. Right there, too, the hero's dragons were circling nearby, ready to strike. Soldiers and dragons both froze in shock when they laid eyes on God's child, And after that, the princess and the hero finally breathed out, saying, "We're okay." The hero stepped forward and started explaining. This was a child of God. Then the dragons froze in pure shock. One of them snapped, "Don't you dare forget my promise. You said you'd give him a name." The hero finally remembered, blurted out an apology, and tried to make it right. The hero couldn't believe the child of the god could be so different, and right away, Cyril demanded to know, was the dragon male or female? The dragon flashed a grin and said they had no gender, because unlike everyone else, they didn't need an inheritance at all. The hero just sat there thinking. He tossed out the name Chris and leaned toward the dragon, asking what it thought. Then the dragon grinned and approved the idea. The dragon roared with laughter again, bragging that it was awesome because he genuinely loved the name Chris, and the hero rushed in to calm him down, warning that if he kept talking, the landslides would kick back up. So Chris swallowed his pride and apologized, and then the princess called the hero and demanded to know what was going on. The hero told her he'd named the dragon, and the girl nearly burst with shock. She just kept asking over and over. Cyril panicked and wondered if he'd overstepped, but the dragon only laughed again, saying to forget it. He knew him, so there was nothing to complain about, and the hero finally got the vibe and settled his nerves. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "Are you still free?" But the hero blinked clueless, then shouted, "What do you mean?" and asked it again. A dragon leaned in and demanded a pact from Cyril, so Cyril shot back, "Yeah, but what's it about?" The dragon froze in shock, then blurted, "Cyril, are you a dragon knight?" The hero nodded still. The dragon didn't get it, so he turned and asked the girl beside him if she knew. When the girl stayed silent, the hero immediately called for the princess. Cyril leaned in and asked her what a contract between a man and a dragon even meant. She had no clue and had never heard of it. So the hero immediately snapped his fingers and called Louise, Coret, and Emma. They had zero clue either. Chris never saw it coming. The dragon snapped that in just a few centuries, the whole idea of a contract between a dragon and a man would be gone. Then the hero shot back. So what did that contract even mean? The dragon let out a sly chuckle, said, "Seeing is better than talking," and demanded some blood. So the guy pushed for answers again. He pricked his finger and demanded, "Is this enough?" One drop shot into the air, and the dragon grinned, saying that's how his magic works. A glowing drop floated in midair, and the boy couldn't take his eyes off it. The drop slammed into him, and a fierce light ignited across his body as the dragon materialized nearby, growling that if someone ties themselves to its contract, they can tap into a piece of its power. The dragon told her it was all about fire control, then dared her to light herself. Right then flames burst out, and the princess shrieked, "What are we doing?" The hero soothed her, promising everything was okay, and when the flames didn't burn him at all, he realized it. He'd learned how to control fire. The dragon roared out another laugh, bragging that only his iron power was truly one of a kind. Then the hero caught on and thanked him. Chris shot back that the feeling was mutual, and thanked the hero for the name. The princess watched from the shadows, gaped at how wild and unexpected the hero was, and then made her decision. She called out to Mr. Cyril, begging him for a favor, and then dropped the bomb. She wanted to invest in his guild. He blurted, "Are you serious? And is this real?" Because he couldn't even wrap his mind around the idea that some member of the royal family would dare to sink money into his guild. The girl begged him and he flashed a smile, then paused like, "Shouldn't I be the one asking?" He nodded and gave his consent, accepting her offer on the spot, and the girl burst with pure joy. She let out a piercing scream, then shouted her thanks right after. The hero stood beside Chris with Louise, Coret, and Emma nearby, and he told them, everything that went down in that temple was wild, but from what he understood, he could reach 3 more dragons at last. Chris nodded, confirming every word. Chris basically dared the hero to ask anything at all, anything, and insisted he'd answer every single question, just because he's Chris. And the others immediately reacted to that claim. One dragon blurts out that Chris is the kind of guy who has to stand out, and the second one nods like, "Yep, that's exactly him." At first, the guys couldn't wrap their heads around the new hero, But now they're finally clicking and getting along great. The hero figured Chris wasn't such a bad guy, because Chris was bragging that he could contact any dragon whenever he wanted. Then Chris said the number rides on how many free spots the hero still has, and the hero shot back, "What does that even mean?" Chris broke it down in plain words. The hero can jot a certain number of words on paper, that's the whole deal. The hero looked like it clicked, but at the same time it felt like it didn't. The hero said this gave him a shot. Maybe only one more dragon could be reached, and he leaned in asking Chris if he could stretch that limit. Chris told him, "Don't worry about it." He said the hero was getting bigger, so it could happen, and the hero asked Chris if he was growing too. Then Chris just laughed, claiming he'd never age because he's immortal. The dragon burst into another wicked laugh, calling himself the perfect creature, and the dragon girl snapped back that if he wanted respect, he'd better grow up fast. Chris leaned in and demanded Korit repeat herself, then shot, "Should I even grow up?" And Korit snapped back in indignation, furious that he'd bother her at all. He burst into laughter, telling her she couldn't keep secrets from him since he sees everything. Then he acted like he already knew she was a tsundere, right when Korit yanked back, lunged, and sank her teeth into his neck. Chris snapped, demanding to know what she was doing. Korit fired back that he'd asked for it himself. The hero watched them and teased the guys about how friendly they were, then spun to Louise and Emma like, "You guys are just so friendly." Both ladies admitted it was tricky, but totally fair. Chris's hero called and asked how much space he had. Then Chris snapped back, "Prep a glass of water," and the hero agreed. He'd already readied the water, then stepped before the glass. When the dragon ordered him, he clutched it with his hands, shut his eyes, and pictured it in his mind. He tells you to picture the hero alone in a dead silent, empty room, and then watch him flood that whole space with water. Then he told himself to picture the room swelling bigger and bigger. Right as the water in the hero's glass started to bubble, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He blurted, "What happened?" As the hero yanked back in shock and Chris just laughed behind him, eyes glued on everything. Chris swore he wasn't seeing things, that the hero was exactly who he'd hoped for, the best vessel he'd ever laid eyes on. He declared that the hero can now strike contracts with so many girls that they'll all pack the Imperial Square, and the hero snapped back, calling it a terrible example, until he admitted, "If we've got that much space, then it's actually fine," and the others cheered. The hero froze at the sheer amount, stunned, and demanded, "Is this really mine?" And Chris just nodded, saying, "Yep, it's yours." Last time Cyril used his power, he was already walking out when he cornered Chris and started bragging about dragon contracts. So Cyril snapped and asked Colette what happened, and she insisted nothing, while Chris just laughed and went, "This is a real woman's heart," telling her not to blab anything unnecessary. Chris asked the hero if he got it. Then the hero asked again, so Chris repeated Korit's words. It wasn't strange, it was unnecessary. The hero laughed and Korit snapped him again, yanking a fresh apology out of him. When it was over, he finally admitted, "That one hurt." Cyril shot back that he couldn't say a word until he felt it for himself, and the dragon behind him was drenched. So drenched it clocked the floor was soaked too. Then Hyrule turned to Louise and asked if they should kick things off with her, and Louise nodded. Chris jumped in right after, saying they should spill blood, and they did. Under Cyril and Louise's feet, something shifted, so the hero demanded, "What is that?" Louise felt a weird, tickling scratch crawl under her throat, and when Cyril asked, "Does it hurt?" she shot back, "No." Suddenly, both of them locked eyes and realized something was seriously off. Louise blurted that the hero is next level, way cooler than usual, like some kind of god. The hero demanded, "Are you really serious?" And Chris snapped, "The contract is sealed." In that moment, the hero started absorbing new truths. Then Louise caught on. This was the very contract. The hero even admitted he finally understood what abilities Louise had, and when Chris asked what they were, the hero shot back, "Don't you already know?" Chris just shrugged, saying it all depended on the contract. Chris broke it down. Some skills are for everyone, and some are made for the person. And when the hero finally clicked, He turned to say Louise's individual skills meant he'd find out right now. The hero dropped to the ground, shut his eyes, and bowed his head like it was over. Then snapped back up in a heartbeat, sighed, and Corit nearly froze in shock. She demanded to know if he'd really fallen asleep for just a single second. She said it looked exactly like Louise, and the hero burst out laughing, insisting he hadn't just told someone to look. Chris was stunned. He checked his finger, gone, healed over clean, and Cyril shrugged that sleep probably did it, faster than it ever usually does, and Chris practically lit up like, "So this magic isn't bad at all." The hero beamed and thanked Louise, and she burst out laughing, saying she was thrilled. Then he swung the conversation to Emma. They signed yet another contract, and Emma flashed a satisfied smile. Then the hero leaned in and asked what was wrong. She brushed it off. Nothing. But when he started to shine again, it was obvious. That was her goodbye. Chris was stunned when combat abilities finally landed in his hands. Then he let the hero test them on himself, right after asking, "You're really sure you can handle it?" Chris swore it wouldn't touch him at all. Then the hero jerked his palm into view, cracked a spell with his voice, and told him plainly, "Yeah, then I won't hold back." He blasted the dragon with magic, and when the fireball erupted, Corit's jaw dropped in shock. The hero stared at his fresh new skill like it was pure treasure, calling it unbelievably convenient. Emma then leaned in, asking if he'd really use it, and he grinned. Of course. Cyril spun toward Chris to ask how he was doing, but Chris only laughed it off. The dragon bragged that he was doing great and told Corit to keep going, but Corit only stared back, keeping to her side. Chris leaned in and asked what kind of expression she had, and she answered, "Fire is for him." Then the hero glanced at his own hand and explained this skill is called a fire bullet with 9 fingers. Yet he couldn't figure out why the name had to be exactly 9. He cracked out magic again, and the hero let out a quiet chuckle, insisting he couldn't. So he asked what was wrong. Then Chris pointed straight to the thumb of his right hand. The dragon told him that the human right thumb is the symbol of raw power, then demanded, "Did you never notice how every ruler wears a ring on their first finger?" The hero admitted he didn't know. He'd never met any of them. The dragon drove the point home. That ring meant a deal was sealed, and the hero finally got it. The hero begged Colette to jump in, and when she nodded yes, she promised they'd start right away. Then they spilled blood. The magic circle flared back to life, and the dragon demanded, "How are you holding up?" And the hero shot back, "Everything worked out." Chris just figured out the brutal truth. No matter how much he ate, it all became energy and got stored somewhere else in his body, so he wouldn't gain a single ounce of fat. The more he stuffed himself, the more he could save and use. Whipping around to Corit, he told her skill would be perfect for the campaigns and thanked her. Then she just laughed, totally unfazed, saying it wasn't a big deal at all. Chris burst into laughter again and leaned in, telling the hero he was lucky, and Larose turned toward him. Chris burst into the contract details. One tiny slip from the hero and he'd balloon up like Corit the dragon, and that terrifying thought froze everyone in place. Cora lunged at him again and sank her teeth into his neck, and he screamed that it hurt, while the hero yelled to Chris like it served him right. The very next day, 2 people sat down at the table like their lives were about to change. The guy sitting right in front of the hero leaned in, smiled, and said, "I'm Sebastian Bernard," like it was the most important name in the world. Cyril introduced himself, Cyril Larose, to the man, and the guy lit up and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Cyril knew he'd handled plenty of jobs before, but he wasn't used to being treated like this. Then the man in front of him plunged his hand into his pocket. They shoved a letter into his hands and told him it was an invitation from Morniel. So he stared at the name, repeated it under his breath, and tore into the envelope. He spotted Lady Katrina's name popping up again, and his heart said, "Go thank her." So he told Sebastian, "You're right," and then pressed him for what was going on. The man admitted it was tough to say, but he wondered if the hero could get Dacitai. And the hero shot back with the very same words. The man drove the point home, demanding 1 cocotte with 100 pieces and firing back a question, could it be done? The hero froze for a beat, unwilling to rush his answer. Chris burst out laughing, saying this sounded wild, and that they'd take the task. Then Cyril called Chris, and as Sebastian turned around, he froze in pure shock. The hero blurted out, demanding why the dragon was suddenly bursting into laughter. But the dragon kept going without answering. The man blurted an apology in shock, realizing it was the hero's dragon. Laros froze, then apologized too. He snapped back to Chris, asking what was wrong with him, and Chris said, "Why not? I know where the day site is, so I can show you." The hero went wide-eyed, stunned. Then Cyril spun back to Sebastian and said, "All right, then we'll take the job." Sebastian lit up with relief and thanked him like he'd just been saved. He praised the hero for stepping up and handling it. But the guy totally didn't get a single word he said. A little while later, Kodo snapped, wondering why Chris had to tag along, and the dragon burst into laughter, asking Koret if she wanted to go off with the hero by herself, only for Koret to rage and get mad. The hero snapped his gaze to the dragon and asked Chris if he could uncover what kind of day side it was, and the dragon just chuckled like it was thinking hard. He swore it was just jewelry, but everyone hated it, because every time someone tried to grab it, trouble instantly hunted them down. That's when the hero clocked why it was so ridiculously expensive, and Chris backed him up. Chris swore Dacitai is born when moonlight hits it. Then it explodes into dazzling sparkle, so people call it the very core of the night dragon, and the hero agreed. It has to be beautiful. The hero clenched his memories and demanded to know why the dragons were being treated like that. Chris smirked and said they just misjudged them too hard, and the hero let out a thoughtful chuckle, then pressed again. "So where's the evidence, huh? Because you haven't shown me a thing." Chris burst out laughing, and the hero whipped around, staring at him like, "What's so funny?" The hero stared ahead in shock, but Chris snapped, "It's a volcano," only for the hero to already know exactly that. Chris insisted he finally remembered. This volcano was called Tamed, but the hero shot back in outrage, demanding Chris wasn't even talking about the same thing. Chris snapped at Cyril to look closer, because the day site was hiding inside those stones. The hero froze, stared, and then Chris demanded, "Come on, can't you see it?" He finally caught it, bent down, and Chris immediately pressed, "So what are you going to do?" Chris burst into laughter, saying only a hero could understand. Then the truth hit the hero. His contracts were the reason, and suddenly everything clicked. The job had been handed to him for a specific reason. He turned to Chris and asked, "Can I jump into the lava?" Chris confirmed it, then joked that he might climb in naked and make it feel like hot springs, until the hero snapped that he'd hold back. Koret called out to him, worrying that it might be dangerous, and asked if he was truly okay with it. Then the hero brushed it off, said everything was fine, and called Chris to make it clear he wouldn't betray him. Koret just smirked, and the hero crumpled to the ground. The hero trudged knee-deep into the lava and insisted it didn't burn him at all, while the dragons hovered overhead, just waiting. Chris cheered for the hero and told him he was proud of his friend. Then the hero spun around and demanded, "Didn't you say before that it'd be easy?" Chris admitted it anyway, calling him brave, and the hero nodded, crouched, and plunged his hand straight into the lava. With one stone in hand, Cyril stared at it and swore it felt like he was yanking it straight out of the mud, like his strength could barely drag it free. 100 pieces. No big deal now, he snapped. Then Koret burst out, shouting for him to hurry back fast because they were getting hot. Collecting more stones, the hero snapped that, "Here are 2,000 liars. He's changed a ton in just the last few days," and Reese shot back, "That's just how the world of men works." The dragon said, "If you want power and glory, then hard work starts meaning something else. This is just how life goes." And the hero grinned, thanking him for those words. Around the table, everyone's chatting, and then one guy leans in and asks, "Have you heard about the guild?" The other guy nods, says he's heard of Dragon Faust too, and just groans that he's already sick of everyone claiming their business is going uphill. They swore it felt like they were smuggling secrets, past a room full of nosy eyes. One of them snapped, "So you really know what you're claiming, that the queen is taking you on as her own patron?" And the room went cold. They called the whole thing out as arrogant upstarts, insisting, "You're lucky, so good luck guessing what that really means." He pushes himself up from the table, still rattled by all the guild gossip still buzzing in his ears. Later on, Cyril finally pulled it off, snagging the stones at the end of it. Now he sits right across from the tavern man. The kid introduced himself as Six, but he said it so weirdly that the hero instantly clocked it. Yeah, that wasn't his real name. The hero snapped, "What do you want with me?" Six leaned in and told Cyril, "You've got a job, deliver what we're sending." The hero frowned and pressed him again. Six swore the price would be 30,000 lyre, and the hero blurted out in pure shock the moment he heard that number. The hero figured hauling people was usually the easiest gig, until he saw that mind-blowing paycheck and knew it had to be trouble. He swallowed hard, hesitated, and demanded what he'd be moving, but Six just snapped back that he couldn't reveal a thing. Sink pushed the hero to grab the thing and haul it to a specific spot, but the hero hated that Sink was sneaking around and keeping the contents secret. The hero felt danger crawling in the air, but it only sparked deeper curiosity. Then Chris burst into loud laughter once more. He insisted he was here in person. Then the guest shuddered, and the hero snapped that Chris was at it again, just like always. Chris told him the conversations here were too interesting to miss, and begged the hero to bring him along too. The hero grinned and agreed, saying the task sounded genuinely exciting. Then Chris shot back, "Relax, I'll handle the rest. I mean, no one can resist me." The hero eyed him skeptically and Chris just laughed. "You don't even trust me? Fine then, listen." Chris, glaring like a nightmare, snapped at the guest to spill what he was hiding right there. So Sink froze, then toppled to the floor, trembling like crazy, and the hero rushed in with a shout to him. Cyril demanded answers from the dragon, and the creature finally confessed. Yeah, he'd squeezed him a bit, but now he'd spill every detail, and the hero wasn't buying it for a second. The trembling guest froze in fear and clammed up, but the hero shoved him to finally spill the truth. What was inside that cargo? Sink swallowed hard and admitted it was Dragon Terran scents. And for Chris, it wasn't just a clue, it was pure nostalgia. Chris swore one perfume could knock you out, and if you held it to the flames, it would summon wild hallucinations. So Cyril snapped to attention and decided that's how you slipped straight into a dream. The dragon insisted he never lays a hand on anyone, but the king of people still banned these spirits. The hero clocked that this mission was classified, and the guest nodded like, "Yep, you've got it." Cyril pressed the dragon for the real reason they were banned. Surely if they weren't hurting anyone, what was the issue? The dragon admitted Cyril was right, then crushed the hope with the truth. Their numbers had tanked, all because their bodies got pulled into some other reality, and when the hero understood that, he realized there was nothing he could do. Chris said it might be a little too far to slam this ban down, but man, there are a ton of people who desperately need it. The hero demanded, "Who could it be?" And the dragon snapped back that he had a case ready: Starkey, the one who'd lost his wife, the one whose heart still hurt like hell, and the hero finally understood. He figured it just wasn't worth forcing everyone into the same tight rules, because people aren't carbon copies. The dragon cackled, and the hero hit call 6, declaring he'd take this job on, while the guest looked like he wanted to vanish on the spot. 6 shot out his hand, told him to head straight to the spot marked on the map, because that's where the delivery he'd be hauling was waiting. A little while later, still perched on the wheeze, the hero leaned in and said, "We're here." They asked, "Is this Fort Nirko?" And the answer came back a solid yes. Then they said they'd take the spirits here, and right after that they spotted tons of people posted up on the ramparts. The dragons and the hero closed in on the man, and he demanded, "Who are you?" The hero thrust something into his hands and demanded he take it, and once the guy saw it, turns out it was a guild card. He called them Dragon Faust and waved them straight through the gate. They stormed inside, and the moment they did, dragons closed in like a living wall, because none of them had any idea who the newcomer even was. One of the guys cornered the hero and demanded, "Are you the guild master?" The man snapped into apology, said he'd only heard the basics, and told him to show his power. Then the hero shot back, "Should I do it, even if you're the ones asking?" The man said he'd seen rumor after rumor blow up, and every single one of them turned out to be completely false. Lewis shouted for the hero, and just like that, he pulled out his contract with Emma and started using it. He snapped his will into shape, forged fire into bullets, and blasted them straight at his enemies. People clicked their tongues and spit out complaints as the armband man fawns over the hero, praising him like he's truly the good one. The hero let out a heavy sigh and asked if the man was finally satisfied. Then the guy smirked and said he'd seen it with his own eyes, before telling the hero they could leave now. Chris burst into laughter behind him, and the hero snapped around. Then the dragon shrugged and bragged that he'd figured it out, because he'd burned through every last coin in his savings, and the hero leaned in to ask if he finally got it. The hero admitted he'd already burned through 30% of his energy, and yeah, thanks to the contract with Colette he could refill, but it still wasn't cutting it. Louise immediately asked if he was okay, and he shot back that he was. The hero promised that what's happening right now will come back later, and hand him the perfect advantage. Chris said it was a great ending, yet those annoying looks have been killing the vibe lately, and the other dragons agreed, even if they're the ones who have been calling them out like they mean it. Chris jolted and flinched so hard it freaked everyone out. Then the hero, Chris, just burst into laughter. The dragon told the hero, "Don't get mad, I was just messing around," and the hero thanked him. Then the dragon insisted, "Why be angry? We're comrades." The bandaged man spun around and stammered to the hero that he'd never in his life heard of someone with a beast like that. Then the hero let out a heavy sigh as it hit him. The hero demanded to know where the cargo was, or whether it hadn't arrived yet. Then the man clicked his tongue, sighed, and agreed. The blindfolded man snapped his words toward the crowd behind him, and they stumbled over their answers, while the dragons just couldn't grasp why everything had come to a halt. Chris said the man finally got it. He couldn't control them, so he decided it was smarter to back off and never start a fight. And last snap to it, those men weren't scared of her, they were terrified of the hero, and that was the right answer. One of them hustled over, called the boss while carrying a box, and then they dumped box after box onto the ground. The man told the hero to hand it over to Jeeg and Manu, because they'd pay him for the job. Then he paused and said there was one more thing. He added that Manu has an outer wall where everything gets inspected. No backup. The hero has to handle that mess alone. The hero finally saw the whole picture, and it all clicked at once. Emma snapped, asking what would happen if those spirits were ever uncovered, like they'd be done for. Corrid leaned in and demanded what the check even was. Emma answered that it usually happens in big cities, where the procedure gets carried out right at the border. The hero praised her for her knowledge, and she smiled and said it came from real experience in Rinterm. Then the hero just fell silent, thinking it all through. The hero warned them to stay hidden so they wouldn't drag trouble in. So they vanished, masked everything, and kept collecting for their stomach, and Louise said, "In this exact state, people will understand us in seconds." The hero said he already thinks they've figured it out, and that got Currit leaning in hard, hungry to see what they'd do next. The hero let out a quiet chuckle, and the river seemed to stir, like it was remembering something with him. Colette, the hero, called out, told her he had a request, and begged her to lend him a hand. Colette rolled into Minovo for an intense city inspection. He said he needed her. The dragon in front of them nodded in agreement, and it roared for them to stop. The guard grilled him, asking if the dragon hero was a knight, and he nodded, agreeing with a grin. Then he said his name, Cyril. Right after that, La Rose from the Dragon Faust Guild stepped in and handed over the documents. The guard jabbed his finger straight at the dragons. He jabbed at Colette and blurted that Mushu Fushu looked weird, then immediately demanded what in the world was sitting inside her stomach. The hero hesitated, then shrugged it off as nothing special. But the knight snapped back that the choice was theirs, so the hero asked if everything had to be shown, and the knight said, "Of course," before the hero let out a heavy sigh and started stroking the dragon. The hero nodded and shot the order to Colette. Then she grimly emptied her stomach, and everyone gasped, demanding to know what on earth she just spit out. Everyone stared, stunned, as the hero shouted that water was a must-have for any journey, and the knight blurted back, wide-eyed, why they needed so much of it. The hero snapped that he was done, demanded to know if they could finally be freed, then jabbed at the gate and urged them to hurry inside. They all stepped inside together, and Emma couldn't believe how effortlessly they slipped past the inspection. The hero shrugged and said, "Of course, it can't always be used." They drained every last drop of water, yet something still clung inside her, that cursed incense of dragon tears. The hero snapped that it was time to hunt down Giga, and this place was way louder than Bursel. Welcome to Minovo City. Emma claimed the whole city was built by the guild master himself, and when the hero heard that, curiosity lit him up like a spark. Even the hero dreamed of building a city for dragons, and he drove forward without slowing down. Louise snapped at the hero to look straight ahead, and when he checked the sign, he realized it was exactly the same. He made up his mind to break in, and then he stepped right inside the building. The moment they stepped in, someone snapped, "Who are you?" Cyril introduced himself and straight up asked the man, "Are you Giga?" The second the name landed, the man got it, fired back about the goods, and Cyril snapped his orders to Colette. The dragon snapped the boxes of goods out right away, and the hero leaned in, asking if the man would check everything. He swore he would. Then he cracked open each box and scrutinized every last thing. The man flashed a confident smile, waved his hand, and ordered his charges to haul the boxes away. Everything was fine. At least that's what he claimed. He shoved the box right in front of the hero and called it the promised reward. Then the hero snapped an order, "Colette," and she gulped down the box. The man leaned over and asked Cyril if he'd count, and Cyril snapped back, "Nope. If it's not enough, I'm not taking the next job." The man let out a heavy sigh, and without a second thought, they tore out of the building. Louise stared in disbelief at how easily they snagged 30,000 lyre, and the hero mulled it over. Then he shrugged, saying the dragon's tears only fetch that kind of money because it's all meant to cover the transport. He said he figured the guys who worked right alongside them were probably raking in even more money, so he decided to dig into it. And Emma went wide-eyed at his words while Chris broke into laughter. The dragon blinked in shock, staring at the huge space like, "Seriously? Dragons fit here?" She yawned anyway, and the hero grinned back, saying the city was massive for a reason. Emma told the dragon about the incense, and she couldn't believe it. So many merchants were hunting for it, all at once. The hero nodded along, because if you can get it into the city, you can bend the rules and do whatever you want. Emma warned it was a forbidden product. Then Colette shot the hero a quick question. Was it really okay to make money off it? He smiled and said, "Sure. The ban only helps the authorities. If there are people who genuinely need it, I want it delivered." Colette nodded, fully getting him. She told him, "If you're okay, then I'm not worried either." And honestly, she didn't care about what anyone else thought. The hero nodded along, but frustration still simmered. Why wouldn't they tell him how to make it already? Colette admitted it wasn't that simple. Chris just laughed and told his buddy, "Don't stress." Chris flashed a grin and the hero leaned in, asking if he truly knew the recipe. The dragon snapped back in a heartbeat that yes, he did. The hero bragged that he knew everything, then went ahead and guessed, right on the money. The dragon told him that when the incense first starts, dragon tears get a secret name, camouflage. The hero pressed for the truth, so it has nothing to do with the dragon's tear, and the dragon snapped back, "Yes, it does." Then it leaned in and warned him. It was still tied to the dragon, but the materials, not exactly special. The dragon snarled that the Garian fruit was the only key they needed, and the hero shot back, asking again. They told him he'd find it at any normal fruit and veggie shop, and that selling it would be a total breeze. So the hero nodded, understood the plan, and said he'd go check it out right away. Later, down at the market, the seller shoved an Agarian fruit into his hands, and it shocked him, not just because it looked weird, but because the shape was honestly fascinating. The seller told him this fruit is also called a cow's horn, and you're only allowed to eat what's inside. So the herald nodded, then demanded she hand over every last bit that was in there. When the girl saw how much he grabbed on his first try, she couldn't hide her shock, but he still smiled and thanked her the second they shoved the bag into his hands. The hero burst back home, swore to the dragons he'd bought everything, and Chris nodded like, "Yep, this is it." Chris told Louise to keep sleeping. Then he rushed to call Emma and Colette and ordered them to dig into it, only for them to be totally stunned. The hero fired the question, "So everything edible is what's inside?" And the dragons snapped back that only people eat that way, like Chris had told them. How they swallow to keep it all in the first stomach, with Colette right there too. The hero turned to Chris and asked, "What about you?" Chris grinned and said he didn't need food. He didn't even have a digestive system. Colette shot him a smug smirk, calling him useless, and Chris just laughed back, "Don't be sarcastic." The hero leaned in and demanded what came next, and they told him, dead serious, he had to wait a whole month. Emma's eyes practically popped. Then he shot another question. "So this is how the dragon tears incense gets made." Chris stared at the fruit, hunting for any lurking thorns, and for the gritty stomach film that had to seal everything up, so even that garrison wouldn't let a single thorn pierce through. The hero let out a thoughtful chuckle and asked, "So it's like pearls?" Chris grinned and said, "Yeah, only these ones grow inside the stomach, and when they come out, you get dragon tear incense." At last the hero cracked it all open, then pushed the question again. "Tell me, is it really that easy?" Chris flashed a grin, begging him not to get the wrong idea, and the hero snapped, "Why?" Only for the dragon to smirk and say it might be easier than the hero thinks. He claimed that other dragons can't talk like theirs do, because, in his mind, they demand their dragons be stuffed inside the stomachs of the Garians for an entire month. Cyril hadn't really given it a thought. Chris just told him it was tough for everyone except the hero, and the hero got it all too well. So he went straight to Emma and Colette, begging their forgiveness. He said keeping fruit in your stomach all the time was probably brutal. Emma burst out laughing, saying it wasn't that easy, and Colette smiled as she asked who he thought she was. Then they both decided they'd pull it off in no time. The hero blinked in shock, then thanked them, because everyone knows exactly how that method is made. He said it'd probably feel weird to grab Gary in the middle of all that time, and Chris just shrugged and said it was possible. The hero figured it'd be cool if he could make these for himself, and when Chris laughed, he couldn't believe it. Turns out he wasn't just a knight at all. Chris figured out Cyril could trade, and the hero's jaw dropped. Then the dragon burst into laughter and said it was all so simple. He asked the hero if he realizes that every stage, grabbing materials, then pushing sails, gets handled by different people. The hero nodded, understood it meant that in his situation, he'd do every single thing. Chris confirmed. Chris said buying from other companies barely pays off, because they jack up the prices and you end up trapped depending on them. So the hero nodded, realizing Chris was right, and sweating over one scary thing. If the bar didn't have alcohol, they'd be in serious trouble. Emma told him, "Sure, you can grow it yourself," but she warned, "Just don't let anyone catch sight of it." The hero nodded and said, "If I step in, I'll do it quietly." Still, Colette insisted they needed a place to hide it, so the hero's mind raced. How on earth could they keep it hidden, and could he actually manage it? He told her, "I can't do it myself," then leaned in and said, "But my buddy can." Minerva woke up, and the very next day, boom, Dragon Bazaar was happening again. The hero burst into the building and told the man he was hunting for a specific kind of gargoyle, then demanded to know if they had one. The man yanked him outside and demanded he follow, and then, there it was, someone sprawled lifeless on the ground. Cyril strode up to the dragon, bowed his head, and introduced himself like he meant business. He warned the dragon, "You might catch me off guard," and the hero shrugged, because he spoke their language and was ready to chat. The dragon spoke, and Cyril's heart was still racing from his recent quest win, because he'd finally learned that dragon tear incense was made from Garian. And now he was scrambling to boost the fruit supply, face to face with the dragon. The hero's cheeks burned when he confessed to the dragon that he barely talked, and the dragon simply confirmed, "I don't like to talk either." The hero had always thought he was just a quiet little kid, but that moment mattered most, because the dragon truly understood him. He marched up to the dragon, declared he wanted to take him, and straight up demanded the dragon's opinion on it. The dragon just shrugged and told him to do whatever he wanted. Then, a little later, the hero strode ahead, declared they needed to name the dragon, and fired back, "What do you want?" But the dragon just stayed stone silent. Cyril shot back, asking if the dragon could hear him, and the dragon figured it wasn't talking to the hero still. He heard it loud and clear. Then the hero remembered the one rule they always follow. They never hand out names. The hero couldn't care what name the dragon wore. He just didn't see it mattering. He pitched the name Yui, and the dragon instantly nodded in agreement. Bit by bit, the hero finally got him. Short answer, no warmth, but definitely not a dismissal. He told Yui he was glad to meet him, then suddenly remembered something. The hero claimed he'd heard your kind had wild, interesting skills and begged you to tell him. So Yui had to struggle to explain it. Yui said there were two types, and the hero pressed her to explain the first. Then she snapped. It latches onto someone, and when they leave, it vanishes with them. The hero blinked in shock, practically gushing that invisibility was awesome. Then Yui chimed in. If you make a sound, you can hear it, but you won't see anything until you touch it. The hero had it all figured out, then fired off one last question, turning to the dragon and asking anyway, because the dragon warned him that it can shift how clearly his surroundings appear. The hero still didn't get it, stammered that he had no clue, and begged the dragon to prove it with a real example. Then the dragon simply shrugged, like it didn't bother him at all. As Cyril crept up to the house, he yelled that his friends were inside and promised to bring them out. Then the door opened, and they greeted him like they'd been waiting. Louise shot him a look, stunned, like, "Wait, aren't you supposed to bring in a whole new guy?" The hero snapped in shock, realizing, right then, those dragons finally spotted him. Emma shot an apology, admitting they never even noticed. Then the hero leaned in, wondering if it was simply because everything was so big. Chris burst out laughing and said it was all a lie. Those three were the only ones who ever saw him. The hero swept Yui in and introduced everyone to each other. Boom, all eyes on her. So the hero told Yui to prove her skill in front of him, and he realized she'd already blown him away. Chris snapped, reminding him, "Those three already claimed they only saw me." The hero shot back, "So this is just another one of your tricks?" And he confirmed it straight up. It flipped how people saw him, not the same way, but in a brand new, jaw-dropping one. The hero kept pushing, hammering the same idea about perception, then demanded, "So if something's lying on the road, I can make it vanish from sight." And the dragon confirmed it. Chris called out to the hero, and the moment he heard the news, he lit up. Turns out this ability lets them hide the field. Chris said making a contract with him would be super interesting. And then the hero turned to Yui and asked if he could talk to him about it. He started laying out the contract, but the dragon cut in mid-sentence and blasted his full consent. The hero blinked in shock, demanding, "Do I really need an explanation?" Because he knew nothing at all, yet the dragon just replied that he didn't hate him. He said the guys totally grabbed his attention too, and the hero shot back, thanking him right then and there. They sealed a contract. Then Louise shot straight back with, "So what's this new ability you've got?" That power would flip his whole world, and he could barely wait to unleash it. Chris even pushed him to try it, asking if he wanted to reshape his appearance, and the hero hit him back with another question. He decided to put it to the test, then he touched himself. He snapped into a dragon form and demanded, "Do I look like a bastard now?" He couldn't figure out why Chris was laughing yet. But when he said this power answers to the vision of the other dragons, the Dragon King included, he sounded like he'd finally found his perfect match. The hero went stone still, then leaned in and demanded, "Tell me, was that true?" A few days later, inside Bursel's office, the hero leaned forward and declared he was ready to build yet another base. She froze in shock when he casually told her his guild had exploded in size. The hero shrugged and said it wasn't much. Now that Chris was with them, there were 5 of them inside the city, and the girl immediately agreed. It felt way too cramped. Yeah, on paper it sounds one way, But deep down, he's hunting for a big, open territory for the Garians, and the girl flat out warned him it won't come cheap, then shot back. Can you handle that? She said it all comes down to the area, and the hero nodded and said he wants it bigger. Big enough to feel like a military fort, with a price tag of 50,000 lira every single year. He blinked at the price, shocked out of his mind. She just said, "Those lands belong to the king," and he immediately knew he couldn't pay for it. But the girl suddenly remembered something. She claimed he knew the princess and could just ask her. He shrugged it off and said it wasn't needed. She'd say yes in a heartbeat, but he refused to pull her into the mess. He insisted they'd sort the finances first, and then he'd think about Rose. Later, Louise dropped the bomb. They'd be stuck without any territory for a while. Colette said that would make a real household, and he shot back, yeah, unfortunately it would. So he vowed to do it from the very start. Then he called Ui, promised her he'd plant the seed, and told her to hide it the moment it started to sprout. Ui agreed. Chris called him up and asked if that amount would be enough, and the hero shot back, yeah. They'd run it just to see if it even worked. Then Chris told him to plant the seed right here, not outside, because the hero warned, if we do that there won't be any light. Chris shrugged, laughed like it was nothing and said, "No worries," then conjured magic and told him to look. The hero staggered back in shock. Chris unleashed the phoenix's flame, the flame of life itself, and the plant sprang up instantly. The hero blurted, "Wait, is that really true?" The hero promised that all this time his glow would surge, and the plants would shoot up like crazy. Then he asked if Chris would struggle carrying such a heavy load, and the dragon just roared with laughter. The dragon grinned and said it was wildly interesting to him. After 3,000 years, he finally met the first person who actually worried about him. And then he told everyone, "Don't worry." Emma told Chris it was like popping up from a chair with zero effort. And Chris finally settled his nerves when he realized everything was okay. Then the hero promised to trust him, and the dragon practically glowed with satisfaction, while Yui stepped in too before a shout cut through. Someone had called for the hero, so he snapped, "Who's there?" and rushed straight to where they were. The princess rushed right up to greet the hero, and he instantly felt it. She was running late. They slid into their seats at the table, and he immediately asked if she'd come for the new assignment. She let out a heavy sigh at how harshly he was judging her, and you could see it. He was genuinely caught off guard. She blurted that the city office had sent word. He needed territory for the guild. Then the hero's gut told him it was all Rose, and once he admitted it was true, he swore he didn't mean to bother her until she snapped. Why? She yelled that they had more than enough space, and she'd hand over as much as he wanted, but he stalled, mumbling that it was way too much. She yelled that she'd give him everything because she wanted to be his strength, and when he heard how badly she insisted, the guy finally caved and agreed. The boy told the princess, "I trust you," and she looked him in the eye and asked him to trust her just like that. She drew power from the princess. Then just like that, after only 3 days, the princess had already scouted a perfect spot. Cyril bonded with the new dragon, Yui, and now they're hungry for a bigger territory. So they go straight to the princess and ask for her help. Cyril worries she'll find it troublesome, but she smiles and says it's no trouble at all. The princess said she only needed a man to take the territory, and when he stepped up, she thanked him with no hesitation. She told him, fast and firm, that it couldn't be used right away, and that they had finally arrived. The hero looked around and realized this place was wide open and full of room to move. They trekked across the field, and she fired off a question. What was his place? The archive claimed it used to be a grand old estate. The hero instantly clocked what it meant. Someone had already plowed these lands once, and sure enough, she confirmed it. But then she hit us with the bad news. They were wrecked now. He clocked the building crumbling to pieces, and she let out a tired sigh, saying she wanted to set up a place like that for him so he could start working right away. Then the guy rallied her, claiming she'd helped him more than she knew. He told her this place already had water and even a bridge, everything, so they wouldn't have to rebuild from nothing, and then he sincerely thanked her. She practically beamed, saying she was honored that he liked it. He took one look at the estate grounds and convinced himself he'd stumbled into a whole village run by aristocrats. Every harvest gets handed to the owners, and the workers just clock in for wages. This place was built to raise crops. That was the whole point. He even believed his real mission was to breed Garians, and right then, he saw this place as the perfect setup. He decided to kick things off by cleaning, and then he turned around and burned everything. The princess stared in shock at that insane skill. Then he leaned in and told her he made a pact with the dragons, and her jaw dropped all over again. He snapped his plan into place, turning it all into fertilizer. The princess trailed behind him, sighed, and then he snapped around and demanded to know what was wrong. She snapped back that nothing even happened, and he shot back that he hadn't imagined it like that. She thanked him with a grin, told him everything was totally fine, and admitted she only wanted a moment to talk. She spilled the truth about his guild and begged to join, but the rules slammed her down because she was a princess. Still, the hero instantly got what was really happening. A storm of sadness crushed her from the inside out. It hit him. She was really giving it her all, so he'd better step up too. Then realization struck and he called her, shouting for her to stay put, and though she was stunned, she nodded and agreed. He unleashed Yui's technique and completely rewrote the princess's appearance. She blinked in shock. Then the hero told her that, as a new recruit, she'd finally be able to join his guild, and joy hit her like a burst of light. She echoed what he said about doing it in secret, and he nodded like, "Yep, that's exactly how it works." He told her, "I can't call you my princess anymore. You're the one who decided I'm the one being called." She asked him to come up with a name all on his own, and when he hesitated, he surprised her by saying, "Then call her Jana." She nodded and said the name was gorgeous, then thanked him, like she truly meant it. The hero leaned in, said, "I told you so. You should know something now that you're in our guild." And she shot back, "Then what's the secret?" He claimed he could understand the language of dragons and actually talk to them. Then she snapped back, stunned, "Wait, is that for real?" And let out a laugh and said he totally got why it shocked everyone, because the princess had never even heard of anything like this before. Then he urged her to try it, and she just stared, totally lost. Versailles city life kicked back in as Louise, now a princess, returned, and the hero rushed in to greet them. She asked, then the hero stepped in and told her to wait, urging Louise to come up. The hero begged her to sit on it just once and take a lap, then promised to translate what Xana was thinking, so he could prove, for real, that he understood their language. The hero leaned in and asked Louise how it all went, then begged her to tell him herself. She went stone silent. He leaned in and asked what went down. She mumbled out the story and then shot him an apology. She admitted she didn't know if she had the nerve to say it, and he just couldn't figure out what was even wrong. So she insisted it'd land better if the princess said it herself. He was completely lost, so he snapped out Jean. He said Louise told him that the princess spilled secrets she had no right to say. She cornered Louise and demanded to know what she was rambling about, and the hero fired back with, "Wait, when did you start writing about Louise?" Louise tried to explain herself, and the princess instantly blushed and looked away in embarrassment. She screamed it was impossible under any circumstances. Louise had no intention of giving in, and the hero insisted everything was fine, because Louise refused to go along. Jean thanked him, and Cyril relayed Louise's message. She said it'd be better if Louise told him herself. Then the princess shook her head and said that wouldn't work either, and the hero pushed for an answer. Why? She blushed and admitted the truth. She couldn't stop a confession from spilling out. He stared at her, suspicious and confused. Then she snapped the topic away and claimed, casually, like it was nothing, that he really did understand dragons. She said it was amazing, and that's exactly why they trusted him with everything. Then he confessed it had saved the princess, and somehow she thought she was talking with the child of God until the truth hit. It wasn't a miracle at all. It was his power. She asked straight up if anyone from the old guild knew what his power really was. Then he hesitated, like he was terrified to say the truth. He finally admitted it. Yeah, he'd said that. Then she hit him with, "So you really got kicked out like that?" And he snapped back, "I did." Rage and disbelief flooded her as she called it cruel since everyone swears it's a first-class guild, but now she knew the truth. He thanked them for their sympathy, and now he meant it, truly grateful, and then he flashed a smile. He's in a better place now, surrounded by people who actually trust him. He told Jaina that starting right now she'd be joining their guild, and that he'd be counting on her from this day forward. Jaina practically lit up with joy. They clasped hands, and she leaned in, telling him to trust her, no doubts. 1 month later, Colette finally saw the results, and the hero nodded, agreeing to it. The dragons were grinning because they owned a huge territory and could rocket around at top speed. Meanwhile, Louise just wanted to crash and sleep. Cyril told them that when Gariana's harvest season kicked off, they'd have to hire workers and put up a whole building for them. So Chris rushed to call Colette and Emma. He leaned in and asked to show them something, and they nodded like, "Yeah, show us." They shoved the basket into his hands, and shock hit him like a sudden punch. The second he laid eyes on the fruit, everything clicked. This meant they'd done it. First specimens. At last, the dragon's tears incense was fully ready, and they'd actually pulled it off. The dragon raved that Garian had somehow pulled off that incredible form, and even in its own stomach. And now the Faust Guild suddenly had a brand new territory. The princess begged to be made a member, and Cyril finally spilled his secret. The hero joked that it couldn't be easy to keep them tucked in his stomach all the time, then thanked them, and said they definitely looked downright gross. Chris shot back that amateurs wouldn't get it, but he could absolutely swear the quality was top-notch. He figures the Manu merchants will probably love it the moment they lay eyes on it. At the Jigo shop, Jigo called out who was there, and when he looked up, he spotted the hero standing there. Cyril apologized for barging in. Jigo asked what he wanted today, and the hero snapped, "Look at something." Then he called Colette, and as soon as she understood, she grabbed a basket. He whipped out the dragon tears and bragged, "I made these myself." And Jiga's jaw dropped in pure shock. Forbidden product dragon tear incense thanks Yui, and somehow everything still goes smoothly. Yet the second anything goes wrong, there's no point pushing forward. Goji freezes in shock and can't even get the words out, just stammers. The hero admitted they're barely around yet, but once he snagged even one, he swore he'd multiply them. Jigo was blown away by the crazy quality he just stumbled into for the first time, and there wasn't a single complaint. He ate up the answer, asked the hero if he'd made it all himself, and the hero nodded. Yeah, he'd crafted every bit. He told me he had a friend of a friend who knew all about it, then leaned in and urged me to hold it in my belly for a while. Jigo heard about the dragons and smirked, saying the hero was lucky, then burst into laughter, claiming his own dragons could handle anything, while Colette shot back that flattery would get him nowhere. La Rose offered the man the product, and he demanded a guarantee. Could she promise the quality would stay just as perfect from here on out? The hero cornered Colette and asked. She flashed a clear yes, and then he told Jigo straight up, everything would be totally fine. Jigo first bragged that he'd pay 1.5 times the price, but then he snapped out of it and ended up shelling out double the amount instead. Jigo had the hero reeling, because he swore the price was more than fair, claiming the quality was exactly worth every coin. The man dove into the shelf, grabbed a stack of money, and shoved a banknote into the hero's hands. Use the church account. You can cash it at any church. And inside it was a full 10,000 lira. The deal demanded an advance payment, and the hero smirked back, like he'd totally gotten exactly what you meant. He snatched the bill from my hands, and thanked me like it was the best news he'd heard all day. Later, when they finally sat down at the table, the man flashed a smile and said it was great to meet him. He was from the Laurent Trading Organization, and he introduced himself as Rowan Laurent. He looked genuinely thrilled to meet the guild that was rising fast. Then the hero hit him again with the question. Laurent nodded, and swore Dragonfaust was waiting to soar even higher than ever. He told the hero he wanted to truly get to know him, thanked him straight up, and admitted Laurent didn't just stop by to say hello. No, there was more to it than that. He told us he'd brought some goods today, and the hero immediately snapped. What did you bring? He slammed the chest onto the ground and ordered him to peek inside. Then the hero froze, his mind reeling as doubt hit. Laurent grinned and called it one of the sacred relics, and the hero immediately echoed his words about the thing right in front of him. Rowan burst into laughter and told him, "You know the hero. These are usually the leftovers from holy beings, and yeah, they're mostly nothing but fakes they're trying to pawn off." But he swore it was real, no jokes, no pretending. The hero reeled it over and Rowan finally snapped back. "Of course it's impossible. How would you even understand us in your chest? Look first." LaRose spotted a bone lying there. Rowan steadied his voice and said, "This is the Dragon King's bone. He commands every dragon, and I want you to notice something." He yelled that the longer they waited, the more the price would skyrocket, so they should buy it now. Then the hero nodded and said he'd think it over, and Rowan agreed. Even as the hero hesitated in his own head, Chris cracked up again, called it wildly interesting, and urged him to buy it, promising right then that he'd never regret the choice. The hero didn't even hesitate. He blurted out to Rowan that he was buying a bone. The hero leaned in and told Chris, "I've got no clue what I'm promising you, but I'm praying it's worth that money you said you'd get me," because Chris had insisted it would. He claimed it wasn't some ordinary bone from the Dragon King. Then the hero just didn't get it, so he decided, "Fine, I'll show you." The moment the box snapped to flames in his hands, fire lunged for his bones. Then the hero finally spotted the blade that the mimicry was hiding. Chris blurted that it wasn't just any horn, it was a phoenix horn, and that was its true name. The hero nearly fell apart hearing about the phoenix. The dragon nodded and said there was even more to it. People once called it a divine object a couple of deaths back, and the hero was left staring in total disbelief at what was unfolding. These items are labeled divine because celestial beings once wielded them, but try getting one and you'll see why it's so rare. Chris even told him he almost never hears the hero that's shocked. Then the hero snapped back, "If you say it's real, it's trash." When Chris pressed him on what that blade can even do, the hero admitted it has one power: slash your doubts away and leave you crying tears of joy. He told him to tear it open and swallow it whole, and the hero instantly got it. He had to eat the thing. Cyril blurted out what would happen to him, and Chris replied that he could survive one death. Cyril was left reeling in shock. He froze in disbelief at the power, and then it hit him. It wasn't for nothing that it came from the phoenix. Chris watched the moment too, but the hero still refused to believe it. Chris burst out laughing and told the hero not to sweat it. It tasted normal, end of story. But the hero wasn't scared of the taste at all. He was freaking out over one brutal detail, like, "What if there's only one of these and I just eat part of it? Will it still work?" Chris shook it off and snapped back, "I tried, and nope, it doesn't." The hero fretted over the other guys. Yet Chris didn't even need him since he was immortal anyway, and he still wanted 4 pieces. The dragon roared with laughter, and the hero snapped at Chris to calm down, so Chris started scrambling to apologize. He praised the guy as wild and fascinating, even though he's still mortal. Somehow, he never forgets to put dragons first. He let out a breath and admitted he never thought people like that could exist, because somehow Chris had met a whole universe of different faces in his lifetime. Then Chris smirked and declared that this would be his way of saying thanks. He swore he'd carry out the hero's wish, and then out of nowhere, he got hit with pure shock. He blared, demanding what the dragon was saying, then snapped back that there was nothing to fear. No big deal. The phoenix ripped off its own paw and the hero froze in shock. Then it demanded, "Give me a sword." Chris snapped his weapon into place and made the paw glow like it was alive. He thrust the thing into the hero's hands and said it could count as a renewed phoenix horn. Then the hero instantly got exactly what that meant. Chris promised that the hero would finally see it all with his own eyes, and he demanded they come right back to them. Just a bit later, things start to explode. La Rossi grilled the dragon with a question, and with a chilling chuckle he smirked. "The center is right here." He told the hero to ram the horn straight into the ground where it pointed. Then the hero groaned like, "That's it, just that." He jammed the horn in, and the world erupted in blinding light, swallowing him whole. A blazing column tore up into the sky. Then the hero's eyes went wide when he spotted a massive cylinder towering there. Chris swore that as long as the guys stayed in this territory, nobody was getting killed. Yet the hero couldn't believe it, frozen in shock, until Phoenix shoved the truth in his face and told him, "If you're in trouble, then bring it here." Chris finally said his wish was about to come true. The hero stared in disbelief, because just the sheer scale of it made it feel totally within reach. He spun back to the Phoenix, praising him and thanking him, and the Phoenix told him to lean on his friend. Phoenix burst into laughter, and the hero realized he could just stay put if trouble came. In this territory, no one was allowed to die, not here, not in the new lands they'd claim next. She's the one who'll become the new wings of the Dragonfaust Guild, lifting them higher than ever. Slowly, the girl and the guy strolled through the grass, savoring every step as their path cut across an endless meadow. Side by side, the girl and boy strolled along, chatting like they'd known each other forever, until he explained he'd moved on from Bursel and right now all they had was a house and a building for the dragons. With eyes blazing from pure joy, he couldn't even hide his grin as he blurted out that their corner finally had its own name, like he'd just uncovered something they'd been waiting for forever. With total confidence blazing in his voice and his hands planted on his hips, the young man stared down the village like he'd built it himself, then proudly declared, "This place is called Pastron." With their massive wings spread and their clawed paws dangling out, the dragons lounged in the sunbeams, soaking up the warmth like they'd finally found home. Her stare froze for a beat, then she tilted her head just a little, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her call ripped Cyril out of his head, and he stared at the girl, totally thrown off. The maiden let out a sharp opinion. His home looked way too modest for something meant to impress dragons. He admitted the dragon hall dwarfed his own house, then leaned in and said, "These beasts are the guild's lifeblood. Without them, it never would have been built." Remorse twisted across Cyril's face as he stared at the dirt, and you could tell he was seconds away from admitting he'd messed up. On the road to his house, Cyril finally spilled the truth. He'd botched parts of the construction. That girl stared at him and asked if his mistake was the reason the dragon building got so much bigger, and she laughed like it was hilarious. Then the young man smiled and said, "I saved up, and I'm expanding into the territory," before even pointing out exactly where it would happen. Just as they were calmly mapping out how to expand the house, a dragon burst in out of nowhere, barreled straight up to the young man, and delivered shocking, must-hear news. The dragon tore through the dead silence, like lightning cracking the sky, with one blazing announcement. A guest had finally arrived at their guild. After the dragon pointed them straight to where the guest was, the young man and the girl didn't waste a second. They bolted to the gate to face this uninvited intruder. When they finally reached the gate, a young man stood there, and Cyril grilled him, asking straight up what he'd come here for about Rose. The young man nodded along with Cyril's claim about Rose, then leaned in and made it crystal clear. They needed Cyril to come with them. Still stunned, Cyril shot the young man a question. What kind of emergency was so bad they were getting shoved along this fast? The young man grimly admitted he didn't know a thing about why any of it was happening. Consumed by frustration and anxiety, Cyril blurted out that he just hoped everything would be okay, and that nothing serious would ever happen. The girl blurted that she'd go with them, and the guy nodded, only to warn, "Don't worry, in this form we won't recognize you." Passarangild is ruled by colossal mountain giants, their peaks stabbing the sky, while dense forests spill down the slopes, snapped apart by deep gorges that guard ancient secrets. The boys tore into their destination, right on the spot where everything was about to go down. The young man burst into the office, and there, a lady in a plaid dress greeted him with a shaky apology for the sudden call. She stared at the young man, eyes sharp with deep, restless thoughts. The girl in the checkered outfit leaned in and demanded, "So who's next to you?" The girl bowed in greeting as the young man leaned in and told her, "Jana's brand new to our guild." She shot her eyebrows up in pure shock. The girl in the checkered suit didn't hold back and practically asked the young man if he'd gotten himself any girl. So Jean shot her a shocked look, eyebrows flying up. The girl in checkered clothes praised Jana's manners to the sky, then tipped you off that she was probably from some merchant family. Lost in her own thoughts, the woman blinked and said she had a weird, unsettling feeling, like she'd met him before. When he caught that look of confusion in her eyes, he couldn't help but think, damn, she's sharp asterisk. She basically clocked it with that one comment. Cyril decided he'd stop waiting, strode to the table, sat down, and without any awkward pleasantries demanded, right there, that she finally tell him the truth about what really happened. The girl looked him dead in the eye and shouted his name. Rose braced for a no and with a shaky voice asked the guy if it bothered him, if she could beg for one small favor, cleaning up after everyone. With her head bowed low, the girl choked out, voice trembling with grief. Against all odds, the Lindworm had botched the mission, and now they'd have to pay for it. With a stern face and a quick pause, the young man pressed the question again. Lindworm once more. Cyril, desperate to grasp just how bad things got, pressed them for the exact problems they ran into, and what went wrong to bring them down. It was clear she couldn't bring herself to say more, so the girl dodged the truth and only whispered that something terrible had hit the dragon pasture. After confirming the staff's evacuation went off without a hitch, Rose's smile faded, because the dragons were still stuck in that pasture, and their fate was still a total mystery. After hearing it, Cyril froze in deep thought, replaying every detail like it was burning in his head, while the worried girl, sensing his panic, called out his name, desperate to steady him. The lady choked out her regret over the dragon's fate, and admitted the Lindworm she'd trusted with the job botched it and left the mission unfinished. Cyril crossed his arms over his chest and blurted out that he finally understood why she had come to him with that mission. With everything on the table, the young man finally said, "All right, then that's the case." Suddenly, right in the middle of the talk, two guys slammed into the office and broke the silence with a loud crash. The young men clenched their jaws and stared at everyone in the office like they couldn't stand a single face. Cyril spotted the newcomers and shouted their names right away. Eric said it had been ages since they'd last seen each other. He couldn't stay quiet, so he surged over and demanded an explanation, ready to lay out his side. Confused, Eric blurted out what those words about the end of their relationship were supposed to mean, and Lewis, right on his heels, told him they could explain everything they needed. Rose was about to blurt out her opinion, but Eric steamrolled right through her mid-sentence. Eric told him that pulling this off was the only way to keep their professional image intact, and if they let it slip now, their reputations could take a devastating hit. Cyril sat there, all ears, letting the two unload a non-stop barrage of complaints and explanations. She asked about his proposal, but 4 Erics were still stuck on the paperwork when Cyril cut in, shouted for Rose, and stole the moment. Cyril announced he was leaving right away, then demanded every detail he'd need to keep working. Rose promised him nothing would be missed. Cyril's words hit like a final blow, and the boy snapped. How dare he even try something like that? The young man snapped that if they wanted their own papers, then they'd better write them themselves. Fuming over the way things stood, Louis snapped, demanding to know why this arrogant attitude was aimed at them. Cyril snapped into seriousness, said the dragons' lives were hanging in the balance, and made it clear his top priority was to rush to the scene right now and save them. Wanting to cut Cyril off, Louis blurted that this was only the start, then yanked him to a halt by the shoulder. Suddenly, the guy's shoulder and Louis's hand erupted in blazing flames. He yanked his hand back in pure terror, screaming like something had just ripped him apart. His hand went through something he couldn't explain, so he snapped his eyes to the fire and screamed, "What the hell is this?" Eric stared at what just happened, whipped his head towards Cyril, and demanded to know when he pulled off that move. Cyril stared at them like they were beneath him, pure disdain burning in his eyes. As soon as he got home, the young man announced that Emma and Yui would ride with him on the mission. He warned them to stay sharp, because trouble could pop up out of nowhere and put them in danger at any second. The dragons took him at his word, promising they'd heed his warning and stay razor alert. As she closed in on the young man, one of the dragons snapped in disagreement and demanded, "Why aren't you coming with us?" Cyril leaned in and told her, This time we're heading into a rescue and fight mission. Just don't expect your usual skills to carry you here." Even from home, she was on a mission, protecting their guild no matter what. He even begged her to help him get everything ready for his departure. Cyril leaned in and told Jean he fully trusted her, counting on her to help him when it mattered. Once Jean made up her mind, she leaned in and told Colette, "It's time we're going." He told Chris, "You should stay home too." Cyril said he wanted him to guard their precious home too, and the guy just laughed, then admitted he got it. After he told Louise she could finally rest, the young man warned her that her strength would still be needed, and she smirked and agreed like she already knew. He whipped around toward Yui and asked her for what he needed. Before he stepped into his mission, he made sure he had a few crucial answers first. Cyril leaned in and asked her if she could sneak them to their destination unnoticed, then pushed harder, demanding she could stop any chance of them getting detected. Yui told them her power only targets dragons, not humans, so if they run into one, she can't help them stay hidden. The moment Yui dropped that info, the young man's mind snapped into overdrive. Then it hit him like a bolt of lightning, an instant "I've got it" moment, and he blurted out his idea. The gentleman leaned in and asked if she could turn him into a wall, and Yui shot back that it was totally worth a shot. The young man started to melt into the wall like it was swallowing him. Chris didn't see that coming, and when he checked, he realized the effect was totally there, yet somehow completely unnoticed. Cyril tilted his neck, just enough to snap out an objection. Louise caught what Cyril was thinking and snapped his hunch into place. If he even moved, he'd suddenly come into view. Stepping off the wall, the young man leaned in and asked Yui, all curiosity, if she could finally fit her rhythm to him. She swore she could pull it off, but she warned you she'd burn out fast. Cyril locked eyes with her and flashed a warm, reassuring smile. He tenderly ruffled the dragon's head, soothing it with every gentle stroke. He gently stroked the dragon's scales and urged it to hold its strength, save every bit of power for the moments that were truly the last resort. No doubt flickered in her calm eyes as she said she understood everything. A couple of tiny wooden barrels were jammed up against a low brick wall, squeezed together like they were trying to hide. Even after an hour rolled by and the scenery shifted, the clouds kept tearing across the sky, and the sun still poured out its warm light. Above the scene, the house's roof cut across a jaw-dropping mountain backdrop, with soft clouds drifting behind it like a painted sky. Once everything was sorted, Colette leaned in and demanded, "Is everything okay?" Cyril shot back, "Yes," and you could hear the shock still hiding in his voice. Cyril stared, wide-eyed at the massive feast unfolding before him, hands on his hips like he couldn't process it all. Then he thanked Colette and Jean. Staring at that mountain of food, the young man realized they'd gone way overboard, like they'd set up an entire feast just for him. Jana leaned in and fired a question at the guy. "So what are you gonna do with all this?" Trying to figure out how much food he'd have to choke down, he sighed and admitted, yeah, he'd eat every last bite. Stunned by the mountain of food, Jean's voice shook as he begged in fear. Was all of this really just for him? Colette just smiled, watching Cyril explain his contract, one that turns her food straight into pure energy. The girl snapped her eyes open in shock and blurted out, "That's insanely cool." Jean shouted to the gentleman, cutting straight through the air. Eyebrows knitted, the girl looked at Cyril and demanded, "Are you really sure you'll need that much strength?" He dropped into his seat, nodded yes, and admitted the next battle wouldn't be a walk in the park. The guy slapped his own cheeks, psyched himself up, and was seconds away from digging in. The dragon stared at the chaos with nothing but crushing hopelessness and a heavy, aching pity. Right when the young man dug into his meal, the girl slid a glass of water into his hands. Cyril snatched the water from Jean with eyes full of weight, and the watching dragons instantly knew something was terribly wrong. Anxiety shook Colette's voice as she confessed she was terrified Cyril was about to gag on his food, and she couldn't do a thing to help him. Yui stared at the chaos with deadpan indifference. She spun away and snapped that he was a total weirdo. Yet here he was, telling Yui not to strain while he himself sat there choking. Colette demanded they keep Cyril safe, and she made it crystal clear. If anything happened to him, she'd never forgive them. The dragons traveling with their master snapped their heads in agreement, backing Colette's words like they were truth itself. Emma snapped that she'd give it everything she had. With Emma as her spark, Yui vowed she'd work just as relentlessly. Chris burst into loud, unstoppable laughter. Chris couldn't stop himself. This crew didn't just have leadership, it had a true standout leader. The dragon lunged towards Cyril. The dragon roared out to Mr. Cyril, like he was a lifelong friend. Chris leaned in close to that gentleman, and Cyril shot him a quick question. What just happened? So yeah, this time, even if he's stuck right where he is, he's got no choice. He has to hand over something. The leader stared in shock as the dragon thrust something into his hands. Cyril and his crew stride down the road toward the pasture. Emma shot them a question. How much farther did they have to go to reach that place? Stuck in his own head, the guy plunged his hand into his pocket and yanked out a map. Clutching the map in his hand, he pointed out that if they pushed past the Eclipse River, they'd find it near the Nuriv Mountains. Their trip dragged on for half a day, and that left the dragon completely baffled. She asked if it would have been way easier if they just cut straight through, instead of taking the long way. The young man snapped that their legs could actually split apart. Emma waved him over and told him to climb onto her back. She added, I could hear your heavy breathing. Please don't push yourself too hard. Cyril shot him a grateful nod, then leaned in like he still had one more crucial thing to say. The guy said, if that's how it is, then I can handle it. The young man warned her it might be tough for her, and Emma shot back. It'll be possible. The dragon leaned in and demanded, all right, then what about Louise? Even if she's begging to sleep, Cyril can just fire off an order and make it happen. Cyril snapped, calling her out over that statement. Cyril leaned in and asked, is this about the ring of obedience? Then admitted he couldn't stand stuff like that. The boy figured he could bully them into using the technique, no matter what. But the dragon snapped back, saying it was way too urgent to mess with, and it could be used right now. Cyril flat out told me he'd never want to use it. Emma heard his resistance and immediately adjusted her plan. The young man swallowed his pride and apologized for being so stubborn, and the dragon just grinned and told him there was absolutely nothing wrong with that. She steadied him and told him she got it. He cared so hard about them that his stubborn streak didn't feel weird to her at all. It felt good. Cyril swallowed his embarrassment and stared at Emma, hanging on every word she said. She tried to add one more thing, then froze and admitted she'd completely forgotten the word. Yui paused for a beat, then shot back. So you mean hard work? Emma stared back at her, then nodded hard. This was exactly what she'd meant. The dragon let out a soft chuckle and basically told the young man, you're being way too cruel to yourself. Cyril lowered his head a little and admitted, I'm embarrassing you. Pushing deeper into the distance, he felt the urge to stop and rest, but he told himself, just a little farther. They all marched out together, straight for the pasture. Yui snapped her head toward them, and horror hit her like a punch. She told Cyril to stop. Then the young man snapped back with a question, right on the spot. Emma shot his name out the second she spotted him, and worry hit her like a wave. Seeing it, the guy hissed through his teeth and yanked himself back as a magical charge tore past him in front. It slammed into the earth and punched a small crater into the ground. Lewis burst in with his dragons, pushing in just a bit closer. Cyril snapped at him, furious over what he'd just done. The guy snapped that he was the one who'd questioned him in the first place. What a dull response. Lewis frowned hard and warned that if he stepped there, trouble would explode. With a grim, worried scowl on his face, Cyril shot back in sarcasm, asking if that was really true. With his hand planted on his hip, Lewis kept snapping objections, saying their license was hanging right on the edge. Cyril shot back that even if that's true, their guild should be knee-deep in fixing this mess right now. Louis froze, like the world hit him with a sudden, brutal shock. He snapped that it had nothing to do with him, like that was the whole conversation. After he slammed Cyril's awful guild with his opinion, they hit back, saying not to fret, because they're the ones who'll save the dragon's asterisk. After that command, Louis snapped his fingers, then ordered his dragon to tear into Cyril. As Cyril geared up for battle, he couldn't stop wondering, could he slip past everyone and leave without hurting a single soul? The dragon halted mid-roar and stared each other down. Cyril braced himself for impact, but the dragons just refused to lay a single claw on him. Louis seethed with rage. utterly baffled that the dragons weren't swooping in to destroy him. Michelle leaned in and asked Emma point-blank, "Can I really trust you?" Emma blinked in shock and asked if he truly didn't know Cyril. He just shrugged and said they'd never met. Cyril's dragon straight-up confirmed she wasn't talking about just anyone. She meant the one person he trusted with his whole heart. The dragons locked eyes with each other, and the air went tense. Michelle shot back that she understood, and Cyril felt the shockwave of it. He said they could move on, and Cyril couldn't believe it when the alien dragons actually let him pass. The three dragons snapped that they were done with him and wanted to join the others, but they knew that would turn into pure chaos. So they swore it was safer to leave him right here. The young man bowed to the dragons and told them, with real conviction, that they were about to become an enormous help. Cyril snapped Yui Emma time to move, and they were off. Louis demanded, "What are you doing?" and then snapped his orders, forcing the dragons to rip Cyril apart. While the rest of them waited, the dragons just sat there and listened to Louis's non-stop chatter. Rage surged through him, and he snapped that they'd underestimated him. Cyril swung his gaze to the boy and his dragons, worry tightening in his chest. He snapped his hand up, and with a crack of magic the spell flew out. The moment the dragons showed up, chains snapped around their bodies. The spell crashed into the dragons, and terror made their bodies tremble. Cyril stared at Louis, completely thrown off. He never saw that coming. The moment the dragons showed up, they turned hostile and came at everyone like enemies. Emma snapped into action and shouted that what they just saw was the spell called the Ring of Obedience. Rage stirred in the young man's chest as he watched Louis pull his stunt. Frowning hard, the boy barked out orders. Dragons tear into the young man. Michelle and her crew bared their fangs and sprinted straight for Cyril. No hesitation. With a flick of magic, the young man shrouded the land in thick fog, daring the attackers to lose their footing and getting their sights off him. The moment that smoke hit, the dragons started coughing hard. After he led the dragons out, the boy looked them in the eye and swore they couldn't run from what was coming. Just as the bewitched animals lunged to tear into the young man, Emma's voice snapped out from behind him. She ordered them to strike hard, warning that they could fight back. Staring at those dressed-up dragons, the young man couldn't help but think, "Man, these guys are absolute badasses." Emma pumped him up, telling him to go all in right now, because if he didn't, it would only get harder later. Lost in his own head, Cyril replayed that conversation with Huey over and over. He blurted out her name the moment it hit him. The boy begged his dragon to shield him, and Huey snapped into action right away. In the blink of an eye, Huey and Cyril vanished into thin air. Louis stared in jaw-dropping shock at the exact spot where they had just been standing. He froze in shock, eyes wide, and demanded, still baffled, where they'd disappeared to. The young man stood right beside the dragons, eyes locked on Louis. The bewitched animals were panting, completely drained from the chaos. Flames clung to the boy's hand like it was alive. He just knew they'd pinned his location, but with Louis holding the strings over them, they couldn't move a single step. Suddenly, the dragon's collars erupted into flames. The boy couldn't figure out why the chains he just snapped on were sizzling, and right behind him, Cyril was already there, poised to strike. The young man snapped an elbow into Louis's back. Louis crashed to the ground. The boy and the dragon stood side by side. Then the moment he said it was all over, everything felt like it ended with a roar. Emma tiptoed up to the dragons trapped by magic and asked, with a shaky worry, if they were really all right. Once the spell finally loosened its grip, the dragons checked themselves out and snapped that they never wanted this kind of ending. Emma let out a breath of relief when they were safe, but the moment she saw Louis, rage surged, and she swore she'd get payback until Cyril stepped in and shut her down. The young man snapped that he wasn't worth the effort, and that it was better to bank his strength for the salvation that would actually matter. The dragon snapped to attention the instant his master spoke. Emma insisted those were only thoughts, nothing more. The spell hit those creatures, and when it did, they snapped their attention straight onto Emma and Cyril. People couldn't help but envy her, because her owner cared about her so deeply it felt unreal. Emma snapped back, making it crystal clear they weren't guessing anymore, and he said, with full confidence, that he was nothing less than a fantastic host. Meanwhile, back home, Colette was zipping left and right, like she couldn't stay in one spot for a second. Chris laughed at her and snapped that she didn't need to torture herself with pointless worries. Louise leaned in and demanded to know what Chris slipped Cyril during the meal. He shot back that it was his phoenix horn. Colette nearly froze in shock. Then Chris snapped back, telling her that as long as he's still alive, Cyril won't die. He lifted his head and let his thoughts ignite. Staring at their picture-perfect spot by the house, he couldn't help wondering, when the heck was he finally going to blow that horn? When Emma finally reached the pasture, she blurted out, "Wait, is this really the place?" The young man spun around and locked eyes on the scene. And yeah, her words checked out. They stared at the stone-built building and went, "This looks exactly like a prison." The gate to the pasture stared back at him like a threat. The fence is topped with electrified wire, buzzing with deadly current. Emma said that didn't even scratch the surface. Where she comes from, it's a whole different world. Yui admitted she had no clue how things were with Emma, but one thing was crystal clear. It made her feel weird and tense. That towering stone building loomed like a nightmare, and it scared the life out of anyone who stared at it. Cyril swallowed hard, then stared at the pasture entrance with pure, shaky dread. Cyril and his crew grit their teeth and poured every last bit of strength into pushing through the door. Everything inside lay shattered, wrecked beyond recognition. Cyril and his dragons pressed onward, scanning every inch of their surroundings like they were hunting answers. Emma couldn't shake the suffocating dread hanging over the whole place. They told Cyril, "So many dragons live here," and Cyril immediately pressed, "What exactly do people mean?" Stone walls were shredded with claw marks, buildings lay in ruins, and the ceiling looked like something had ripped it clean off. Emma leaned in and broke it down. Every one of them was a different kind of dragon, and the boy just sat there, stunned, thinking it through. Emma looked right at everyone and said there are at least 6 kinds of dragons lurking here. Cyril weighed that info in his head and pushed for them to move on. The young man could already feel it. Going up against a crowd at once wasn't going to be easy. Suddenly, the dragon blared in shock at what he had just witnessed. The dragon screamed in terror as it demanded, "What's happening?" And right then the young man spun around to find the source of the chaos. Cyril stared at it in shock, completely unable to speak. From behind the shattered wall, a terrifying 2-headed dragon loomed, its twin heads glaring into the chaos. Every thunderous step of his massive paws rattled the ground like a colossal beast was stomping through the world. Something burst out from behind the wall and beat its wings like a warning. A 2-headed dragon tore into view before them, like a nightmare that crawled out of the dark, massive enough to freeze the soul, yet strangely irresistible, because 2 heads sprouted from one unstoppable body. That terrifying roar thundered straight through his bones, digging deep and locking fear in place. Cyril and his dragons froze in pure horror at the nightmare unfolding before them. Shaken to the core by what she saw, Yui blurted that the dragon was a chimera. Chimera is a nightmare monster that mashes together traits from multiple creatures all at once. That young man wore pure worry on his face, realizing the chimeras here meant he wasn't alone in this place. The dragon snapped his eyes onto them. The 2-headed dragon erupted into a gut-punching roar the moment it appeared. Cornered by the chimera, Cyril and his dragons froze in a brutal bind, desperate to figure out what to do next. The dragon snapped into motion and came for them, launching a full-on attack. With one breath, he scooped up a glowing knot of fire and turned it into his weapon. The chimera lunged into the sky, blasting the air with scorching, fiery fury. The monster's brutal attack slammed into Yui. The second the young man heard Yui's groan, he snapped around and blurted her name. The chimera was closing in again, about to tear into the young man and his team. Emma barked for Cyril, and Panic heard it loud and clear. With sheer desperation, Cyril clenched his resolve and charged forward, siphoning raw magic into his hands to strike back at the monster. With a battle-ready grin, the youth thrust his hand toward the chimera and slashed into the attack. The boy's magic summoned a creeping fog, hugging the ground like it had a mind of its own. Cyril leaned in and demanded Huey yank the curtain away. The chimera hacked and coughed, barely holding itself upright as the smoke swallowed everything around it. When the dragon unleashed that roar, Cyril and his squad spun on their heels and shouted that they needed to fall back first. Crumbling ruins of once standing buildings littered the ground. The whole team stood there, watching the chimera slip away into the night. With worried sadness in their voices, they leaned in and demanded answers about the chimera. The monster lumbered on, backing farther and farther away from them. Cyril stared at the whole picture with pity in his eyes, then admitted he didn't have a clue. Yet he could feel it might be the key to finally cracking the answer. Emma had no clue what the answer meant, so the young man urged them to keep moving on their way. They kept pushing deeper into the real stretches of that pasture. Emma and Cyril scanned the area, and Emma couldn't believe it. No dragons anywhere. Then Cyril snapped his finger toward the enemy and said, "Forget dragons, it's just a chimera standing in our way now." Emma followed the trail, and when she tracked it down, Cyril finally spilled his side of what really happened. The young man leaned in and said, "Forget the idea of separate dragons. There's only one, and it's born from the combined power of 6. Emma's face tightened with worry as the words finally clicked in her mind. She fired off a question, and the guy nodded, saying those tracks almost certainly belonged to a chimera. With a jittery voice, the dragon blurted out that he had no idea how any of this could possibly be happening. Emma leaned in and demanded, "So you're telling me this actually happens?" Yui leaned in and asked, "So what do we do next?" The dragon hammered the point home, snapping, "So you didn't come to save the dragons, huh?" Cyril was so lost in thought that it felt like the whole world had faded away around him. He prayed the whole mess could end peacefully, and he refused to do anything but stick to the words. With hope burning bright, the dragons locked eyes with the young man, holding their breath for his choice. Emma stared at the boy, unsure, and asked if they could pull it off. Cyril's voice hit back with pure determination. They'd do everything they possibly could. The boy urged them to hold back and let him close the distance, but Emma snapped right away. "No way, that's way too dangerous." The gentleman said he's praying for calm talks, but if things go sideways, he expects them to step in and help. The second Cyril flashed the sign. He shoved Emma to pull the crowd's focus, and he fired a look at Yui, demanding a vision right now. After the master gave his order, the dragons bowed and agreed, then warned him to stay sharp and careful. The young man charged straight toward the ominous dragon, dread crawling up his spine. As he closed the distance, the chimera finally came into view. After a quick pause, he demanded, "Can you hear me?" And the dragon shot him a hostile glare. The dragon erupted in rage, then unleashed a thunderous roar straight at the guy. The dragon snapped open its jaws, and Cyril was seconds away from being swallowed whole. He sprang back from him, like something had snapped his focus mid-strike. Heat flared in the dragon's mouth, teasing a firestorm that was about to blow any second. The dragon unleashed a roaring stream of fire, and the flames lit up everything around it. Cyril screamed in pure desperation, clawing at his own thoughts, and blurted, "Do I even know what I'm saying?" Cyril clicked his tongue in pure impatience and demanded they give him an answer, right now. With worry in his eyes, he stared at him, totally confused. Why couldn't he hear him at all? While he was scrambling to understand what was going on, the dragon kept snarling at him like it wanted him gone. When it hit him, rage surged through his chest as the dragons proved to be nothing but warped reflections. His lip trembled, and he stared with fury and despair, mourning what they'd lost. He screamed, demanding to know why they wouldn't even dream about going back to their old lives. Suddenly, a loud moo cut through the air, and the young man whipped his head around in shock. The dragon didn't want to live anymore. It wanted his life to be ripped away. With his mind completely blank, the boy stared at them and blurted, "Wait, those were your voices." The dragon kept begging the young man for rescue, pleading for his soul to finally rest in peace. Staring at the chimera, the young man demanded to know why it wanted this so badly. The dragon finally confessed. Unbearable pain was ripping him apart, and all he wanted was for it to end, no matter what it took. Chimera's desperate cries made it clear. Her spirit was slipping out of this world, and Cyril finally understood. With the pain screaming and every breath coming out like a struggle, the dragon kept pushing forward, again and again, demanding an answer. Seeing the dragon in agony, Cyril let out a shaky breath and braced himself, unsure of what he'd dare to do next. With his fist shaking and clenched tight, the boy realized there was nothing left to do but go through with it. Bolting straight at the dragon, the young man threw out an apology. Without even pausing, he charged straight at the dragon, ready to spring into that jump. I know it's a death trap, but he didn't back down. He charged right at that raging dragon to save the day. Once Cyril casts the spell, bright magical light erupts from his hands. The young man clenched his jaw, then blasted his spell straight into the two-headed dragon's open jaws. Suddenly, a weird glow burst into existence out of nowhere. The boy's spell burst into blinding light, wrapped the dragon in it instantly, and then its body started to twist and change. Amid a storm of flying debris, the monster started shrinking at lightning speed. The young man was totally baffled, frozen on the spot as he watched everything unfold, while the chimera's words of gratitude washed over him. Cyril's dragons watched the chimera twist and change, frozen in sheer amazement. The dragon's core blazed with light, burning with gratitude towards Cyril, and that glow promised the freedom they'd been waiting for. The moment the boy laid eyes on the dragon core, pure shock ripped through him. He bolted straight at him the instant he could, not a single second wasted. He lunged at the dragon's remnant, slammed the phoenix horn in place, and drove its fiery power straight into the core. Suddenly, smoke swallowed the ground whole, smearing the world in a thick, choking haze. Thick fog swallowed the scene, and right at the dead center, a body lay hidden from view. When the dragon snapped back to awareness, it realized with a jolt he wasn't dead. He was alive. As he pushed himself up, pure surprise hit him like a punch. Confusion hit him like a wave, freezing his expression in total disbelief. The dragon stared at the chaos in disbelief and demanded, "Why am I still alive?" He sat there, eyes locked on the company ahead, watching every move like it mattered. Cyril and his dragons were so stunned, they couldn't tear their eyes away from the chimera's terrifying new look. With a huge grin, the guy basically bragged that everything went down exactly the way he'd planned. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's fire died, and cold indifference settled over it. He dropped off to sleep so fast that everyone instantly got thrown off by his weird behavior. Emma's eyes went wide at what just happened, and she rushed to ask, "Are you okay?" With a trembling hand on the dragon's scale, the boy declared, "I'm good, everything's fine." Cyril shot him a quick look, then said his breathing was totally normal, so there was zero reason to worry. Emma finally let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Relief washed over her, and with trembling joy she whispered that she was just glad to be alive. Emma lit up with joy as she talked about the phoenix horn and the incredible power it held. He clung to the memory of the chimera's magic-fueled mutation like it just happened. Cyril said through a heavy heart that this was the only way to free her. He finally let go of every doubt, relaxed, and flashed a confident smile, admitting there were no guarantees, but betting his heart on a good outcome anyway. Yui suddenly snapped back to a memory and blurted out a question. She stared at the sleeping dragon and blurted out, "So, what does it look like?" Emma and Cyril stared in shock at the lying dragon, their mouths hanging open. Cyril finally admitted he'd never seen anything like it before, and Emma plus Yui jumped in to back him up. Yeah, this was the first time for them too. The young man couldn't stop thinking, right there with everything on the line. Memories slammed back into his head, and when she was chimera, everything sharpened into crystal clarity. He said it could have been tweaked somehow, but that was a whole different monster altogether. Emma said she looked totally ordinary, then she asked, "So what do we do now?" And the guy just shrugged, saying there was nothing they could do. Cyril promised her they'd keep it secret, then demanded Yui stash her away from everyone on the ride home. Yui shot the question back, asking if just going back to her old appearance would be enough. The young man gently stroked her head, showered her with praise, and told her she was such a good girl. Yui still had something else she desperately wanted to say. She snapped that she'd spotted a second dragon faltering, its strength already slipping away. Emma and Cyril both froze, stunned by the words she just dropped. The moment he snapped back to his senses, he blurted out, "We're going after them right now." When he finally rolled back in, the young man told Rose the shocking news. There were 31 dragons. Then he grimly admitted there were latecomers, and it was too late for them to rescue anyone. The girl thanked Cyril and blurted out that the dragons were finally in the doctor's hands. Right behind the counter, Rose snapped that the rest of the job was entirely up to them. She couldn't hold it in. Tears streamed down her face as she praised him. After a brief pause, the young man nodded and admitted it was good. just way too unreasonable. And the girl shot back, "Sure, it's still good though." Rose taunted him with the other crew's failure, but he clenched his teeth and still finished the task. Cyril snapped his head to the side and muttered through his teeth about yet another group. She shrugged and said, "Sure, people will chatter for a bit. But once the smoke clears, the rumors will fade and die down." With a sharp flick of his hand, the guy shrugged it off and said, "Yeah, a fight already broke out there, so who cares?" The girl broke into a smile and, with real shock in her voice, asked if it was actually true. She promised she'd dig into it, but he still insisted he keep her updated, and the guy thanked her right on the spot. After a beat of silence, the girl finally blurted that there was something she had to ask. She shot him a careful look and asked, trembling a little, if everything was really okay, or if something had been weighing on him. The young man froze, stunned by the question that just slipped past her lips. He clocked it. She knew every detail about the chimera in the pasture, and Cyril immediately decided it had to stay buried, secret from everyone else. Cyril snapped that he smashed it because it was going to turn into a nightmare, and he couldn't risk holding that power back. Rose stared downward, completely crushed. He laid out his thoughts on the pasture and said there was no way to bring it back, no chance at all. The boy shut his mouth for good, refusing to say another word, and after he told Rose what he thought about the pastor, Rose nodded like she finally understood. The girl apologized for how it all went down, and the guy made sure she didn't miss the part about the reward. The second she said yes, he lit up and poured out his thanks. Cyril bursts through the door, drags the new girl into the spotlight, and starts showing off his guild to her right away. Chris burst into laughter as he stepped up to greet the new girl. One glance at her, and he knew in his bones, and told Cyril they'd made the right call. He swore it was an artificial dragon. Then, right after, he watched the evidence get wiped clean. Cyril nodded like he'd seen this coming as the new girl fought to survive the shock, exactly as he'd expected. Chris spat that bitterness like poison. Centuries roll by, yet people stay the same, and he never once imagined those experiments could still be pulled off. The young man pressed the dragon, asking how long it had been in development. Then the dragon just stared, thinking hard. He told them he couldn't say for sure what their projects had been up to, and whether they truly pulled off the winds during that time. Chris lit up the moment he revealed he was fascinated by the artificial dragon. Cyril leaned in and quizzed Chris again. "So what do you mean by interesting?" He straight up told them, "I don't know this species at all." He said, "I don't know anything about it, so yeah, it's probably some brand new species." And Chris just stared like, "That's just like the perfect ideal people have been chasing for ages." The dragon crouched there, baffled by their every word, and Cyril demanded, "So, how did this happen?" Chris blinked like he was piecing it together, then offered his best guess about how it all might have happened. He said that once Cyril crushed the mixed dragon and blew the phoenix horn, all 6 or 7 species fused together, and out of that chaos, a brand new species was reborn. The guy blurted, shocked, "Wait, is that even possible?" And Chris grinned as he told him, "It's just my guess." Chris smirked and said, "Since it's my horn, this ending shouldn't surprise anyone," and he lapped it up with smug pride. Cyril spun toward the dragon and blurted out, "So what are we doing now?" The dragon stared at the guy, eyes wide, fear and shock crashing together in its gaze. The young man flashed a confident smile, told her to relax, and promised her everything was under control, because he'd still stand between her and danger. She trembled as she begged for protection. Anxiety shook her voice as she fired off one more question, terrified they'd be cruel to her. Then the boy asked it again about cruelty, and he looked genuinely surprised. The dragon admitted he couldn't remember it clearly at all, but it crushed her, so hard it hurt to breathe. Cyril stayed ice calm and swore, no matter what, this would never happen. Seeing that tiny dragon shaking with terror, he couldn't stop himself from imagining the brutal conditions it must have suffered to get that way. She pressed him again, demanding, "Is it true?" And he answered with a blunt, "Yes, it is." Then she went right back at him. Again, "Is it true?" He gently stroked her head and swore it was absolutely true. The dragon was exploding with pure joy, and everyone could clearly see it. Cyril asked for her permission to name her, because from that moment on, she was going to live with them. She blurted out her answer with a loud, unstoppable yes. He couldn't stop thinking about the new nickname she'd just earned. Cyril took one look at her, named her Chanel, and greeted her like it was the start of something big. She beamed as she took her new name, then met his greeting with a warm gesture that screamed pure gratitude. Chris was sure that once Chanel was with Cyril, she'd feel safe, calm, and completely at peace. Chris blurted out the new girl's name like it was a challenge. He told her to sign the communication contract with their master, so Cyril and Chanel demanded, "Why?" Chris kept smiling, like he knew exactly what was coming. With a smug grin, he claimed it would forge them closer. Then Cyril nodded along without hesitation. After drawing a magic circle in the dirt, the dragon snarled and demanded a drop of blood from both of them. Blood dripped from Cyril and Chanel, one dark drop straight to the ground. They connected their blood, and that bond forged a brand new power. Staring at his own hand, the boy froze, because that fresh power felt unreal. Chris leaned in and asked how his brand new power even worked. He never once tore his gaze from that hand, and after a brief beat of silence, he declared with total confidence that it was a transformation. His hand flared with blazing light. Cyril decided to test his brand new transformation powers, and his whole body started to sparkle. While Chris grinned like this was exactly what he expected, and Chanel stood there with her mouth hanging open in shock. His hand started sprouting dragon scales, one by one, until it was fully wrapped in them. Long black claws erupted from his fingertips. With his wings, Cyril sprouted a tail too. The second he shifted into a dragon form, the young man's shock hit him like a wave. Staring at his completely transformed body, he blurted out in shock, stunned by the new look staring back at him. Chris burst into laughter, bragging that it was straight up incredible, and Chanel pointed out that Cyril had been changed so completely no one could recognize him. After tearing into the new power's details, Chris suddenly got the whole picture. He broke it down like, "It's basically a dragon man." Chris couldn't help but stare. Human instincts fused with dragon power in one wild, eye-opening form. Staring at Chanel, Cyril blurted out that this wasn't just a deal. It was a contract, signed with her. After thinking it over, the guy finally said, "Maybe that's why I look like some kind of chimera now." Cyril stared at his power and realized he could now reshape his appearance anytime he wanted. With wings fluttering and a tail wagging, the boy slipped into his own thoughts and drifted away. Staring at his own hand, he demanded to know what secret power was hiding in it. Cyril started shedding that beastly shape and clawing his way back into his human form. The young man stared in shock as his body suddenly turned human once more. While Chris grilled the guy about what happened, his mind was already racing, caught on that new skill and dying to know what it was. Still confused, Cyril rubbed the back of his head and admitted, almost sheepishly, that his energy was totally drained. Chris burst into laughter, then suddenly understood why his transformation had kicked into overdrive so fast. Cyril clocked that barely any time had slipped by, yet somehow a huge chunk of energy was already drained, so Chris immediately pushed, "Let's test this ability." The guy finally threw up his hands, said there was nothing he could do, and even suggested they go shopping. Then Chris cut him off mid-sentence. The dragon demanded he wait, right there for him. Chris didn't stay gone for long before he came back with the bowl, and Cyril was completely caught off guard. Cyril said this bowl would be plenty, so he fired up the stove right away, and the boy nodded, sure the meat in it would be enough. Once the meal was done, all that was left on the plate were bare bones. Chanel stared in shock, because the way that person ate was unreal, like their hunger had no limits. Chanel declared, "I ate it all," and the young man burst out laughing like, "Damn, you must have shocked her." He told her the contract wasn't just with her. It covered him and other dragons from this guild too, and Chanel, totally hooked, couldn't believe how many different ones existed. He just grinned and said that's exactly why he's packed with so many abilities. Since the boys were coming back any minute, Cyril urged her to go meet everyone, and Chanel lit up and agreed. She couldn't wait for this get-together. The young man leaned forward like he could feel the turning point, then swore the moment had finally arrived to put his transformation to the test. After he rose, Chris and he stepped forward just a little. With a sharp shout, "Transform!" Cyril ripped into the dragon form, changing his body like it was pure lightning. Chanel stared at Cyril, wide-eyed and stunned, while he talked her through his changes, especially how the transformation bulked him up with pure muscle. After Chris fired back at Cyril's words, he leaned in and pushed his own idea straight into the conversation. The dragon taunted the young man to attack him, and the kid stared back, stunned, asking if he was really allowed to do something like that. Chris straight up claimed he was immortal, so he figured everything would be fine. The dragon's words hit the young man like a tiny pebble, so powerless they brought his rage down, quieting him completely. The young man told Chanel to keep her distance, just in case something unexpected blew up. Chris shot away from Cyril like he couldn't breathe the moment anymore. Cyril had trained himself for battle, and now he was finally ready to start. The young man leaned in, told them to stop holding back, and declared the duel was on. He leapt in and slammed a punch straight into the guy's jaw. The dragon shot into the sky, escaping Cyril's devastating strike. The young man bolted toward Chris, shouting that this wasn't even the start. He dug his paw into the ground and launched, about to pounce into the next move. He charges straight at the dragon, no hesitation. Cyril swung into Chris with everything he had, driving punch after punch with brutal force. He kept slamming punches without letting up. Chris felt a brutal hole rip open in his wing, as Cyril's attacks kept hammering him. The moment he spotted his wing, panic flickered across the dragon's face. The dragon didn't crack a single smile, but it still praised Cyril, saying his regeneration couldn't even catch up to him. Chris felt the adrenaline spike, then asked the guy, "Mind if I try again?" And the guy nodded yes. Cyril was seconds away from unleashing his next brutal attack. Suddenly, the young man shot back into his human form. Chris watched the whole transformation slam into place, stunned. Then the guy just shrugged and said he'd burned through all his energy. While the dragon was finally coming back to his senses, he figured out why his friend's look flipped so fast. Even after finishing the bowl, he saw the brawl end fast. And that's when Cyril's warning about the brutal energy costs hit home. Chris said it was honestly pretty cool. The dragon admitted he shocked even himself. So if he's in this form, there's no question. He'll be the strongest person alive. With his head dipped just a little, the young man grinned and whispered that this right here would be their ace in the hole. He whipped around and shouted to Chanel. The young man bowed and thanked the dragon for its incredible power. Her face hit him like lightning. He shouted to her again, but exhaustion had already sunk into her eyes. Chanel let out a shaky breath and admitted her eyes were burning, because she just couldn't keep up with their duel at all. They let out a huge wave of relief, and then burst into giggles like, "That's it." Chris burst out laughing, and said he could barely wrap his head around Cyril actually having that kind of power. A few days later, everything shifted. Cyril and Jean marched through the city, weaving past the crowds as the streets roared around them. Jean looked completely drunk on the light, like it was burning straight through his veins. Struggling to say the words right, the girl gawked at Cyril's noble beauty, straight up comparing him to a god. The guy pressed the question again. He demanded to know the truth about that deity. When the young man finally made it to the city, he flashed Jana his new look for a split second, and ever since then, she's been stuck with that image. With admiration blazing in her voice, the girl pointed out just how terrifyingly powerful Cyril was, and basically said there was no way anyone could ever reach that level. She couldn't stop praising Cyril, gushing that he was the greatest dragon knight of all the knights. Blushing hard, the young man thanked Jean for her praise. Cyril flashed back and admitted that he used to only be able to talk to them, but now he can transform too. But there's one tiny catch. Jana leaned in and demanded, "What is it?" Cyril told me he had to stuff himself with food, just to keep his energy levels from crashing. He demolishes food in insane amounts, and his plate is 3 times bigger than everyone else's. The girl stared in shock as he chowed down, 3 times as much as anyone could believe. The young man finally dragged out the words that he was, honestly, sick to death of being forced to gorge on the same food over and over. Then Jana nodded right along and agreed with him. She suddenly had the idea to hunt down a chef, then even offered to help pick the right candidate. Cyril thought it over for a second, and then slammed his door shut, refusing her offer. When she asked why, They hit her with one simple claim: let the chef join their company. He added that he'd be way better off picking someone he truly trusts, someone he knows he can rely on when it counts. Jana stared at him with pure, starstruck admiration. She spun around and turned away so fast the gentleman just froze there, completely stunned. Clutching her face between her palms, she muttered about trust, so relieved it was real. Cyril felt a tight, uneasy dread in his chest, worried his refusal had pushed her too far. Then the girl snapped around to face him immediately. The girl snapped that she'd be waiting, practically vibrating with impatience. But the guy somehow still didn't get what she meant. Jana blurted out, right on the spot, that the way they cook is tied straight to the changes they're going through. She couldn't stop gushing over his dragon look, then kept making those speeches that turned the poor guy's face betrayed. With impatience blazing in his chest, the young man swore he'd give it everything he had. He couldn't stop wondering if she really liked what he looked like, for real. Cyril clocked a crowd closing in, and right away he knew it. A gang of bandits was coming for them. Brimming with disdain, a bandit spotted Cyril's killer success, and couldn't stand it even when he smiled. The bully snapped that he thought he was nothing but a fool, then dropped a bonus on top of it, and the girl hissed at his words. The young man shot back with a glare, swallowing their insults with pure, bitter irritation. Then he blurted out, "Hey, who are you guys?" After they stripped him of his name, they leaned in and demanded, "So tell me, do you do everything for money?" This young guy stepped up and demanded to understand why they hated him, then shot back, "But who are you even supposed to be?" He let out a chuckle and told Cyril straight up that he'd been the one stirring up way too much trouble for Pyrrhus. The moment he realized we were talking about Rheinvold, he shrugged like it didn't even matter. The hooligans backed him up, right there with their own mouths. The tail-end bandit wailed that when he's reborn, he'll curse every last one of them, and curse himself for ever thinking he could go without the dragons. A pack of hooligans had Cyril trapped on the edge of a brutal attack. Cyril said it was all crystal clear now, and that they'd been waiting for this exact moment. So Jean snapped back and started chanting, Sir Cyril." The young man flashed a shaky smile, told her he was okay, and said he was just about to transform. Then the girl panicked and demanded what would happen to his energy. Staring at his own hand, the guy grinned like he'd just unlocked something amazing. The hand morphed into something dragon-shaped, all claws and power. Their bodies twisted and shifted, and Cyril realized in an instant, these guys were all identical. He lunged in and struck with everything he had, one hit to start it all. Then he tore through nearly all of his opponents, without breaking a sweat. The young man crouched low, knees tight, and waited to explode forward into the attack. Cyril's every strike hit at lightning speed. Before the enemy could even react, it already spelled doom and victory. The girl burst into applause, eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Mr. Cyril snapped back into his human form. Jean, barely steady, pressed on with her sympathy for Cyril's dragon form like it was burning in her chest. She squared her shoulders and stared down the robbers without flinching. The girl leaned in and asked, "So, what are we doing with them now?" Jana argued they should be punished, because the moment she said the word, her people would wipe it all out in a flash. The young woman snapped, "Fine, I'm a princess after all," and then brushed it off like there was nothing else to prove. She snapped back that the moment they dared to attack her Cyril, execution was the only fate they had coming. He couldn't stop thinking about just how furious she was. Cyril shrugged and said, "That's literally why we're here, to handle stuff like this." And honestly, he didn't know what else he was supposed to do with them. Jean pitched the idea to call Louise. The young man blinked, stunned for a second. The gentleman leaned in and told her to hang tight for just a little while, because right now, I've got bigger things to handle before we get to that. Jean was pushing forward right alongside Cyril, both heading the same way. The girl snapped into recognition and realized exactly where the young man had brought her. They pushed into the Rentform Guild, because Rusu needed them there. He said, "This isn't even the first time you've climbed on me." Now they've dragged Jean into it, and Cyril's losing it. The young man snapped, saying he'd never be able to forgive this. The Rhinfalm Guild's entrance door swung open like it was daring anyone to step inside. The girl and the guy burst into the guild together. The young man stepped into the guild, blurted out an apology for barging in, and the guy behind the counter couldn't believe it. Louis blinked in shock when Cyril showed up at their guild. Spotting the guy, Cyril shouted his name and motioned him over. Louis stood there frozen, staring in disbelief, thinking, "Why am I even here?" Suspicious of Louis, the young man shot him a hard look and said, "We've got something to talk about." Cyril tried to get the boss's attention, but Louis bulldozed in and snapped that they had nothing to talk about. Before the boy could finish his sentence, the princess cut him off and blurted Cyril's name. The princess promised she'd address everyone in public, because the truth couldn't be twisted, not for a second. Louis stared in disbelief as the princess showed up. She was certain he clocked the switch. Jean was gone, and a princess now stood in her place. Louis fired off a question. Was all of this really happening? The girl nodded, clear and certain, saying yes. Diva blurted out that she'd finally spill everything she heard and saw right there, for the whole world to hear. He was completely stunned. No words came out, and he couldn't get his speech together because he never saw this kind of twist coming. He stuttered through his words and begged, "Wait, please, just wait." Louis struggled to get the words out, but his hands betrayed him, shaking hard like they had a mind of their own. Cyril realized he couldn't explain it himself, let out a steady breath, and pressed on with the princess anyway. The young man snapped an apology for ignoring her, then asked if they'd really have to march to the government office now, only for the princess to smile and say, "Yes, and I don't mind at all." For her, the only thing that matters is spilling the truth, so she nods and agrees. Cyril smirked at how perfectly his plan was unfolding, until one thought snapped in. If he hadn't intercepted the princess, she would have slammed into him and hurt him badly. Louis burst out again, but the words wouldn't come out fast enough. Every single attempt fell flat. Hands on his hips, Cyril fired off his final warning. Plopped on the sofa, the young man snapped that if the person in charge didn't show up, they were walking out. Worry practically screamed from Louise's face, and when he stood up, he snapped, "Hold on just a moment." Louis let out a laugh to bait the chief. The man swallowed his pride and apologized for the crushing burden the princess had to carry. The one running the meeting sat across from them, right there on the other side of the table. The deputy master of the Lint Foam Guild stood there, holding the whole world in his hands. The boy stared in shock, saying he never thought he'd see him, the oldest of the whole group, while the man snapped back that he couldn't afford to be rude to the princess. The girl leaned in and asked, "So you really think what happened back then wasn't brutal?" The man shot out an apology and insisted they had to be told about her visit right away. The elder swallowed his pride and offered up his deepest apologies once more. The princess stared at the man like his presence didn't matter at all. The man said Louis told him he was behind the attack, and Cyril immediately read it as a full-on confession. He apologized with his whole heart, then told Louis he'd already gotten the punishment he truly deserved. The young man shrugged and flat out said it wasn't worth the trouble. The elder stared at them, guilt twisting his face, and quietly interrogated his own heart with one burning question. He folded his arms and snapped that Louis used people to come after them, so they fought back, and honestly, what they did was right. Cyril shot back that the whole problem boiled down to one thing. The princess was right there. The boy leaned in and asked the princess, "What do they say when they catch sight of you?" Remembering every word from those speeches, the princess smiled and said they'd treated her like a priceless bonus. The young man snapped that those people had stripped her highness of her dignity, humiliated her without mercy. Fear hit the man, and he blurted out that they never realized the princess herself was standing right in front of them. He said, "If you spill it all in public, the sin won't get any lighter, got it?" The elder's worry hit like thunder, and he hurried to straighten out exactly what was going on. The princess perched right beside Cyril on his left, like the night itself had chosen that spot. The young man couldn't shake the thought that once her father, the king himself, found out, trouble would come crashing down on Lintwim. Sweat chilled across his skin as panic hit. He blurted, "What do I do now?" Cyril snapped that this was a gut-wrenching disaster, and if word got out, they'd be dead the moment everyone learned the truth. The man told them to hold on for a sec, then his mind raced, hunting for the perfect way out. The elder shoved himself upright, like something in him refused to stay seated. After a while, the man came back, right when it mattered. He gripped a box in his hands, slammed it onto the table, and demanded to know if this would finally help them cool their rage. When I cracked open the box, 100,000 lire spilled out like it was waiting for me. The girl spun toward the young man and demanded, "So, what are you gonna say about all this?" Nerves were eating him alive as he sat there, death gripping the wait for your answer. Cyril agreed. He then said they'd finally hammered out a settlement agreement. After the negotiations wrapped up, Cyril and Jean hit the streets together, side by side, heading straight through the town. He felt pure relief. Those people finally got punished. Cyril snapped his focus straight to Jean. He stared at her face and blurted, "What's wrong? Tell me." The girl choked out an apology, her mind snapping back to an urgent matter she couldn't afford to ignore. The young man pressed for an answer again, and the girl nodded, yes. The girl asked to leave, and Cyril didn't even slow down. He shut it down fast and reminded her she had social obligations waiting too. He asked the princess if she needed help, and she thanked him with a bright smile, brushing it off like it was no big deal. He said, "Got it," then wrapped it up with a quick goodbye, and she flashed him a smile right back. She galloped off with pure excitement, ready to handle her business. As he pushed deeper through the city streets, the young man couldn't stop thinking about that report. One filthy scoundrel's case, and it had to be delivered to the government office. He snapped his gaze to whatever had caught his attention. He spotted a shop packed with dragon materials, like it was built for the next big transformation. A young man yanked his bag open and stared inside, like something important was waiting for him there. The next day hits, and everything changes. In Mr. Cyril's guild, the boys told Cyril the job was done, and Cyril shot back his thanks right away. Emma and Louise peered around the corner, then blurted, "Can we go by now?" Without hesitation, the young man nodded and ushered them inside. Emma leaned in and fired off questions. What kind of construction was it? What materials were used? And who exactly was doing the work? Cyril told them it'd be way faster if they just felt it for themselves. Chris burst into laughter and said he'd go first, but Louise snapped back that it wasn't fair. A young man stood at the entrance, grinning like he already knew what was about to happen. The dragons stared at their home, and pure confusion hit. They couldn't figure out what had changed. They launched right back into the search, scanning every corner like it might bite back. Cyril leaned in and asked what was different, and Louise just shrugged. "It's not totally clear yet," she said, "but you can feel there's something real going on." The dragons raved in awe about the comfort, but they couldn't figure out what suddenly changed. Chris dropped to the ground in a burst of laughter, and the moment he felt the soil, he realized it was different. As she looked down, the girls realized it too. Everything had changed right in front of them. Cyril told me he demanded she switch things there. Emma's jaw dropped the moment she heard that name. Louise leaned in and asked if she knew, and the answer came back a confident yes. Emma told everyone, "This blue grass comes straight from the dragon lands, and it's the most expensive thing you can get." Emma leaned in and asked if the grass looked like that everywhere around here, and Cyril just grinned and said, "Yep, everywhere." Even as Emma was still reeling in disbelief, Louise leaned in and demanded to know how much that land would cost. Cyril said it straight, 20,000. Louise stared in disbelief at the sheer amount, and Chris laughed, saying Cyril had gone full berserk. "The guy said this is where you'll spend most of your day, so make it comfy no matter the price, even if it drains your wallet." Chris said he didn't get it, but the restoration sure wasn't cheap. As soon as Chris clocked something else, he realized it wasn't just the land that had been altered. Cyril snapped, "I'm right," like the answer couldn't be questioned. He braced himself against the wall and stabbed the air with his finger, pointing it straight at something. It was a crystal forged to supercharge magic. The young man said that, with the stayer's help, the magic in this place would finally be steady again. The dragons stared in pure shock, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chris stared at the crystal, shocked by how intense it felt, like the dragon had just hatched and breathed into it. Emma leaned into Cyril and asked, straight up, if the price was still just as brutal. A young man slapped an 80,000 Bleer price tag on it, and that monstrous number left Louise completely mortified. He swore that dazzling money literally burst into existence, and just like that, his years-long dream finally became real. The dragons couldn't hide their joy as they eagerly thanked their master for the incredible gifts. Cyril couldn't hide his grin as their reaction hit. He was genuinely thrilled. He realized these changes might scramble his brain, but he did the smart thing anyway. He doubled down and invested. Suddenly, the girls' voices snapped into the air, buzzing about rumors around Cyril. One girl swore he's actually a genuinely good person, and the other girl fired back. Yeah, it's true. The princess stepped onto the scene, and the countess hovered right at her left shoulder. He couldn't stop thinking about the princess and the lady beside him. He leaned in with a quick greeting, then blurted out an apology for missing them. But she waved it off like it was no big deal at all. The princess was dying to set him up with someone, because this introduction could change everything. Countess Gyral right there, like a storm in human form. The young man froze in shock, because a truly respectable lady had just come to see him. The boy snapped into a bow at once and introduced himself, Cyril Larose. Then the woman's face lit up as she smiled back and said she was Clara Gyral. He faced the princess head-on, heart pounding, ready to blurt out the one question burning in his mind. The girl claimed she had opened Countess Gyral's eyes. The young man leaned in and demanded, "What do you mean, exactly?" Her confession about teaming up with the Lintvalm Guild for years totally threw the young man, because aristocrats rarely ever touch dragon-linked guilds, and when they do, they usually end up as a long-term cash cow for the guild. She clapped her hand over her mouth and hissed the princess's confession about their awful crimes. The guy's eyes went wide with shock. The woman confessed she was on the fence about continuing the deal, and then she moved to offer something right there. She begged me to spill the whole story about the Faust dragons. The guy's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's seeing. Surprise hit the young man like a wave. Was she really about to join his guild? And did that mean he'd finally strike a deal with the counts? His thoughts spun out of control. The princess didn't hold back. She outright admitted how furious she felt toward Lintvalm. She refuses to forgive them, and she's not about to change her mind. Cyril froze as those words hit him like a punch. He finally clocked what she'd been rushing about yesterday, her plan to weaken Lintvalm. Staring at them, he couldn't help thinking about raw power, and how he could even pull the countess into it. He couldn't stop replaying that princess's sweet smile in his head. Cyril decided he didn't want to turn her into his enemy after all. Cyril had no clue what kind of deal this princess-powered scheme was cooking. A young man leaned in and demanded, "So what's the deal with Lintvalm?" The boy looked the lady in the eye and admitted he wished it was something he could actually handle. The girl flashed him a sign and let him know, straight up, that she had crucial information just for him. The princess leaned in and told the young man not to panic, because he was Sir Cyril, and everything was about to be all right. The girl said she picked someone who'd absolutely be able to hurt them. He paused for a beat, thinking it'd be best if she wasn't inflating the truth. No matter how he tried to frame it, he couldn't match Lintvalm's power. So Cyril leaned on the countess, demanded every detail, and she nodded, ready to spill the whole truth. Right before we kicked things off, she insisted on introducing someone first. She leaned in and demanded he take a good look. He blinked in shock because she actually showed up with someone. They sprinted straight for the carriage, closing the distance in a hurry. As Cyril got closer, she stared in shock at what she'd brought with her. A dragon with beauty so enchanting it felt unreal, like it belonged in a legend. The young man couldn't believe what he was seeing, and Chris stared out the window like something big was coming. Chris stared in awe at this rare kind of radon, because you just don't see it often. When the young man spotted radon, he froze in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, are you really the same one?" The countess nodded and confirmed he was right. Cyril already knew this dragon species wasn't the mightiest, but when it came to beauty, nothing came close. Shackles clamped down on her paws. That young man caught sight of them, and suddenly worried he'd messed up somehow. The countess leaned in and asked how he was doing with their child, and the young man stared back at her, totally confused by the question. With a sour, sullen glare, he muttered something under his breath. Cyril couldn't help but praise her stunning beauty, and the countess immediately nodded like he'd just hit the nail on the head. The countess leaned in and told him, with no hesitation, that she was the family's greatest pride. The princess leaned in and told Cyril the aristocrat's secret privilege, Some of them keep radon species dragons, and everyone swears their breathtaking beauty is basically a living symbol of the family. The young man figured it would cost a fortune just to buy that dragon, and then keep it alive and running. Chris leaned toward the window and gave a grin. He couldn't believe this was turning into a whole culture. The Countess told him she'd already handed her over to Lindwom once, so now, could he step in and take care of her instead of them? Cyril sank into thoughts of care, support, and never letting anyone down. A spark of clarity lit up inside him, and suddenly he just knew he could figure everything out. The guy asked, "Can I touch you?" And the Countess shot him a clear yes. A young man marched straight toward the raid on the dragon. He strode up to her, introduced himself as Cyril, and asked her name like it mattered. The dragon snarled that the vase had no name at all. He admitted it was heartbreaking. He stared down, face heavy with regret, and muttered that she had to live like this. Radon blurted, stunned, "Do you really understand me?" And Chris snapped back, "Yeah, because I'm your best friend and you're seriously an amazing person." She shrugged it off like it was nothing, then admitted, "Yeah, turns out those people really do exist." The young man nervously asked if he could take care of her, and she gasped, shocked that he meant it. So he quickly explained that she'd been treated specially in Lindwom. She shrugged it off, saying she didn't care, because deep down she was just a bird trapped in a cage. Cyril leaned in and asked her if she was ready to finally earn her freedom. Radon laughed at the idea, saying the bonds were pointless, then admitted the only option left was getting chained up. The young man keeps his mouth shut, like he's holding back a storm. Radon opened his mouth, ready to unleash what he'd been holding back. She snapped that there's no way these shackles can just be ripped off like that. Staring at her shackles, the boy felt the magic buzzing inside them, and he didn't even try to argue with how powerful they were. The dragon just gave up on his fate and didn't even lift a finger to fight back. Mr. LaRose was crushed by what she saw in the mirror, and her whole mood sank with it. He finally clocked it. She'd already thrown in the towel. A young man snapped out of hesitation and decided to take action right now. Sir Cyril snapped into a dragon form. This sudden appearance totally caught the ladies off guard. He snapped his hand out and reached for the radon shackles. The gentleman yanked her chains free, so fast it shocked her beyond words. Rage flared in the Countess's chest at what he did. She leaned in and demanded to know why she'd do something like that. The princess leaned in and begged her to trust him with her whole heart. Back in human form, Cyril leaned in and cheered her on, celebrating the moment her freedom finally slipped into place. The young man looked at her and said, "Go ahead, do whatever you want, no limits." She didn't see that coming at all, and when he did it, relief hit her like a wave of happiness. The dragon braced itself on all fours, ready for whatever came next. She tilted her chin to the sky, like she was daring it to answer her. The dragon snapped its wings wide, roaring like it owned the sky. Radon thundered his wings and rocketed into the sky. Radon burst into the air like a butterfly, riding the sky and savoring freedom on every flutter of his wings. She finally felt alive, and it showed, like something inside her had just snapped awake. The young man and the ladies were completely spellbound by the way she flew. After that wild free flight, the dragon snapped its wings down and started dropping toward the earth. Touching down, she strided straight toward the guy. Radon burst with pure delight. She thanked the young man, and he waved it off, saying it wasn't worth the thanks. The boy couldn't look away. The dragon's presence just grabbed him by the heart. Cyril couldn't help but blurt out that she was unbelievably beautiful. He spun to the woman and demanded to know how the Countess was doing, especially with their dragon. She beamed, completely thrilled with how stunning and graceful she looked. Radon and Cyril just stood there, holding their breath, waiting to hear what she'd say next. Cyril leaned in and swore dragons weren't born to be chained. He said their real beauty won't fully show itself until they're finally free. The girl lit up with joy, practically saying, "I never expected anything less from him." The Countess nodded, along without hesitation. Staring at the animated dragon, the Countess nodded and confirmed, "Yep." She agreed with his take on just how breathtaking they were. She admitted it wasn't surprising at all. Of course, Her Highness would feel sympathy for him. The Countess told them she really wanted their cooperation to keep going. Bowing Cyril, "Thank you so much, ma'am." The thrilled girl shot a warm gesture at the young man and backed him up like she meant it. Mrs. Doral hit me with the news. Tomorrow, the contract payment was coming due. After he tossed out one final request, the young man instantly grabbed the Countess's attention. The boy begged for food to feed the dragons. She blinked in shock at the request. The woman shot back that if that was all, she could just tell the man to come listen to himself. And the young man quickly thanked her. With a sly smile, the Countess teased Sir Cyril's odd quirks, and right then, Jean shouted his name. The girl leaned in and demanded to know why he was doing it. The Countess leaned in, mesmerized by the fierce shine of the dragon's hair. The young man vowed he'd feed the dragons right, so they'd grow strong and stay nourished. The princess snapped back, absolutely certain Faust's dragons would rise no question. Cyril flashed a grin and leaned in a little. He figured it was only natural. He'd been caring for dragons all along. The very next day, the girl rushed in and begged forgiveness for that sudden urgent call. Cyril demanded, "So what happened? Tell me right now." Rose stepped in and reported on a special mission that had been handed straight to the Faust dragons. He was blown away. They came straight to him, personally. Rose beamed with pride because she had a specialized registration for Cyril. The young man shot back, asking what job he'd been assigned, and the girl just told him to wait a moment. She pulled out a list and declared, "I'm reading this right now," and the young man instantly stared, stunned. He never saw that coming. He stared at the pile and demanded to know if it was truly a full, complete list. Rose shot him a curious look and nodded. Yep, it was a whole list of tasks. The young man leaned in and demanded to know how many of them there were. She couldn't stop thinking about it over and over. After flipping through the list, she promised she'd grab the number fast. She said you needed 46 for subordination and 97 to get fully ready for preparation. Before she could even finish her sentence, the young man cut her off mid-speech and demanded to know what it all meant. The girl stared at him, completely stunned. She said he never even stopped to think about it. Every single person in that building snapped their heads towards Cyril. When he spun around, everyone's eyes snapped to him. He never saw that coming, and Rose told him the reason. He'd already agreed to the terms they'd laid out for Lindtwom earlier. Everyone trusted him to come through, but they trusted them. Nope, never. The moment he clutched his head, the kid finally got why all that attention was aimed his way. After the shock finally faded, he snapped back to his senses and let out a shaky breath. He apologized, then declared he'd choose his own tasks, and she nodded like, "That's okay," but warned him not to undercut himself. The girl told him he could just turn them all down, because most of them only want one thing, a relationship with him. The young man awkwardly admitted that, yeah, turns out those insane proposals really do exist. She crossed her arms tight over her chest and flashed a grin like she knew exactly what was coming. He confessed he couldn't stand the idea of the dragons burning themselves out, working too hard. Rose nodded and admitted he'd always treated the dragons with nothing but real care. Cyril demanded they let him see what was inside that list. The girl snapped that there wasn't much info. Then the guy brushed it off like it didn't even matter. The young man ripped through the list, one name after another. Cyril couldn't stand how many pointless chores piled up day after day. Suddenly, something snapped his focus like a spotlight. The girl demanded to know what was happening, and the guy shoved the list right into her hands. She dipped her head and finally caught what had him stunned. The girl scanned the task, and it sounded insane, like she was supposed to save a dragon that couldn't climb down from a cliff. While she was lost in thought, the girl realized this was no normal case at all, because that's exactly how kittens are usually described. After wrestling with it for what felt like forever, the guy finally blurted out his plan, and the girl snapped, shocked, because all they were paying was just 5 lira. Cyril shot back, saying he couldn't let this chance slip away because the dragon child was in real danger. She didn't pick a fight with him. She just trusted that sweet, good-hearted side of his. The girl stared at it and instantly knew it looked just like him. The trail opens up to jaw-dropping mountain peaks, swallowed and revealed again by rolling, billowing clouds. A brutal cliff face loomed in dead silence, dripping with darkness and pure horror. The tiny dragons shake on their paws, terrified to step 1 inch down. Snow-capped peaks shot up into the clouds like the mountain was reaching for the sky. Through the soft, fluffy top of the tree, you can spot the mountains, and above them clouds drift lazily across the sky like a perfectly peaceful postcard. Again, the dragon touched down and rumbled that the place he needed was somewhere right around here. Louise's eyes swept the room, and then she realized this place looked like something she'd seen before. Cyril nodded right along with her, like he'd felt it too. The young man stared at the map, pointed at the numbers, and swore the cliff with the dragon cub was sitting right where they'd rescued the princess. Louise snapped, asking if this time she'd have to rescue someone. Cyril cut in fast. No, he told her, since you've been here before, I figured we'd pull this off way faster. Then he leaned in and swore, and if anything gets messy, I'll handle it myself. He promised her the transformation would work, and Louise didn't hesitate. She made it crystal clear she'd heard every word. The dragon demanded the kid's name, and Cyril shot back that seeing the child was just another reason he'd started this mission in the first place. The guy said this was the exact feature the customer had mentioned, and then basically nodded like, yeah, it has to be Baylor. Louise snapped that if that was the case, they had to crank up the speed right now. The mountains stay eerily quiet until leaf rustles whisper through the trees, and a fluffy crown of branches sways overhead while, high in the sky, clouds drift like white sails across the wind. With every step up, the cliff's silhouette sharpened into focus, looming closer with every meter of height gained. Louise stared at something perched on the cliffside, and her eyes couldn't look away. The dragon demanded I look, and for a second I figured it was her. She admitted her hands wouldn't stop trembling with terror, and she couldn't shake the regret she felt over the baby's condition. Cyril asked for permission, and Louise paused, eyes narrowing as she waited. Louise realized that without support points, the child is standing on shaky ground, and that's a real danger. The young man clocked the danger and stepped up to go in his place, and when the dragon believed him, it played right into his hope. The boy stared at his hand and declared, with pure determination, that he was about to trigger the transformation. The young man snapped into the form of a dragon, like his body just decided to become legend. He sprinted straight at the cub, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The guy dug in his foot and launched himself off the slope. Cyril's sudden appearance shocked the little girl so hard she couldn't even react. When he scooped the baby up, he must have caught her off guard, and she blurted out a shocked little gasp without even meaning to. They charged down the slope side by side, like the world was rushing at them. Cyril clutched the baby to his chest and sprinted straight up to Louise. After he touched down, he slipped into his human skin and let out a breathy, relieved statement. Everything went perfectly. The little girl stared at Louise, completely lost, and Louise just blurted out. It all hit at once. Things happened so fast there wasn't even time to blink. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "Are you all right? Show me. Did you get hurt anywhere?" Wide-eyed with shock, she blurted, "Wait, who's my little sister?" Right when she opened her mouth to speak, shock slammed into her so hard she froze. The young man leaned in and demanded to know what on earth had happened. Louise reported, dead serious, that it wasn't a Balor. He never saw this coming. She pointed ahead and said a dragon, belonging to someone far above them, stood right there. That twist flat out shocked the guy. The boy kept insisting, sounding unsure, that the view was amazing, and the little girl stared at him like, "Are you sure?" Most of the time, when knights command dragons, it's because those dragons were bred in aquaculture. Untouched dragons are the real elite, rare, superior species, and you'll only find one in every 10,000 dragons. Cyril's whole world went still. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The young man couldn't believe it. This was his first time laying eyes on a dragon like that. A dude suddenly felt it. Someone's eyes locked on him like a spotlight. A tiny girl stared at Cyril, and she didn't even blink. The dragon stared him down from head to toe, then finally demanded, "What is that?" She couldn't stop wondering. Was he really her father or just someone pretending? That question hit him like a lightning bolt, and he just froze in stunned silence. Baffled, the young man blurted that he wasn't the one she wanted, just a regular mortal. But she cut him off, snapped at him to stop interrupting, and demanded he finally listen. With pure anger blazing in her voice, she snapped, "Why did you take human form? You looked different just a second ago." Then she leaned in, shaking, and added, "And don't forget you're my dad, So why did you change? Louise couldn't wait to spill her guesses about this topic. She swore the baby was basically calling it out, like his transformations were the point all along. Cyril snapped. Everything finally makes sense to me now. He tore open his seal and burst into his dragon form once more. The moment they met his eyes, a tiny smile burst across the child's face. That adorable little cub, grinning so wide it lit up the whole place, came sprinting to Cyril with a joyful shout, flung her arms around him, and told him her heart had always known. He was her daddy. After he snapped back into his human body, the guy bowed his head and apologized. The boy panicked over the crazy power drain, but the dragon just shot him a confused look at his very human appearance. The kid didn't even look back at what happened, just shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal. Louise clocked it instantly. The baby was probably seeing a dragon for the very first time. The boy looked like he finally got it, and he said her strange behavior was all because imprinting was triggered by the transformation. Louise couldn't believe it. Cyril actually liked the dragon's child, a shock so rare it almost didn't feel real. And when she stared, the boy just shrugged it off, saying he wasn't anything special. He was lucky. She said maybe her parents were lurking nearby, just out of sight. Cyril asked where she was born, and the dragon just stared blankly like it had no clue what born even meant. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he demanded to know where she'd gone, and that question lit up the little girl like fireworks. She flashed a sly smile and gestured vaguely over there, dodging the question like it was too hot to touch. When he saw her tear across the ground at an insane speed, shock hit him hard. He couldn't even hide it. She vanished so fast that the next second she was already miles away, leaving everyone staring like they'd missed the whole moment. Cyril shot off the wheeze and hurried after the baby in a flash. They couldn't even come close to matching her pace. Breathless from the chase, Louise snapped that she just couldn't match that insane speed of his. She said the ancestral species are absolute monsters at sprinting those short distances. Louise said people want us to soar long distances, but it won't line their pockets, so that's why they're pushing these brutal changes on us. She told him to watch her, way closer, no exceptions. Louise warned that if they didn't do it, they'd lose track of the target, and the guy immediately nodded, agreeing with her. They came to a halt, and Cyril urged the dragon to rest. He snapped into his dragon form again and shot through the sky after the baby. The baby drifted through the air like a feather, floating effortlessly without a single ounce of fear. Even in his brand new form, he still couldn't close the gap. She slipped away too fast. He knew he couldn't take it much longer, so he snapped into action and started calling her. The young man's eyes went wide. Pure shock hit him like a punch. Standing by where she was supposed to appear, she shouted to her dad, "Look, this is the place I'm coming out of." Cyril snapped back into his human form. He closed the distance to the baby fast. His eyes locked onto the ruined husk where the dragon used to live. He leaned in and asked if she was from around here, and she lit up with a confident yes. She told him she'd gone searching for him because he wasn't there, and when he caught that, he finally understood how she ended up in that place. She admitted she'd been terrified the whole time. He spotted something weird lurking in the baby's nest. It was a claw, sharp, brutal, and unmistakably dangerous. As Cyril stared at the object, he swore it looked like one of her parents' claws. Then the baby suddenly spoke. She demanded to know where her sister was, and he shot back that her sister was beat and needed rest. Cyril said she was taking a break because she'd gone way too fast, and the baby was bouncing with pure excitement. She hesitated, trembling with agitation, and confessed she had no clue what to do next. After she apologized, she bolted straight to her little sister at full speed. The young man scratched his head, realized there was no slipping away from the chase, and knew he'd have to follow her. The dragon's transformation finished in a heartbeat, and the claw on his paw erupted in a blinding flash of light. The scales on his dragon paws burst into rainbow brilliance. Each plate flashed and glittered like it was swallowing invisible light, while magical smoke, alive and twitchy, spiraled around his legs, veiling his claws and scales in a trembling, hiding cloak. His feet felt brand new, lighter than ever, and way stronger than they'd been before. Cyril blinked in shock the moment he asked about his legs. His eyes flicked to his own feet, and confusion and shock tangled up in the same stare. The young man stared at that transformed claw, then desperately tried to piece together how the hell it even happened. He had a bunch of wild ideas brewing, ready to blow everything up. He shoved off the ground and was ready to sprint. He shot off into a sprint the second he could. As soon as he started running, his suspicions snapped into place. Each step screamed that his calculations were right. Faster than ever before, the boy sprinted at 10 times the horse's speed. The young man skidded to a halt, and with a snap his whole appearance changed. Cyril muttered, worn down to the bone, like he could feel every drop of effort battering his body. Leaning on that tree, the boy crumpled to the ground and groaned about how exhausted he was. Bursting out from the bushes, the little girl spotted her dad and immediately shouted for him, beaming with pure joy. Worried out of her mind, she demanded to know what happened, but the young man tried to steady her and insisted everything was fine. Louise, barely able to drag her legs, shot a complaint that everything was happening way too fast. She made it crystal clear. Her and the owner were done with the baby. Speechless, he snapped his eyes to Louise. A massive bear lay on its back, and Cyril leaned in like he had a secret, then asked her a question. Louise flashed a grin and teased that he'd get worn out before the transformations were over. Even with exhaustion chewing at him, he still flashed a grin. With a warm, heartfelt smile, he thanked her and told her she'd been a massive help to him. They struck a fire, then cooked the bear's carcass over the flames. The young man said he'd already eaten to his fill, and that the food hit so good it practically made him glow. All that was left were nodding bones. He replayed the claw he grabbed during the transformation, over and over in his head. Cyril snapped to the crowd, warning them that the clock was bleeding out fast, then ordered everyone to head back to Parlson. The little girl ran up to her father, blurting out a question about where he was headed. Then he declared he was going back home and asked her to come with him, and she agreed without hesitation. He grinned and said, "Perfect, then I'll gladly come up with a name for her." Cyril waited in his mind, like one wrong move could cost him everything. He threw out the name Lee and asked her, voice cautious, if she'd be okay with him calling her that. The little girl's joy burst out of her, impossible to hold back. She nodded yes and accepted his proposal. Exhausted, they trudged all the way back home. Chris sat perched on the roof, and the moment he spotted the homeowner coming back, he tensed up. The dragon burst into pure joy, practically radiating happiness in the air. Chris locked eyes on the baby cradled in Cyril's arms, and it took his breath away. The firstborn species, a creature so rare it felt unreal. After greeting him, she said, "I'm Lee," and explained she'd come with her father, and Chris couldn't help but grin because her energy was absolutely unreal. Chris blurted out why Cyril called him Dad, and she smiled like she'd already planned it. "I'll explain everything real soon." The dragon's eyes widened in shock, and then it let out a surprised chuckle. He blurted out what he thought about the changes to his friend, and his friend shot back with a quick reply. The young man leaned in and demanded the dragon hand over a horn. Chris asked about the phoenix horn, and Cyril snapped back, "Yeah," while Louise and Lee just let out quiet chuckles in the background. The young man shot off with total confidence. He was sure the power of immortality would awaken for him, no doubt. The young man stood out in the mountainside field, dragons at his side, staring at the new power like he couldn't wait to see what it would do. The 3 tiny dragons stared them down, and panic crawled in fast, with Lee in the worst shape. Louise practically demanded an answer from her master. Was he truly, fully sure? Salyer crossed his arms over his chest, then strode up with pure confidence and demanded his dragon do the same. The white dragon roared with laughter, but Louise couldn't shake her doubts. Chris told her to stop hiding and quit being shy, then to jump into action no matter what came next. The big dragon grinned and assured the black dragon that this new friend of theirs wasn't any more dangerous than a bite. Louise felt that relief. And then the guy pushed for one more explanation on how to understand it. The dragon's rage finally burned out. It drew a deep breath, exhaled with control, and stared straight at her master with unshakable confidence. The dragon let the guy know she was about to unleash it, then started gathering a blazing ball of light in her mouth, while the guy, all swagger, stood right in front of her with his hands on his hips, chest puffed out. until the princess came charging in at full speed, totally clueless about what was going down. The girl snapped her eyes to Cyril, standing right in front of his dragon which was blasting him with an attack, and she gasped, screaming, "Wait, what are you two doing?" The guy spun toward the girl, and right then, the dragon's attack was already primed to strike. A dragon blasted a searing beam straight into the boy's stomach, and the princess instantly shrieked, screaming for Cyril. He had a massive crater ripped through his stomach, and instead of stopping there, he chose to transform into a half-dragon. The girl snapped with worry and asked, "Are you okay?" As soon as the boy shifted into his dragon form, he glanced down at his stomach, and there it was, the wound already healed. The guy sat there, surrounded by dragons wearing human faces, and he spoke to the girl. She instantly grasped what had just gone down. He told her he had a phoenix horn and wanted to see if immortality would actually stick in dragon form. And when she finally got what he meant, her panic melted and she calmed down. She stared at the guy's stomach and checked every inch, making sure not a single scar even dared to remain. He nodded back, eyes dropping to his stomach. Then he pressed his hand there and froze because it was absolutely pierced, and not a single scratch marred it. Cyril leaned in and told the princess, "When I'm a dragon, you can't hurt me, and if I get wounded as a human, I'll shift fast and every single wound will vanish on the spot." The princess blinked, stunned, because she couldn't believe he could heal that instantly. Louise was furious, thinking her master had tossed her aside now that he didn't need her power. But he leaned in and swore, "No, that's not what's happening." He rubbed the back of his head and shrugged. "I just absorbed the power of immortality, and yeah, I figured it'd come with consequences." As night rolled in, he realized his power was draining 10 times faster than before, and he couldn't believe how much strength it demanded. Then the girl stared in shock right beside him. Staring at Louise, Cyril told her to let him borrow her power, sleep and healing for the smaller injuries. The dragon burst into a delighted grin, and somehow she seemed to know it all. But still, he crossed his arms tight over his chest, eyes narrowed like he was deep in thought. Of course he was thrilled he could protect everyone, but now he had to crack a problem with a massive energy drain. It was starting to overwhelm him. Then the girl suddenly remembered something. Today, the princess showed up at his door for one clear reason, and he stared at her with a confused, questioning look. Inside the castle, the princess devoured book after book, until one day she uncovered a mysterious spice hidden between the pages, and the moment she showed it, that guy practically burst with excitement, asking what it was. She leaned in and told him the book was all about rainbow salt and an arcane seal. Cyril had never even heard of that kind of spice before. The girl said that this spice is a nightmare to process, and that's exactly why regular cooks never touch this salt. The knight figured that if she had come straight to him just to talk about the spice, then it had to be something that could actually help him. That cheerful girl grinned and said it was all about the salt's flavor magic. Once you used it, the food's taste completely changed, and the guy got inspired. But Her Highness couldn't wrap her mind around it. Nobody could ever pinpoint when or how that salty taste would suddenly shift. He finally got what she was trying to say. He claimed that cooking something with that kind of spice could never be trusted on an ordinary table, because the flavor might flip at any moment. He lit up because he's fed up with the taste, and the joyful princess figured this spice was exactly the thing he'd been waiting for. With a joyful grip on the princess's hands, he thanked her, because this news was pure magic. Jana's cheeks flared red with embarrassment. She quickly looked away and blurted out that she was just happy she could help him. He immediately decided to track down where he could buy this arcane CL, but something about it was clearly messed up. The girl told him that since the cooks never touch this salt, they either dig it up themselves or put in a request to the guild. And the guy nodded because it all made perfect sense. The princess charmed him with the promise that she knew where to find rainbow salt, but it was miles away. Then the guy shot back that he could help get it anyway. The boy grinned, gestured at his dragons, and told the girl to come fetch salt with him tomorrow, if she was free. And you could see her light up instantly with pure joy. She didn't hesitate, She nodded and agreed to go with him. The boy perched on their pets while the guy leaned in and asked Colette, his dragon, if she could fetch some fruit. Munching a banana, the dragon snapped back yes, answering her master's question without hesitation. Cyril figured he'd finally snag more salt, so they dragged Colette along, and with her help, they ended up stocked with more provisions than ever. The girl let out a blood-curdling scream and the guy snapped. What happened? She jabbed a finger at the banana, right as Colette leaned in and kissed it with her lips. But the knight was too oblivious to notice a thing. She blushed hard, about to blurt. It was an indirect kiss, but the words died in her mouth before she could finish. Zana whipped her face away and snapped that Colette was a dragon, like that settled everything. And the guy just didn't get a single thing. The princess pushed the message straight to the boy. She insisted he was a truly wonderful man, and Sir Cyril just couldn't figure out why that mattered so much. The girl told her how that knight devoured the food straight from the dragon's stomach. No fear, no hesitation. Then the dragoness snapped her gaze toward her. He told her, don't panic. Those extra stomachs have no gastric juice and no dirt, so you've got nothing to fear. And the girl finally got it. The princess warned him that this kind of thing is usually seen as not normal, and the guy shot back. So you're telling me that's real? With a bright smile, she told him, if you don't care, that's totally fine. And still, he couldn't figure out what was even bothering her. Dragon Colette let out a wicked chuckle, her smile sharp as a blade. The dragon leaned in and asked its master more, and the boy went, yes, please, until he finally spotted something. Deep in the forest, the guy suddenly caught a weird, unsettling hum crawling through the shadows. The forest kept buzzing, loud, relentless, and it never let up. The girl blurted out, Sir Cyril, what is it? And he couldn't help himself. He wanted to take a wild guess. The guy heard a strange noise, and the girl let out a sharp scream. The forest kept blasting the same strange noise over and over, and Jana heard it, loud and clear, right alongside it. She figured the wind was to blame, but Cyril shot back that it wasn't the wind at all. The knight swore it wasn't a natural sound, leapt off his dragon, and bolted off into the unknown. The girl and the dragon barreled after him, yelling for him to stop and wait up. Every last worker sprinted through the forest in a blur, chasing that strange sound as it called them deeper. A stone-made monster, with a gut-wrenching roar, is closing in on the girl from a naga. The protagonist stumbled onto a brutal showdown, right between a dragon knight, a naga, and a towering golem. The entire company charged toward the source of that sound, like something out there was about to explode. Zana shrieked as horror slammed into her. She grabbed Cyril and begged, what do we do? And he shot back, leave it to me. He screamed that he was transforming, and then in a flash he turned into a dragon. The knight, now a dragon, snarled and sprinted straight at the golem. The transformed guy slammed the golem and shattered it into dust. Then the beautiful blonde stared, jaw dropping, as the whole thing crumbled to pieces. Exhausted, the boy started slipping back from dragon form into his human body. He knew he'd burn out before long, so he swung for the final strike, trying to settle it all in one blow. And the moment he felt the energy drain, horror hit him. Then the stranger who'd witnessed everything shook his head and declared it was impossible. The blonde couldn't believe the man dropped the golem with one single blow. Then she realized something far bigger mattered. She beamed, thanked Cyril, and introduced herself, Rosalie Rain. The blonde wanted to know the names of her saviors, and the guy agreed to give his. It's Cyril Larose, the guy, and Jean, the girl. Rosalie's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. With a bright grin, she blurted out whether he was Faust's dragon. Then the knight went wide-eyed, shocked that the blonde even knew his name. She grinned and said, of course I know him. He's in the most famous guild around right now. Rosalie burst into joy, stunned that it was him who saved her. Yet he just looked mortified, cheeks burning with embarrassment. The blonde caught something and snapped her focus to the princess on horseback, and she knew the guild rumors were true. Those guys even ride special horses. Still, the guy just couldn't figure out what was so special about that horse. Rosalie said most horses freeze at dragons, but this one, she swore it was sharp enough to stay fearless. Cyril swore this was the best horse alive, belonged to a princess, so it couldn't possibly be ordinary. The blonde didn't expect anything less, and the guy felt totally awkward, like his words were stuck in his throat, so he tried to say something. The knight sighed and said those old-school dragon knights are almost extinct these days, and the girl totally got what he meant. The girl gently brushed her dragon's head with her fingertips. She's already got the hang of riding this dragon, solo style, because her guild is literally just her. Back when the world was wilder, you'd see classical knights battling right atop a dragon, but that kind of sight is almost unheard of now. These days knights get all sorts of duties, so dragons mostly haul cargo or fly out first for reconnaissance. The guy realized this was anything but easy. Then the girl whipped around and snapped, "I'm in a rush." With a leap, the girl swung up onto her dragon and told her. Yeah, the company had dragged her into a mess, but really she was headed straight for a request meant to destroy everything, until a golem snatched her mid-mission. She flashed a warm smile and thanked the guys from the bottom of her heart. The main character leaned in and wished Rosalie the best of luck, like he truly meant it. The company stood there, waving as the girl headed out, one last goodbye hanging in the air. The crew pushed onward, and the princess leaned in and praised Rosalie as the most magnificent knight she'd ever seen. With a bright grin, the girl told him the blonde looked like a dragon man, and she even wanted to hire her for the palace. The guy hesitated, but admitted she was genuinely fascinating. The girl leaned in and asked Cyril what was eating him alive. He snapped back that she was absolutely admirable, but her dragon was definitely off somehow. Rosalie's dragon panted hard and demanded she scramble into the saddle right now, but the knight outright ignored it, while the princess couldn't shake the feeling that something about this dragon was seriously off. The knight shrugged, deciding this felt totally normal. Yeah, no big deal at all. But the dragon shot back, protesting that he was no ordinary different. The boy and his dragon rattled off weird, wild sounds like something was about to go down. The boy swore to his dragon he wasn't talking about himself at all. He meant that young wyvern he'd rented back then, and Colette nearly died of embarrassment. The protagonist demanded why she decided he was talking about himself, and the dragon snapped back with a furious scream. Everything was wrong. The guy's face went hot with embarrassment, and the dragon's nerves shot through the roof. Colette shrieked with her mouth gaping open, yelling that everything was wrong. The guy swore he had it all figured out, and the girl burst out laughing at him and his perfect understanding. The company roared up into the mountains, cutting through the winding roads like it owned the sky. The girl spotted it at last, and the guy snapped his eyes wide open, mouth agape, stunned with pure admiration. Garrett's rainbow salt mine lake sat there in the middle of nowhere. Then they spotted a stunning tree rising right out of the water, and the boys stared in pure awe. The boys finally reached Lake Garrett, Rainbow Lake, and rainbow crystals sprouted all around it. Cyril's jaw dropped in pure awe, and Jean couldn't stop calling it beautiful. Cyril and his crew charged in for a brand new spice. On the lake shore, the boys spotted gorgeous square crystals, and Cyril blurted, "Are these the Canciel crystals?" The princess nodded, saying he was right, and they'd formed when the lake's water level shifted. Dragon Colette volunteered to go grab the salt, but her master only grunted out some nonsense noise that made zero sense. A knight rushed in offering his help, but the dragon snapped it off. This treasure looked just like the same old pile of ore to her, so she marched off to grab salt instead. Colette dove right into those rainbow salt crystals, and Cyril shot back, "Nah, let's leave it for the dragon." The knight urged the princess to go hunting, while the dragon scooped salt to prove it, and the princess said yes with a bright, happy grin. A girl spotted something lurking in the bushes, and her whole focus snapped to it. She pointed at a bush where some messed-up wrestling noise was blasting, and something was definitely moving inside. So the guys spun around and stared right at the bush. They stumbled on a boar. Perfect. It'll do just fine for them. The boar spotted the boys and charged forward. Cyril thought it was about to flee. The boar charged in fast, and the main character threw up his defenses to fight back. A savage boar charged straight at Cyril, shrieking at the top of its lungs. The princess couldn't stop worrying about Sir Cyril, but he stayed locked in on what mattered. He yanked the boar up by the neck. He stared at the cot with a smug grin, and the last thing left was to slice it up. Cyril's words hit her like a thunderclap, and the princess froze in pure shock. The boy couldn't figure out why the girl was glowing with happiness, but she beamed and said Sir Cyril was amazing. The girl beamed and said even Cyril's human body had gotten way stronger. Then he shot her a quick shake of the head. He realized she'd clocked it too, because no normal person could take down a boar with bare hands. The boys dropped down by the fire and tore into the boar they just caught, while Jana leaned over and asked Cyril how he liked the arcane CL. He paused for a second, then grinned and said it was absolutely delicious. The girl burst into joy and clapped hard, blurting out if it was really true, and the guy nodded, confirming it. He told her that every single bite kept getting sweeter and hotter, and the guy thanked her like he'd just won a prize, because now he could cram down twice as much. And when it finally worked, the girl let out a huge sigh of relief. Colette the dragon was over the moon too. When the owner thanked her for hauling in all those crystals, she just grinned and shrugged it off like, of course, it's only natural. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Whatever it was, it had him hooked. Cyril finally clocked that his body was getting stronger, and Colette leaned in, demanding to know just how much. He clenched his fist and shot back that this was totally within human limits. All right, bonus or not. Now he's got to transform again and again, burn through his energy, and that actually makes him happy, because the dragon figures this is the moment it needs to beef up the guy's dragon form. He couldn't help but think, this won't be easy. The dragon couldn't wrap its head around why that guy was desperate to confess. After they tested immortality and Louise and the others started trading horn pieces, the boy tried to swallow them. Yet he couldn't absorb a single one, and Colette, somehow, understood it all. A knight was cooking up some wild theory, and you could feel it in the air. He laid out a wild theory. Those horns and claws aren't random. The primordial dragon's claw came from a corpse. The phoenix's horn was carved from the immortal body of Chris. So now you're left wondering if this power is somehow tied directly to the dragon's souls and life energy. The dragon's fury flared. Now she couldn't even help her master, and the princess shot her hand up, desperate to ask her question. Jean couldn't wrap his head around Colette, but seriously, did that dude really need dragon remains? It was only a theory, but I couldn't help thinking, what if we actually try it? Because that girl, she was definitely up to something. She lets the guy have the dragon's remains, and his jaw just drops in shock. The girl leaned in and told him she had tons of similar artifacts. At sunrise, it hit him. She was really a princess. She flashed a smile and told him it was all tucked away in the treasury. She dove her hands into her pockets, yanked out some strange pendant, and thrust it into the guy's hands. He leaned in and asked if it was a gem, but the girl snapped back and said it was a Mizuchi scale. This knight had never heard of it, because it's insanely rare, the ghost dragons, a species shrouded in legend and fear. The girl told him that once their scales get processed, they turn into an artifact that slams down a protective barrier, mounted right onto the nobles' carriages and coaches. And then the guy's eyes lit up with an idea. Cyril remembered the first time he met the princess. Her knights were wiped out, the carriage was smashed to pieces, yet the princess herself wasn't even scratched. As she stared at the pendant, the girl told him that ever since that moment, she's worn it as a talisman. She shoved the pendant into the guy's hands and told him to use it, and his eyes went wide in shock. He whipped his arms around and refused, because this was all for Jean's protection, and somehow her calm settled him down. With a bright smile, the girl declared she felt completely safe beside Sir Cyril. He couldn't help it, heat rushed to his cheeks, and embarrassment hit him hard. He snatched the girl's gift and accepted it on the spot. Clutching the amulet in his fist, he swore to protect that girl no matter what it cost him. The scale crumbled in his grip, and suddenly a strange, bright light started pouring out of him. The dragon checked in, asking how he was doing, but the guy just stood there, utterly clueless. The girl leaned in and demanded, "Are you okay? What's going on?" The company didn't just lose the scent of fried meat. It vanished like someone snuffed out the whole cooking fire. The stench really vanished. Then the guy snapped and boom, he turned into a dragon. The earth started splitting open, and the entire company suddenly went into panic. Sir Cyril ripped free from his curse and turned fully human again. He slumped and insisted, "I'm fine." But then he realized this was getting worse faster every single time. Colette leaned in and asked, "So what's it gonna be this time?" And the guy nodded like, "Yeah, I'm in." The scale's power slammed into place, forming a crushing barrier around them. The girl snapped her hands together, and the barrier slammed into place. Now it all clicked. That's why the meat smell vanished, because these dragon powers can hit through in human form too. He grinned and promised them, with full confidence, that he'd protect every single one of them. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "Is this okay?" He said it was perfect and leaned in, asking how she pulled it off. She just smiled and shrugged, saying it was easy. The dragon shrugged and said she didn't need magic. She just chomped down on enough earth and crushed it into her stomach. He shot back that it was just like working with clay. Only, he never imagined she could pull it off like that. And the hero just had to call it amazing. One more figure closed in and demanded, point blank, what he was planning to do next. Because of Arkansas, we finally dug into a big, satisfying meal. The main character declared he was about to run a quick little test, then demanded everyone step aside. Leia leaned in and demanded, "What are you doing?" He warned it could turn deadly, and told her to wait somewhere else. The hero snapped his head toward Colette and demanded to know what just happened, only for her to shrug it off and say, "Nothing happened." The dragon burst into laughter and told him that sometimes selfishness was totally fine, then asked, "So, should we go ask our friend to pet her?" The protagonist told them to stop, but they brushed him off and told him to ignore it. The guy shrugged and said, "The rest is on you, Chris." He slammed the transformation skill into action. The hero grinned and declared that everything went perfectly. He said the barrier could even shrug off Chris's fire, so he's convinced it's tough enough. Then the girl snapped that today he scared her all over again. The boy thanked Chris, and Chris told him, no room for doubt, that he was the strongest representative the human race had ever produced. He even thanked Colette, and she fired back, "Why not test the barrier on living bodies instead of dolls?" The hero snapped back that he wouldn't risk their lives just for a test, and the girl just stared like, yeah, he wasn't scared of getting hurt himself. He told her that even with everything he's got, the transformation only burns for 3 seconds. Then he needs at least 30 seconds to actually pull it off in a real fight. Chris said you've got to jack up the stored energy, and there are tons of ways to do it. He couldn't believe it. He was grinning hard as they leaned in and asked if he wanted to listen. Option 1 was simple, eat the dragon or face the consequences. The moment it happened, the main character was completely stunned. They told him, devour the dragon, and you'll swallow its soul too. And the result was brutal and unstoppable. He snapped and admitted he was absolutely furious. The dragon burst into laughter and grinned, insisting he was just joking. He tried to play it off like a joke, but you could tell he actually cared about the dragons, because the hero snapped that anyone would have lost it after hearing that. Chris snapped, that's not the point. Rage boiled in his veins so hard that he totally missed what he was even trying to say. The dragon grinned and said this was only one of his ways. He finally saw it. There were other choices he could make. Colette snapped at him to stop poking around, and Chris shot back that he never wanted to do any harm. The guy leaned in and demanded to know what the real way was. They marched up to him and promised they'd unleash the Dragon King to crush his problem. The hero couldn't shake what Chris had up his sleeve, so he demanded to know how any of this was even supposed to happen. They shrugged and admitted they had zero clue, because this was the first time they'd ever heard of anything like it. Colette leaned in and demanded that Chris explain what it was. The dragon said, "This will take forever to explain, so just watch it happen. I'll show you in real time." The hero leaned in and demanded, "Would you make it yourselves?" And Chris fired back a bold yes. The dragon promised it could make a drop right there and then, and the guy just chuckled, because if it was really that easy, it would be way too convenient. Chris snapped his gaze away and blurted, "All right, but who in the world would actually do something like that?" The dragon flat out declared that Colette doesn't count at all. She snapped around to face him, furious that he wouldn't even let her count, and Chris just burst out laughing, telling her she couldn't really help much there. The dragon demanded to know why. Chris threw them a question out of nowhere: who here ate the least? And it totally caught them off guard. Colette asked, "Do we really have to eat just a little?" And they told her straight up that for them it simply wasn't possible. The boy stared at the medium-sized dragons and was convinced the Sarush gobbled the most. Then he pinned the blame on Leia. She slid up to him and demanded, "Did you invite me?" He shot back that she was still too young for that kind of thing, so yeah, best not to invite her. The boy said, "To make a sphere, I've got to eat something." And the dragon snapped, "Yeah, that's exactly right." The hero declared that Louise was the perfect pick right now, and she snapped back that, unlike everyone else, she was the only herbivorous dragon. Emma snapped that she couldn't do a single thing to help in this moment. He shot back that she eats like crazy because she's burning through energy non-stop, and she didn't do anything wrong. The hero spun toward Louise and demanded her help, and she shot back, "Trust me, I've got you." Chris leaned in and told her, "Eat until you're stuffed, no holding back." The girl spun to the boy and said, "Since Louise has to eat all that, you might as well hand her your Arkansas." But he shot it down flat. He claimed human seasonings were no good for dragons, like they'd never stand a chance. They told him that if he just swallowed it whole, everything would be okay, and Emma snapped back that she usually didn't eat spices. Yet this stuff made her mouth tingle. He shot back that it was still completely pointless. The hero shrugged and said there was no sense in seasoning their food. People and dragons chew totally different. The girl nodded, saying she got it and she'd remember it. He went, "Dragons don't want cooked stuff, they crave raw meat." And Emma snapped back, "Yeah, nothing beats it. Dragons, they're nothing like people." Louise shoved down a mountain of food and snapped, "I'm stuffed. I can't fit another bite in." The hero lit up and praised her for everything she'd done. Chris said, "All right, now I'm going to show you how to forge a perfect sphere." A blazing ball of light surged toward her and begged, "Please take me." He leaned in and asked, "Do you get it all?" And she lit up, saying yes, she understood everything. Louise promised she'd try to forge a sphere, and the protagonist pushed her forward with non-stop encouragement. She somehow forged a spear, and Triss immediately lit up, told her she'd done an incredible job. The girl said it looked like a see-through pearl, and the guy nodded hard, then immediately asked, "All right, so what am I supposed to do now?" Chris said, "You've gotta eat it," and then smirked, "Try living it, because for once you're gonna want to swallow this one whole." The guy didn't hesitate, he agreed. He was hit with a jolt of surprise, and that sick, weird feeling churned in his stomach. Then the girl asked, "What's going on?" The hero blurted that something huge was churning in his stomach. Chris burst out laughing and bragged, "If I bite the sphere, it'll keep swelling right in my mouth." The other guy grimaced and said, "That sounds awful, guess I'll just have to get used to it." He leaned in and demanded, "Is it a clot of energy?" And the dragon shot back, "Yes." The dragon sphere is a tightly packed burst of raw dragon energy, crushed down into one deadly little core. Chris claimed they churn out tons of energy, and the hero shot back that it's a huge, game-changing reserve for a person. The boy told them, "Eat for me. I'll grab the spheres when my energy hits zero," and the dragon agreed, ready to make it happen. The dragon warned, "The more you chow down, the stronger it gets," and the guy just couldn't believe how wild that sounded. Louise snapped that she could forge only one sphere at a time. Her strength had already hit its limit, and the hero's energy hadn't exactly surged. He shrugged it off like it was nothing, saying even an A1 sphere would make a huge difference. Chris laughed right back, still insisting it was no big deal. The dragon bragged that dragons, all of them, are drawn to him, so that sphere will keep swelling bigger and bigger. The guy admitted he was just exaggerating. The hero told him to check how much power he'd banked, then hit the transformation skill right away. With just one spear, he could pull off a transformation for 5 whole seconds. Yeah, he admitted it wasn't massive, but it was a huge upgrade from what he had before. He also said he was getting even more chances, then thanked Chris. The dragon blurted that he couldn't wait to see what he'd show him, then leaned in and lovingly stroked his head. Just southwest of Borsal, the Marcin Valley sprawls out like a promise on the horizon. The main character unleashed a transformation, then shot into the sky and tore straight toward the wolves. Tamed wolves, your mission today is simple. Wipe out a pack of 100. He suddenly realized the tank was empty. 10 brutal seconds had already burned, and his transformation had hit its absolute limit. He whipped around to Louise, and she slammed a brand new sphere into his hands. The hero swallowed her whole, burst with power, and transformed again. Then he turned to Louise and thanked her. This pack might be worse than any battle-hardened bandit, and he found out about the job from Jana himself. His energy hit rock bottom again. When the wolves closed in around them, his gut screamed, "This is an ambush." They swarmed him, and for a moment he honestly thought they were genius-level smart. Exhaustion crushed the hero. Then someone asked if he was all right. He forced a nod and said he was good because they were staying on guard. He transformed once more and declared loud and final that it was over. At the Borsal government building, the guy spun toward Colette. The girl shot her hand up and declared, "That's enough." She confirmed the wolves were truly destroyed, and the girl grinned at the guy like, "You did an amazing job." The guy snapped to Colette, "That's enough." And Colette shot back, "So what do we do with the rest?" He told her, "Go ahead, eat them," then leaned in and asked if her stomach could even digest them. She shot back that it was totally possible. Then the girl stepped in and shut them down. The protagonist demanded, "What's wrong?" And she snapped back that the proof had to be kept safe and untouched. The girl said, "These are orders from Her Highness the Princess, plain and simple." He couldn't believe it. She was the one who came asking for this. The princess personally handed the job to him and made it his mission. He figured it would be easier to just ask Tim straight, but she went through the government instead. So yeah, there's got to be a reason behind it. So she told them to haul every head to the warehouse. The guy nodded like, "Sure." They busted their asses to get it done. And then he leaned in and asked what they had to do next. She told him the country would investigate, and the guy leaned in, begging her to spill the details. The girl leaned in and asked if they knew Dragon Knights got official titles, and the hero just shook his head, saying he'd never heard of it. Then he pressed, "So you mean it's not only the guild, even individuals can earn titles, right?" The guy shrugged and said he does it for honor, not because he's really into it, while the girl just smirked and said, "Yeah, that's usually how it goes." But once they hand him that title, nothing stays easy or straightforward anymore. If the investigation proves today's mission was done the right way, he'll earn the title of 1-star Dragon Knight. He asked again, totally stunned that they'd hand him a title that big. The girl grinned and said they'd wiped out a whole pack of Tamed wolves. An insane win, especially because they'd done it completely on their own. He told them it was obvious even to a total layman like him. Dragon Knights of the Star is the title a nation hands to a Dragon Knight who's pulled off an absolutely legendary feat. He said the stars are legendary to the Dragon Knights, and then he pressed, "Are they picked by some special rules, or just anyone gets a shot?" The girl said, 1 star goes to achievements in a single lane, 2 stars when you crush multiple areas at once, or get bumped up in rank, and 3 stars for a feat no one's ever pulled off." The guy frowned. "I'm not really getting it." She leaned in and said, "In the whole history of this kingdom, knights like that can be counted on one hand." The girl fired off the claim that civilians have it easy, and the guy nodded right along, saying he gets it, because landing a title like that is a massive honor. She told him the investigation results would land in a few days, so he'd have to sit tight, and the hero nodded, ready to wait. The boy finally got what the princess was aiming for, and he silently thanked her from the bottom of his heart. 3 days from now, everything will be fine. But the very next day, he storms into the government building. The man bowed low and told them, "Stay right here and wait." The boy couldn't stop wondering if this was the room where he usually waited. Then boom, someone knocked, and he swung the door open. The girl dashed out a quick apology for keeping him waiting, then poured him tea and set the cup on the table. He leaned in and thanked her, like the whole world finally made sense again. He swore the tea tasted like it cost a fortune, but the guy couldn't wrap his head around why they were calling him out like that. Another hard knock hit the door and he swung it open. She slipped inside, breathless, apologized for the wait, and his eyes instantly recognized her. The main character leaned in and demanded, "So tell me, how am I supposed to make sense of all this?" Rose snapped back that this was the proper place to bring a one-star dragon knight. The guy nodded and said he got it. He asked, "So it's really that different?" And the girl snapped back, "Yeah, it is." The protagonist said that one star is even more mind-blowing than he ever expected. Then she leaned in and asked what brought him here today. He finally remembered everything, and when it hit him that it was all his fault, he rushed in to apologize for making them put on that over-the-top reception. He said he was back again, hunting for work like always, and that was the whole story. The girl clocked exactly what was happening, then snapped back that none of their requests fit right now, leaving the guy stunned. He leaned in and asked, "Since the Countess incident, did more people come asking?" They said, "Yeah, but we turned down most of them," and then he pressed, "Why?" She shot back that it happened the moment he got downgraded to a one-star dragon knight. He eyed her like her question was a puzzle. Then she snapped back that he couldn't just take any client. They had to pick the right ones for him. The girl leaned in and asked, "Can we send him to grab the Imperial family's supplier? If he succeeds, we'll pay him with a loaf of bread." He begged her to never say they weren't on the same star level. He asked if he'd only be getting big requests from now on, and she shot back, "Yep, this is exactly how it is," then called him a quick thinker. The dragons blinked in shock, because he got 0 work assignments. After getting expelled from the guild, the protagonist said it was still good. And boom, his work turned out to be wildly valuable, like he'd finally nailed one of his goals. Louise said that everything finally clicked, and then they ordered him to stare straight at the townspeople. Every single one of them snapped their gaze to him. The girls closed in on him, called his name, and when he answered, "I'm Cyril," they couldn't help but gush their admiration. The girl blurted that they were his biggest fans and asked, super politely, if she could shake his hand. The boy nodded with a bright smile and thanked them, and the girl leaned forward, grinning, saying that someday they want to be dragon knights too. One of them blurted out that they wanted to be just like him. That's the coolest dragon knight ever, and the protagonist was so moved he couldn't help feeling it deep in his heart. Dragonite 1-star title. This isn't just a name, it's a badge of pride for grown-ups and pure wonder for kids. They pressed him for the secret, how they could become just like him, and the boy snapped back, "Give me a moment, let me think." He dropped his hands onto their heads and gently stroked them. Then the hero leaned in and commanded, "Remember this, 1. Dragons must be treasured." They blushed and repeated his words back, cheeks burning. That guy straight up claimed dragons are their irreplaceable allies. No one else could ever replace them. He told them, if you treat those eggs with care, you'll forge real dragon knights, no doubt about it. And the other man's eyes lit up like flames. They told that guy straight up, "We'd really appreciate you bringing the dragons." He admitted it might have been the best thing to ever happen to him in ages. Adults dig in and refuse to budge, but kids, they think in a whole different way. If more kids start idolizing him, the dragon's first big idea will explode outward even farther. He said nothing could ever change what was inside him. Manavar from the Jeeg Trading Company leaned in and swore, just like always, he'd take dragon tears. He bragged that everything was top-notch. Then the man snapped, "Can you crank up the supply volume?" And the other guy kept pressing, asking again. The hero said, "If that's the case, the quality's gonna take a hit." And then they told him they'd handle it the old way, hands-on. They built a base to churn out raw materials for the tiers, but with barely any dragons on hand, he can't kick off mass production at all. The man bragged that his product is straight-up top-notch, and that with it, you can bend dreams like they're nothing. He said the nobleman's widow was overjoyed, so much so that she could even see her dead husband's face crystal clear. He asked them straight up, "Do you trade with aristocrats?" And they hit back that their goods were so top-tier they could. The man said he didn't want his product to take a hit, but then he admitted demand was absolutely through the roof, and the other guy nodded like, "Yeah, I get it." The merchant leaned in and said, "I've got a job for you, and it definitely wasn't about dragon tears." The hero shot back, "All right, then what is it?" The man leaned in and asked, "Do you know anything about the Dragon Master?" And the other guy just nodded, admitting he'd heard of it before. Dragons can drop eggs without ever mating. But when those eggs hatch, the newborn won't be able to reproduce. And that means in most cases, the babies are girls. The boy suddenly got it. This was the real reason most dragons ended up being girls. And they drilled it into him like that was the whole truth. Dragons don't just pair up any time. They wait until the end of their lives, then forge a final union that births powerful females, ready to carry on the next generation. Those rare mates are known as master dragons . The main character straight up said, "Even now, people and dragons' biology is still wildly different." The man shrugged and said it was totally natural. Dragons like that were insanely expensive. He demanded an answer. And the guy cocked his head like a sudden thought had just ignited in his brain. The hero's mind went blank. He couldn't remember a thing, and he pushed for the man to keep going. A mysterious master dragon mysteriously laid an egg. The next master dragon was already on the way. You've got one job. Clutch that egg and protect it until it finally hatches. Even the egg from the master dragon comes with a price tag. So insane it'll make your wallet scream. The man said he'd only trust someone battle-tested and reliable to pull this off, and that this guy could even hit them with the exact same powers he used on the wolf in Tamed. He asked whether the word about his promotion had even made it there. Then they just nodded and confirmed it was all true. The man demanded a staggering fee, 3,000 for the job. The other guy shot back, "Fine, I'll do it." Colette practically exploded with excitement, saying it was absolutely amazing. The dragon snapped that 3 million lyre is a fortune, and the hero fired back that it's prized like gold. Sure, the pay's amazing, but the real win is the reputation boost. She sat there, processing it, when that guy pressed her about what happened. So she admitted she just heard about the master dragon for the very first time. The egg he leaves behind right before he dies mirrors what happened to Lee. He suddenly figured out exactly what he couldn't afford to forget. A hollow egg sat there, abandoned beside the shattered remains of a dead dragon. Lee, a primordial dragon, was born from the wreckage. Among the group, the master dragon stood out like a living legend. The boy burst out in awe, saying Leo was a dragon master. Colette shot back, "I don't know, but somehow it all clicked." Then the hero nodded like, "Yeah, that makes sense." He figured there wasn't solid proof, but deep down, it felt totally possible. Because compared to humans, dragons were like creatures made of something cleaner and far more sacred. That's all in her instinct. Right after her mother drops the egg, she slips away at once to hunt for the perfect spot to rest. He insisted he was 100% sure Leia mastered the dragon, because that dude's a total baller. The girl drifted into deep thought, and when the guy finally asked what was wrong, she just stared ahead and replayed something in her mind. She told him it was almost unheard of for a dragon master to be this near, and honestly, it was hard not to be shocked. Then he leaned in and asked if it bothered her at all. Colette shot back that no, that wasn't the issue at all. And then she hesitated, like the real truth was right at the edge of her lips. She said she was only thinking about children, and he stared at her, confused, wondering if she really wanted to know how it all happens. 2 days later, right at Paslin Base, Leia spun toward the main character and locked eyes with him. She told him with pure relief that he'd finally come back, and she was overjoyed to see him return. The girl insisted he'd be late. Then the guy spun back and thanked the baggage handler. After that, he leaned in and told her she was amazing. The main character leaned in and asked Leia straight up, "Are you really okay?" She challenged him to a round of tag, and he shot back that he was wiped out and needed to rest. He figured she was basically a human kid, but man, playing with her took every ounce of strength he had. He shot her an apology and admitted he was worn out on the way home, and that didn't help. She was still mad. The hero's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and before anyone could question him, he blurted out a quick excuse. He demanded we prove it. Show him just how fast she can sprint, because we've got to watch her race around the pass lawn at full speed. The girl squealed with joy and bolted like lightning, and he just grinned. He knew it. Colette called it incredible. Even in his dragon form, he could barely catch her, and she fired off the question. Did he really not get stronger? He shot back that if you tried to chase her right now, he'd need a full 10 seconds to catch up. The dragon shot back that he'd be drained for sure, and the boy just snapped. Then that's the problem. He said, that's the whole point right there. Colette swore that if it was with her, he'd get his hands on at least 5 dragon orbs. He broke into laughter, nodded like she'd nailed it, and then thanked her like that sealed everything. Right in front of him stood a princess, plus a carriage he'd never seen a day in his life. The girl snapped her head toward him and hurriedly apologized for popping up out of nowhere, and the guy waved it off like it was no big deal. He demanded to know what happened and who was standing right in front of him. The girl said it was a merchant who'd made a contract with the royal family. He was desperate to meet him, and she couldn't deny him. The guy didn't think being a merchant was the lowest role, so she asked if it bothered him, like she could toss him away anytime. And then the hero leaned in and demanded what he actually wanted to talk about. She said he was making it a huge deal, but he shot that down and demanded the details be handled only face-to-face with him. The boy finally got it, and the princess nodded like she knew. She even admitted it looked suspicious, because of course she'd be right there at their meeting. The protagonist shot back that if that's what it took, then yeah, he'd go talk to him. The man said it was a huge honor to finally meet him, then stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Pierre Gunnon. The hero jumped in with his name, and the old man launched into rumors. Then the guy cut in, no small talk, and straight up asked what the old man wanted. He marched up to Her Highness and begged for a meeting, and the hero shot back. Why's this so urgent? The man apologized, then went straight for the jugular. He said the guy had just been messing around with one dragon lately. The old man leaned in and begged, "Can I see the dragon one more time?" The boy demanded to know what it was for, and the man shrugged and said he just wanted to look around, so the hero nodded along. He sensed no evil at all in him. Sure, the man wore luxury like a king, but he looked like nothing more than some ordinary old geezer, and if he so much as moved wrong, the hero would shut him down with his dragon form. The hero spun toward the dragon and demanded, "Are you really here?" The girl finally showed up, and he demanded she come straight to him. Then the guy leaned in and asked the man if he meant her, and the old man nodded, a clear yes. He demanded a closer look at her, but the hero stayed on edge. He gently stroked the girl's head and promised everything was okay. The man snapped, "No mistake. This is the master, this is a dragon, and it's got an original look like nothing else." He swore Jeeg hadn't lied. Then the guy grilled him on what that meant, and the man quickly apologized. He told me he traded with this guy named Jeeg and pulled straight-up info from him. Then, right at the store entrance, the man accidentally caught pieces of his thoughts as they spilled out. The moment the boy clocked what was really happening, Colette's words came back to him, and he realized it was his fault. He told him face to face, "I want to talk to you personally, so tell me, can I buy and sell that girl?" The old man promised he could give him something right now, 1,000 lira, and the main character snapped no without even blinking. The man started tossing him options like they were weapons. First he offered 2 million lire, then he snapped his decision and slammed down 5,000 balloons instead. The main character flat out refused and declared, with zero hesitation, that it wasn't for sale. He asked the old man straight up if he knew who he was, and the old man just smirked, saying he was the strongest right now. The guy blurted out, "What's the guild called?" And the man's eyes immediately started slipping away. The hero shot back that the guild was called Dragons First and Foremost, then leaned in and asked, "So why'd you think I'd sell you a dragon for money?" The old man leaned in and said he owed him a real apology, because he'd spoken without thinking when he dangled that deal in front of him. The boy said it was a good thing he'd caught the mistake, and the old man snapped back with heartfelt apologies, first for wasting his time, then for everything that had happened. The main character made it clear, if anything happened to Leia, he'd drop straight onto the top of the suspect list. The boy bragged he'd try to grab her by force, and the man snapped back that he'd never, ever lay a hand like that. The hero said he finally got it, because he wasn't just anyone, he was the royal family's supplier. He insisted it was only a precaution, but if anything went down, he'd dig into every possible version, and he'd be first in line. He's praying she'll finally get him, and the man answers back with a clear, upbeat yes. Leia said that man was downright strange, and the princess swallowed her pride and apologized for it, truly and from the heart. She said that once she knew he was dying to talk about something like that, she would have stopped it. But the guy just shrugged and said it was fine. It was just another everyday business deal in their world. And the princess tossed out a sincere, heart-tugging "I'm sorry." The girl snapped, asking why the main character threatened him, convinced she had it figured out. Until this time he let her down. Still, everyone knows he's usually dependable. Then the guy leaned in and asked, "So are you really that influential?" The boy told her he'd studied the girl's real nature, and he swore he could become a wall to stand against her. The protagonist insisted, "Of course I won't hurt Lee, but if he even finds out they're planning to kidnap her, he'll step in fast, go after them, and stop them from getting anywhere near her." The princess leaned in and said, "That guy is absolutely incredible." Lee said she had no clue what they were talking about, but one thing was obvious. Her dad was seriously cool. The guy nodded and thanked both of them. He shot the girl a look and promised her she didn't have to worry, because he was going to guard her with his life. The hero spun toward Chris and told him to guard Leia while he rushed in to protect the egg. He told them he'd feel better if the dragon did it, because as their trump card, the dragon was the one they had to use. The dragon burst into laughter and nodded, saying the job was already finished, and then the boy breathed out a grateful thank you. Chris demanded, "Why am I even being put in charge of this?" Because he'd already shut that merchant down, so yeah, he should have stopped the kidnapping in the first place. And yeah, the guy and the smartest person on Earth don't always act the way you'd expect. Chris burst out laughing and Colette snapped, "Be quiet." Then the dragon scoffed that unlike him, most of them actually needed sleep. The guy blurted, "Why are you laughing?" And Chris shot back, "Because I'm relieved." He couldn't stop smiling. His friend had made the smart call, and then the hero finally clocked it. Chris was testing him again. The dragon snarled that most folks aren't exactly sharp, and yeah, the merchant could help, but he's no god. Chris lifted his paw and pressed it onto the hero's head. He promised her, "As long as I'm here, that baby's safe," and then told her to march on her mission with a calm heart, while the hero shot back his thanks. The very next day, he and Colette blasted off on their mission to St. Simon. She told him, "We're traveling together again this time," and he shot back, "Yeah, but not many can handle a task like this." The girl snapped, "Why'd you take me?" The hero shot back, "2 reasons." He said one was because she'd already told him he'd have a ton of dragon spheres. Then Colette demanded, "So what's the second?" He told her, "If anything goes wrong, just swallow the egg." He told her that if things got that bad, she might be in danger. She instantly told him not to panic, swore she'd handle it, and begged him to trust in her. So he nodded and said, "All right then, I'll lean on you," and he thanked her for it. He was told to guard the Dragon Master's egg, and when the assignment landed, it didn't click yet, until yesterday's mess with the merchant, when he finally understood just how priceless Dragon Masters really were. He'll cling to one thought: if anyone needs anything, it'll be his strength. On the way to St. Simon, they pulled into the post town and the girl just stared around, lost in deep thought. She insisted the road would be wider, and the boy nodded, saying the houses and stables built for the dragons meant the whole city was basically designed for them. More dragons were lurking around, and the protagonist shrugged, saying they just needed a hotel. Anyone would do. Then he spotted one of them. The boy begged the dragon to wait outside, then bolted into the building himself. On the first floor there was a bar, and he marched right up to a man and said he needed a room for just one night. Then he answered their questions with a grin. He and the cub of the Sarush. They told him the place had prices like a trap. One room on the second floor was 50 lira, the top floor was 100, and if it came with a window, it jumped to 200. He asked what the dragon would cost, and the man shrugged, "It's already covered by the room fee." Then he smirked and told him to slide the money right into that empty spot on the desk. Cyril figured dragons all acted the same no matter what you said to them, so he asked for a room with a window, then answered the man's questions. "I'm Cyril Larose, and I'm from the Dragon Guild." The whole bar burst into laughter at him, and he shot his head up like, "What's so funny?" They claimed he was a big-name celebrity now, but the truth is, he didn't care one bit. The protagonist figured talking to drunks was pointless, but the man blurted that he'd gotten rich thanks to a woman. Then the other guy exploded in anger and demanded, "So you're angry, huh?" They rushed in and told him, straight to his face, that he was the princess's absolute favorite. The man claimed the girl was painfully naive, and said some creep had brainwashed her. Rage surged through the protagonist's chest, and he snapped his head toward the drunks. He snapped that the girl wasn't some silly pushover, demanded they apologize, and when they challenged him, "What are you gonna do to us?" the guy unleashed his transformation skill. The man demanded what he'd do with them, and the hero shrugged, saying it wasn't anything special. A worker shoved the room keys into his hands, and he froze in shock. No test, no hesitation, just go. They even warned him that bar fights happen all the time. He said the power gap was so brutal that, honestly, they only survived by pure luck. He said he's into guys who'll step in and defend a girl's honor, too. The hero burst into laughter and thanked him with his whole heart. He flopped onto the bed and groaned that he was sick of being bored. If he heads to that bar, another brawl could pop off fast. He stayed in the hotel to conserve energy, but he's already burned through almost a full second. So yeah, that's 4. The hero was about to call it a night when, knock, someone hit the door like trouble had arrived. He figured the bar guys had come for him, then demanded who was behind that door, only for a girl to pop out and ask, straight up, if she could come in. The guy couldn't help but think she smelled like a dragon. He leaned in and demanded to know why she'd come to him in the first place. Then she just smiled and suggested they grab a drink together. Shock hit him, but he still waved her in and invited her inside. She thanked him, and he stared at the weapon, checking it for any sign of an ambush. He leaned in and asked her what her name was. She snapped back that it was downright rude. A strange girl barged in and asked to be let inside. She introduced herself as Lisa, then thrust a glass into his hands. The girl handed him a drink as they toasted their new meeting, and when their glasses met, clink, the night kicked off. She took a sip, burst out laughing, and then the girl leaned in and asked if you wanted a drink too. He shot back that he wouldn't drink until he understood what was going on. Lisa asked for his name, and when he told her, she said she was at a bar. Every rumor there claimed the hero was insanely strong. Then she turned the tables and asked if he'd seen everything yet. She blurted out that she wanted to feel a real, strong man's embrace, then asked him if that request sounded weird to him. He blinked in shock at how blunt she was. This dragon knight stayed right beside her dragon, and that's exactly why she was hunting for a real strong man. But the hero couldn't shake the feeling. This wasn't everything the girl was really searching for. She fired back, "What happened?" And he snapped that there was this noise outside. Then Lisa swore she heard it too, so they both whipped around and stared out the window. Right in the middle of the street, a carriage sat waiting. Right beside it stood a nobleman. The guy leaned in and demanded, "What could a nobleman possibly forget in a hotel like this?" The girl's eyes lit up. She knew the man instantly, and the hero leaned in, asking if she recognized him too. He heard footsteps closing in, and the stranger stared straight at him like he'd come for him. Right behind the door, a voice hurriedly apologized for barging in so late. The stranger blurted that he was on the hunt for a room belonging to Mr. La Rosso of the Dragons. Straight up first. He swung the door open and let them in, and they shot back their thanks before he even had time to react. A young man burst inside and threw out another apology for the sudden visit, then introduced himself with a confident grin. "I'm Charles Saber." The girl gasped in shock and the hero leaned in to ask, "Wait, are you really that famous?" Lisa claimed this was none other than the heir of the legendary St. Simon family. St. Simon is the dragon's capital, and right now, he's heading straight for his next destination. That stranger wasn't just around. He was the customer for the very request this guy was handling right now. Naturally, the nobleman stepped forward and begged for protection from the dragon master, and the hero fired back. "Why are you here?" Charles figured it wasn't just to say hello, he'd come to pick him up. He admitted it was his fault, said he was stuck in that hotel because of it, and apologized like he meant it. He said he wasn't totally against staying there. And honestly, he couldn't believe it was normal for them to bring so many people along just for a simple escort. The hero eyed the man in front of him and said he was a huge deal, then demanded, "Why are you coming yourself just to pick me up?" They told him, "You already agreed to lend us your strength. Refusing now would be straight-up disrespect." So he told them, "Even so, I'm still stuck as a one-star knight." Charles claims the history books are packed with third-star knights, but every single one begins their legend the same way, with just 1 star. The boy nodded and said that was well said, because no matter what he threw out, Charles would always fire back something smart, and he knew Charles wasn't the type to cling to titles. The aristocrat swore he'd already carved out a home for him and begged him to come along, and the hero refused the idea, then still bowed his thanks. He remembered the girl beside him. She burst into laughter, waved it off like it didn't matter, then turned and headed out. Lisa told him he was way more interesting than she ever expected. He replayed everything that went wrong with Lisa, and Charles stepped up with a real apology for butting in, while the hero waved it off like, "It's fine." They begged him to come along, but he snapped back no, claiming the dragon he'd traveled with was still asleep, and then he asked to leave tomorrow morning. When they told him not to stress, he finally let it go. Charles told him they'd even prepped a spare pair of legs for his escort. Then the hero cut in, explaining it all. Someone shoved him to the window. Outside, a cart was sitting there, right in plain sight. That guy didn't just make it. He painstakingly prepared it for the dragon La Rosa. Charles told her he understood what dragons meant to her, so they'd show her the respect she truly deserved. And the protagonist finally let out a breath of relief. Dragons first, no empty catchphrase for him. He doesn't just talk, he moves, and that hits harder than promises. He's fully locked in, ready to go, and the hero even swore he'd grab his things right away. He leaned in and apologized to the hotel owner, and the owner told him he was thankful for the room, but he'd need to leave early. The man just waved it off, saying he didn't have to worry. Charles apologized for the trouble, and the owner waved it off like it was nothing at all. He told him not to worry. He snapped his gaze to his dragon, and there she was, wide awake. Colette fired back that it was too loud, asked what was happening, and the hero admitted they'd need to bail a little earlier, asking her straight up what she thought. Colette agreed, but muttered that this all felt way too sudden. The boy jabbed his finger at the cart and declared it was built just for Colette. She stared, completely stunned. The girl blurted out that something felt horribly wrong, and she figured they must be planning something bad. He told everyone, "It'll all be okay," but deep down he couldn't fully believe it. He warned, "If anything goes wrong, you shield the dragon. Trust me, everything will be fine." While the carriage looked fancy, this cart was plain and bare, and the boy could tell it was thrown together in a rush. Charles pointed at the hero and told him to get in, handing him the chance to do it, right there. Saber shocked everyone. She let him rush forward instead of stopping him. That guy was convinced Charles was insanely famous. Then the gay guy was told they were right there, and his jaw just dropped. He couldn't believe it. Right in a plain postal town, a ridiculously luxurious house was sitting there like it didn't belong. Charles told him the whole hotel was bought for him, so no strangers would barge in, and the hero snapped his head up. He figured this had to be an aristocrat's hotel. No way, the whole building wasn't costing a fortune in rent. The boy figured that if this was an aristocrat's inn, there'd be no stable. So he whipped around to Charles and demanded whether the dragon could stay with him there, and Charles said it could. Saber demanded to check the annex, built and stocked exactly for the dragon's every need. Charles just grinned, because the guy had no clue. Charles had already rebuilt it from the ground up. Colette called it weird, but the protagonist told her she could finally rest in peace. She said it sounded amazing. yet she doubted she'd be able to fall asleep tonight. Charles grabbed the hero's attention and demanded he follow him. Inside the building, a line of maids marched up to him and started greeting him at once. It felt like a masquerade just for him. People started bowing the second he walked in, and it definitely was Charles. The way they moved screamed professionals. Charles showed up in person, and honestly, he'd never felt this important in his life. This guy looked him dead in the eye and said everything was perfectly clear to him, then asked straight up if that was true. He said that paying in advance like that makes you want to pour your whole heart into it, and the hero nodded. This plan felt smart, and he was convinced Charles wasn't doing it for the first time. The very next day, they tore off toward their destination. Then the protagonist closed the distance and stepped up to the guy. Charles snapped around and asked, "Tell me, have you ever seen a dragon egg out in the wild?" The hero shook his head, and the guy said the dragon egg didn't have any set time to hatch. Then Larose pressed if that was how every other egg worked, only to learn dragons were nothing like the rest. Even though they're all the same species, some babies popped out in mere minutes, while others didn't hatch for over a year. The protagonist couldn't stop thinking about Lee. Maybe she was just as slow, and that claw by the nest was all that remained of her mother, and somehow, ages must have slipped by. If they're talking about the original dragon, then she was probably fiercely guarding that egg, keeping it warm and safe until the very end. Because Charles says there aren't even outward signs that hatching has started. Their whole job is to guard that egg until the very second the dragon hatches, through floods, fires, earthquakes, and even when friends turn into enemies. It's gotta stay safe and unbroken no matter what. The hero flat out said it's a brutal duty, and Charles admitted that's exactly why he was determined to protect the egg with everything he had. And he's basically begging the main character to back him up, and the guy answers, "I'll do everything I can." In front of him rose the capital of the dragons, St. Simon. Ever since dragons started showing up like they own the place, people shoved their way into building massive cities. But St. Simon, that's something else entirely, because the guy didn't just say it's big, he practically shouted that it's enormous. Charles shot back that the world's biggest names had all poured into that city, so the hero pressed, "So why are most of the dragon masters in St. Simon?" Charles said, to be exact, about 70%, yeah, around 70. The guy nodded like, "Got it. This city's booming, great roads, towering buildings. But the sheer size makes it feel oddly deserted, and that silence hits you in the chest." The guy grinned and told them, "We made it, we're here, at long last." The knights waved Charles through, mumbling apologies for the hassle, and Charles couldn't help thinking it was all far too pompous. Saber waved him over, and the guy grinned and thanked him right away. Colette snapped her head toward the hero, like she was about to throw everything into motion. She asked, "Can I come down too?" And the guy nodded yes right away. The dragon groaned that she was worn out, and she snapped that they couldn't head back like this, so they should just walk instead. The hero hurriedly apologized and promised he'd talk it over. Charles demanded an escort to the egg storage, and the kid immediately promised, "I'll follow you." Colette warned him not to linger there, and the protagonist instantly felt it. Something murderous was hanging in the air, sharp as a blade. "This time you're on egg duty. Protect the dragon master's egg at all costs." He demanded to know about the egg they had to guard at all costs. Charles snapped back, "This is it." The hero leaned in and asked if he could take a closer look, and Charles nodded, "Yeah, sure." As he got closer, the guards' nerves snapped tighter and tighter. Even with Charles's okay, a little caution still can't hurt. He said the egg looked totally normal, like it was nothing special at all. Colette snapped that she didn't want to stay there, told him to let her wait outside, and once the hero agreed, she insisted he call her the moment anything happened. The boy's heart softened toward the dragon, while the seasoned guards radiated a deadly killing intent. Heat like boiling water crushed his nerves, but he wouldn't quit. He had to finish the job for today, no matter what it took. The dragon leaned in and spoke to the man like it knew exactly what it was doing. The egg started peppering him with questions, demanding to know if he really understood what it was talking about. He snapped, demanding to know if the voice was really talking to him. The kid who's trapped in the egg right now. The egg demanded they rush everyone inside right now, because it refuses to hatch while the pressure is this brutal. The boy blinked in disbelief and blurted out, "Is it really gonna hatch right now?" The egg snapped back, saying it hadn't managed that in ages. Then it hissed that something nasty was brewing outside. Charles leaned in and demanded what was going on. So the guy straight up told the local guards to clear out for a bit. He fired a question at him, "What's it for?" And the hero answered, "When everyone here heads out, I'll finally be able to hatch." Charles snapped, "On what grounds?" And the guy shot back, "So why were you with me and Colette all this time and never once said a word about it?" The hero swore it was exactly the same, and yeah, he admitted he was shocked too. Charles leaned in, told them to trust him, and demanded everyone step outside. Right now. He couldn't believe it. This was actually happening. The protagonist snapped at him to get out, then insisted, through clenched confidence, that everything would be okay. The dragon finally hatched for real, and Charles wasted no time. He thanked that guy right away. He busted out before the guards even had time to react, and the protagonist shot back that he never expected it to go down that fast. The boy leaned in and asked the dragon if she'd caught what was happening outside while she was trapped in the egg. She said she thought she heard a voice, and that's what cracked her shell open. If she'd only realized that a scoundrel was lurking there, she would have done what he did, ducked into her group and vanished. He shot back like, "Honestly, it's not that weird. This stage runs on the dragon's feelings. Some kids crumble under pressure, while others can't even make sense of a dragon's language. So this process drags on for ages." Charles spun toward the hero and tossed out an apology for making him wait, and the guy shot back, "So, did everything go all right?" They swore to him that everything was perfect and that the little dragon was totally healthy. So he breathed out in relief, thanked them, and the hero shot back, "That's great news." Charles leaned in and begged, "Can I talk to the dragons?" The guy nodded and said, "Yeah." Then the baby that crawled out of the egg shook and admitted, "I'm terrified of the guards, that's why I can't hatch." The protagonist admitted, shocked even himself, that it clicked so fast in his head, and he'd never seen a calmer reaction like this before. Charles just grinned and said there was nothing weird about it at all, because the best dragons and knights don't just fight, they wield rare, unique skills, and that's exactly why they're special. Charles finally cracked it. He said he understood everything now. He confessed he was terrified, and the hero immediately pressed him for answers. Charles told them that without them, he'd be stuck suffering day and night, trapped there, just waiting for the dragon to finally hatch. That kind of peace of mind would seriously strengthen the whole plan, and if it came down to it, he'd bury himself even deeper inside his shell. If this happened, he'd freeze just thinking about what came next. Good thing he turned to him. Charles shoved the payment into his hands for the job. He shoved $6 million in his face and called him a liar to boot. He insisted it had to be just $3 million, and Charles fired back, calling him a true hero for solving his problem. Then Charles begged him to accept his gratitude. The hero nodded, agreed, and thanked him right back. Charles told them, "If you ever need me again, don't turn me down." The guy nodded and agreed. The best thing that could happen, he actually got the chance to meet Charles. Saber dropped into a sharp bow, then thanked the protagonist like their lives depended on it. Colette snapped, "Is everything okay?" After he promised he'd walk him to the Paslin, then she hit him with, "You really shouldn't have refused." So they finally rolled into St. Simon, and the second they did, they couldn't wait to see everything it had to offer. The protagonist snapped that all that non-stop attention was draining her dry, and she agreed, right there with him. The dragon snapped that it was done being treated that way, and the guy realized, yeah, she didn't seem to appreciate this treat yourself with that attitude thing at all. He leaned in and asked her, straight up, what kind of attention she wanted next. The hero figured it'd be awesome to casually uncover what Colette loves. And even if others stumble over the words, they still somehow manage to pour out their feelings loud and clear. She said it was way too fancy, and he shrugged like, "Nah, we just had money." She dreams of having her own separate room, just so she can sit down and eat in peace. Colette joked that when the world got too loud, it felt like her food slipped into the wrong stomach. Then he leaned in and asked if she was used to lugging around heavy stuff, and she just nodded, saying yes. The dragon promised they'd chew again, spitting the food back up from its stomach. Until that second stomach gets clogged, and cleaning the whole mess turns into a brutal pain. He asked if it felt lonely to eat on her own, and she said, "Honestly, it's better this way, less mess to deal with later." Then he grinned and promised that once they got back to Paslin, he'd sort everything out right away. He wished she'd told him sooner. If she needed anything, he told her to stop holding back and speak up loud. Colette thanked him. Because they finally understand each other, they can't afford to slack off. They've got to talk it out, communicate, and push for real mutual understanding. The girl grinned and said, "There are still tons of shops here, dragon gear everywhere. More than 7 out of every 10 shops are all about dragon stuff, or the dragons themselves, like the shops down in St. Simon's." The main character leaned in and told them to check the shop. Maybe they'd uncover some mystery gear meant for dragons. He spun around, scanning everything, hunting for the perfect store. The dragon blinked in shock because the hero stared up at the building that looked tiny and downright ancient compared to the rest. He pitched the idea to go and she snapped back, "Why?" The girl insisted there were new shops worth checking out. The hero shot back that he had a premonition, and even the dragon nodded along like, "Yeah, I feel it too." He didn't know why, but something pulled him straight to that place, and his legs started trembling like they were about to break. He strode into the building, then dropped to his knees with a raw apology. Colette swore the air was so dusty it felt like it was scratching her throat. The shop owner greeted him, and the guy figured they were still clocked in, until something felt totally off. The girl immediately started scanning the place, hunting for anything useful. All that was left were worn-out tools and total chaos, yet he pushed through anyway. He had to take a look around. The dragon flat-out said there was no way out, but the boy wouldn't buy it for a second. He just knew something had to be there. He marched up to the shop owner and told him he needed supplies for the dragon. The owner said they were just sprawled somewhere, told me to hunt them down myself, and then went back to his book. His legs feel like they're ready to bolt and leave him behind. It felt like a zing of pain crawling up the tips of imaginary claws. That claw belongs to a Baral, an ancient, primordial fusion where something primal melds with a dragon's body. They froze, then erupted into reactions to whatever had just hit them. Then it hit him. There was something there and he couldn't ignore it. He stumbled on a saddle made for the dragon. The man claimed that young people have razor-sharp instincts. This dragon instrument is a total one-of-a-kind masterpiece, crafted just for one specific species, and nothing else like it was ever made. The man said, coincidence or not, that saddle was made for the Surush. The guy leaned in and demanded, "So what's that saddle for? Does it come with any special powers?" The man told him, "Once it's on your belly, it won't grow bigger no matter how much you shove in. You're stuck in your same shape forever." Colette practically bounced with excitement and blurted out that she wanted it. She cringed hard, mortified by what she'd just done. The Sarush chews up energy for movement, not digestion. He has no clue how it works, but he makes sure it never shows on the outside. He told the seller he'd buy it on the spot and demanded, "How much is it?" Then dropped the bomb. It cost 5 million. The dragon barked that the price was brutal, but the guy didn't flinch. He was ready to buy the moment she wanted. He leaned in and offered to buy it for her. The girl shot him a grateful nod, and then the man leaned in to ask if he was finally going to inspect the goods. He said he knew it was worth every second, and then the owner pressed him, "So why do you think that?" The hero said it felt like the thing had called him straight to it, and the man snapped back that if that was true, he'd only need to cover half, 2.5 million. The shop owner said he loved how the protagonist zeroed in on it like a laser from a mountain of junk, and he admitted this store wasn't chasing profit. If the guy needed it, he could grab it for free, but the guy balked and said it was just too much.